everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi Shinigami. Chapter 51 to 90, Chapter 51, The Adventurer Hunter. Shall we continue patrolling then? No problem. Just as Rayleigh and the girls were about to resume their patrol, the small figure of a Paolum appeared before them. It was Lyra. Yo, how is it going? Lyra, what brings you here? Elise asked. She was puzzled because today's patrol mission was supposed to be just her and Ryu teaming up, and they had only invited Rayleigh along. Lyra's assigned patrol area was in a completely different direction. Did you finish your patrol already? Yep. Lyra's gaze swept over Artie, Elise, Ryu, and Rayleigh, as if she was searching for something interesting. But remembering she had serious business to attend to, she stopped. I'm here to deliver a message. Lyra wore a smug smile, which made everyone curious. Suspicious activity detected, set the net early. The Paolum girl conveyed the content of the instructions she had received. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Elise asked, where did these instructions come from? Lyra seemed to have been waiting for someone to ask this question. She replied, why, from our Paolum hero, of course. Finn. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. It seemed the strategist had noticed something. Just then, Artie spoke up. I have some information to share with everyone too. Let us have dinner together and talk while we eat. Elise agreed. I'm in. Rayleigh nodded as well. 2 hours later, the hungry group found a restaurant and sat down. Artie requested a private room. Once they were seated inside, Artie began to explain. It should be safe to talk here. Actually, my sister asked me to tell you all about this. After their conversation, Rayleigh and the others learned a lot of real-time information. One of the more important points was the situation outside Rio. Recently, the Ganesha Familia had discovered illegally traded items among circulating merchant caravans. A branch of the Great Sacred Tree. This was a precious material that could only be obtained from elven tribes, and elves would never allow other races into their homeland. For some reason, the Evolus were attacking elven forests outside the city. Some organizations outside the city were funding the actions of the Evolus. Orario's enemies were not just the Evolus, there were also other kingdoms eyeing Rio, as well as underground merchants seeking greater profits. Additionally, during the previous attack, the Evolus faction had stolen a trigger device from the Magic Stone workshop. Seriously, I wonder what the Evolus stole that thing for, Lyra grumbled. Finn had shared his thoughts on this. He believed this was intentional on their part. If they wanted to hide their plans, they would not have just taken the trigger device. They would have taken more things to cover their true objective. The reason they did not do that was because the Evolus goal was much more straightforward. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes widened. He looked up and said, it is a bomb. His statement left the girls stunned. What do you mean by bomb? Are you saying the trigger device can make bombs? Rayleigh nodded with a grave expression as he explained, if the trigger device is used on flame stones, it can create bombs with terrifying destructive power. So that's it. Lyra's expression changed and she said, I will report this to Finn as soon as possible. Tomorrow's mission, I will leave it to you all. Okay, leave it to us. How long has it been since our team was together? It is finally coming back to life this time. Looking at this lineup, Rayleigh let a smile form on his lips. It had been several months since the team stopped its activities, yet he felt as if many years had passed. For Finn to entrust their team with this mission showed his judgment was very good. Or rather, that was just like him, was it not? For investigating the matter of the Evolus, perhaps no one was more suitable than them. The next day, Rayleigh and the team members entered the dungeon early in the morning. They made their way to the safe floor, the 18th floor. According to the intelligence Shakti gave to Finn, the Evolus seemed to be hiding on this floor. However, after the guild sent people to search the entire floor several times, they found nothing. This led to suspicions that there was a hidden door somewhere on the floor. Leave the scouting to me and Rio. Once we get close to the enemy, don't act without thinking. I will use Kido to hide everyone. Wait for the right moment to move. Although it had been a long time since they last operated as a team, Rayleigh got back into the groove. He began commanding as the team leader. The girls nodded and started moving according to his instructions. Rio released the shuriken of Heiniko, spreading it out to probe the surroundings in the form of dust, while Rayleigh focused on sensing the spiritual networks. After lying in wait for half the morning, the two spoke at the exact same time. Found it. The team mobilized, heading toward the passage connecting the floors. This was a path that adventurers had to take. The Evolus are insane, daring to ambush adventurers in a place like this. As they got closer, Rayleigh signaled the girls to stop. He made a hand sign. After waiting 2 seconds, a barrier of distorted light made of Ryatsu covered their figures, and it made them all disappear from sight. Whoa! Are we invisible? So cool. This was Bakudo number 26, Kyoko. By covering an object with special Ryatsu, it could be made invisible to the naked eye. In their invisible state, they arrived at the scene. In the middle of the passage, there were fewer than 10 members of the Evolus. Among them was a man who stood out from the rest. Unlike the others who wore black cloaks, he practically had, "I am the leader," written all over him. At that moment, they were attacking a group of adventurers. The leader was very strong, taking down several high-level adventurers alone in an instant. Aho! It is the Evolus. It's those adventurer hunter. Damn it. They will not even let us explore the dungeon properly. Run! Ha 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 ha. Facing the fleeing adventurers, the leader laughed while mocking them. Don't run away, you lot. Even if you cannot become heroes, as adventurers, abandoning your comrades' bodies is shameful. While he was engrossed in chasing the fleeing adventurers, Rayleigh and the others had already circled around behind him. They appeared out of nowhere, taking down all the Evolus members except the leader in one swift strike. What? The leader turned around. Facing Rayleigh and the others, he shouted, "Who are you?" The answer to his question was a water strike to the face. Chapter 52, Veto. 1437 words. Rankle the seas and heavens. Artie murmured the release incantation of her Zanpakuto. The blade instantly transformed into a stunning trident. Nejibana. Twisting flower, breaking wave. A watercolored slash, several meters long, flew straight toward the leader of the Evolus. Upon seeing this massive attack, the leader's expression changed completely. What's this? A magic sword, he thought in a panic. To use such a precious consumable item without hesitation right from the start, is this girl insane? Could it be she was someone I wronged in the past and I just forgot about them? The leader lowered his center of gravity, intending to leap into the air to avoid the horizontal slash. However, he changed his mind in a split second. Instead, he thrust his palm into the ground, tore up a massive chunk of earth, and ducked beneath it for cover. Damn you, why are you attacking me so suddenly? You make me look so pathetic. Boom. The water severed his path of retreat along the small dirt trail. The leader stood up from the pit with a grim expression, his face twitching with sheer anger. He glanced at the waists of the group standing before him, and his heart burned with rage. Are those all magic swords? Is this really necessary? The intel about the adventurer hunters was leaked by them on purpose, but they never expected Rio to react with such overwhelming force. Even for him, being targeted by so many magic swords at once was highly stressful. I must say, are you all not being a bit too rude? Attacking without even introducing yourselves, how barbaric. The leader chuckled. Then he continued, forget it. I'm a polite person, so let me introduce myself. I am Vito. And who might you be? He does not seem to be carrying any flame rocks, Rio whispered. Rayleigh nodded. He was not looking at the opponent, instead, his mind was racing. Vito, huh? If I remember right, he is a member of the Erebus Familia. Nicknamed Faceless. This person is dangerous, as he was born with an incomplete soul. The colors in his eyes are only shades of gray. The only original color he can see is the bright red of blood. A tragic and pitiful person. These thoughts flashed through Rayleigh's mind before he ignored the question entirely and cast a sequence of binding spells at the opponent. Bakudo 4, Hainawa. Bakudo 9, Horin. Bakudo 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 2 ropes of bright light shot forward, firmly binding the enemy's waist and feet. These low-level Kido spells would usually have reduced binding power when used against a higher-level opponent, unless the target was weak in both strength and magic attributes. Because of this, the first 2 spells were merely meant to restrict his movements. Their true purpose was to make Shitatsu Sansen easier to land. What is this now? Bound by the light ropes, Vito found that he could not break free easily. Following right behind the ropes, 3 golden triangles struck his shoulders and abdomen like heavy nails, pinning him to the ground. Vito's eyes widened in surprise, but he felt no physical pain. No wounds, no bleeding, but I can't move. Is this a binding-type magic? Vito analyzed the situation in his head. Like this kind of thing can hold me. Vito tensed his muscles, the veins visible on his forehead. The monstrous strength of a level 4 adventurer pushed back, cracking the earth beneath him. Crack. The golden triangles fractured with spreading lines, looking as if they would shatter at a mere touch. At that exact moment, Kaguya appeared silently behind Vito, as she swung her released Kaiten Kayakatsu at his back. Irony. Black. Swish. TCH. Vito gritted his teeth, and endured the heavy strike, a deep gash opening wide on his back. Arg. He shuddered with exertion, breaking free from the golden triangles of Shitatsu Sansen. Without missing a beat, he turned and launched a fierce kick toward Kaguya. Kaguya slipped smoothly into the shadows, completely avoiding the attack. Vito frowned in frustration. Who are these people with all these strange moves? Judging by their stats, they should be only level 3. Yet they have pushed me, a peak level 4, to this point. Vito picked up his sword from the ground. He glanced at his blocked retreat, and the path sealed off by Rayleigh and the others, feeling a drop of cold sweat drip down his face. Since you all looking to die, I will grant your wish. Vito shot forward like a cannonball. He reached Artie in the blink of an eye and swung his sword down. Artie blocked the strike with the long handle of her trident, but the immense force from his sword sent her sliding backward across the ground for several meters. Rio and Elise drew their weapons to counterattack. One slashed from behind, while the other thrust upward from below. Vito used his sword to block Elise's frontal strike. Using that momentum, he executed a sweeping kick to strike Rio's wrist, neutralizing the dual attack. He dodged to the side to create space. But a heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder. Vito was startled. Scanning his field of vision, he realized only one person had disappeared from where they should have been standing. It was Rayleigh. This kid, can he keep up with me? No. This speed is even faster than mine. Is it the effect of some special skill? Rayleigh pressed down on Vito's shoulder with one hand. His right hand formed a claw, gathering spiritual energy, and launched a targeted strike at him. The claw strike hit Vito squarely in the back. The sheer impact tore through his dark clothing, leaving a perfect circular hole in the fabric. Vito grunted in pain. He spun around, throwing a desperate punch straight at Rayleigh's face. Bakudo 8, Seiki. Rayleigh overlapped his hands, forming a spherical mass of spiritual energy on the back of his hand. He used the resulting repulsive force to block the incoming punch. This strange feeling of his force being repelled gave Vito the unsettling sensation of punching solid rubber or deep water. Seizing the open opportunity, Rayleigh separated his hands. He extended a finger, raising his thumb like the hammer of a pistol, and aimed it right at Vito's face. Hado 1, show. The invisible shockwave emitted from his fingertip was incredibly fast. At this point-blank distance, even a level 4 adventurer could not react in time. For Vito, it felt like being hit in the face with a small heavy hammer, bringing a soreness to his fragile nose. But Vito stubbornly endured the pain. He did not stagger backward, managing to stand his ground firmly. Refusing to back down, he swung his sword at Rayleigh. Rayleigh did not bother to dodge. Just as the sharp blade was about to land on his head, a flaming sword and a sturdy trident crossed paths from both sides, blocking Vito's desperate attack. "Hello, I'm Frisia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Rayleigh's calm words startled Vito. Just as the Evolus leader was about to respond to the bizarre introduction, Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his own weapon. Seeing the young man about to draw his sword, Vito's expression changed drastically. He swallowed his words, almost biting his own tongue in the process. He leaped backward without hesitation, creating a safe distance between them. As soon as he steadied himself on the ground, he noticed the loose dust at his feet beginning to move. A strong wind rose from beneath him, enveloping his body entirely. He covered his mouth and nose and closed his eyes, but numerous small, stinging cuts began to appear all over his body. This wind. It is as sharp as flying shards of glass. Vito thought in panic. TCH, how despicable. As soon as Vito's angry complaint left his lips, Rayleigh's calm voice echoed right from behind him. "I never thought I would be called despicable by a member of the Evolus. Could it be that Vito-san is much more pure-hearted than I imagined?" Rayleigh drew his sword from its scabbard. Tear in frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Shining, lapis-colored vines wrapped around Vito's body. They started from his neck, then coiled around his waist, hands, and feet, beginning to rapidly drain his energy and life force. Even when facing a top-tier level 4 adventurer, the group had managed to achieve complete suppression with ease. The individual strength of each member of the team was no longer what it used to be. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 53, Freed. 1,212 words. Under the ability of Ruriiro Kujaku, Vito felt his strength draining away. He wanted to make one final explosive effort to break free before his energy was completely exhausted, but the rate at which he gathered strength was slower than the rate at which it was being absorbed. Having lost too much power, Vito knelt on one knee with trembling limbs. Seeing him nearly incapacitated, Rayleigh finally released his shuriken. But he added 2 more Bakudo spells for good measure. "Got you," Elise said indignantly as she tied Vito up. "Look at what you've done. Because of you, how many adventurers have died?" Faced with the girl's accusation, Vito's response was actually an amused laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's right, I did it. But it's not enough yet. I never expected you to have such strength. I admit I lost. I never thought I'd be defeated by the likes of you. Battles against monsters and battles against adventurers are completely different. If they possess special skills or magic, adventurers aren't without the chance to defeat monsters above their level. A certain golden-haired elf could unleash firepower equivalent to level 5 while still at level 3. By level 4, she could even serve as the main force in the deep floors. This same person even achieved the feat of stabbing a level 7 monster to death with a single strike. Ace was the same. At level 3, she could use her skills and magic to fight dragon species with potential abilities of level 5. Monsters' intelligence is far inferior to that of adventurers. For adventurers to defeat monsters, besides strength, they also need wisdom and information. But in battles between people, there are even more factors. First are stats. Even among adventurers of the same level, differences in stats can make a battle completely one-sided. For example, the city's most terrifying mistress, the small giant Mia Grand, level 6. She knocked out an Amazon warrior from the Cali Familia, who's also a level 6 like her, with a single punch. And that was when she was holding back. So in battles between adventurers, stats are the decisive difference. Then come skills. Finally, magic. In battles between people, magic rarely has a chance to be cast, especially in evenly matched struggles. Opportunities to use magic are few. Magic is a powerful weapon, but also a huge vulnerability. That's why rapid-fire magic, which is less effective against monsters, works surprisingly well in multi-person battles. For a peak level to lose to a level 3 party, and to lose so completely, only means one thing. You lot are monsters. Though captured, Vito showed no panic at all and even taunted Rayleigh and the others. Judging by his arrogant attitude, even though he said he lost, he probably didn't really believe it in his heart. Rayleigh knew why he could still act this way. It was simple. Because the Evolus hadn't lost yet. Even if he was captured, it wouldn't have much impact on the plan. Because the most crucial aspects of this battle weren't the mid-level combatants, but the number of cannon fodder and the quality of the highest-level fighters. To call pure, noble, and cute girls like us a monsters, you really have no taste. Elise shook her head, feeling helpless about Vito's poor judgment. Artie joined in the fun too. Yeah, I naturally don't need to say much, I'm absolutely very cute. Elise and Kaguya are also very beautiful. But if we're talking about the best, it's definitely Ryo. Hey, Ryo, how about sleeping together for old time's sake? Let me hold you. I refuse, Ryo replied coldly. Artie looked hurt. Seeing this, Elise said smugly, hee hee, I slept hugging Ryo last night. That smooth body, oh her, slurp noise. Alice. Ryo blushed upon hearing Elise describe her body, and covered the red-haired girl's mouth. Then, she glanced nervously at Rayleigh. At that moment, Rayleigh was intently focusing on the curves of the elf girl, looking serious. Ryo was only 14 this year. For her age, her body development was undeniably good. Where it should be full, it was full, where it should be slim, it was slim. The key was her pinkish translucent skin, it was like a work of art. Unfortunately, it seemed this body had reached its limit. Why? Because in Rayleigh's memory, this clumsy elf lady's figure hadn't changed much by the time she was 21. No. If there were any changes, rather than growing, it had regressed. 7 years later, Ryo didn't even need a bra, a simple tank top was enough for her. But now, it seemed she still had potential. Could it be that she shrank due to poor nutrition while hunting down the Evolus? Wait. Except for the Paolum Lyra. It seemed the entire Astrea Familia was quite well endowed. No wonder Kaguya and Ryo were always at odds, it was a case of jealousy. Rayleigh realized he had uncovered a shocking secret. After bringing Vito back to the surface, Shakti arrived with members of the Ganesha Familia to take him into custody. Rayleigh didn't feel much sympathy for Vito, whose fate had been harsh, and who had strayed down the wrong path due to his innate flaws. Because many unfortunate people had persevered, treating the world kindly even when it wasn't kind to them. They were different from so-called saints. They were truly noble people. While it wasn't impossible to understand why someone might turn to darkness, the actions they took after doing so determined the outcome they would ultimately face. Vito had already killed many people. Among them, not just enemies but more often innocents. Vito, who had killed innocent people, deserved no sympathy, no matter how severe his punishment. However, on the very night Vito was imprisoned, the prison was attacked by unknown assailants and Vito was rescued. All the adventurers present were instantly defeated. That wasn't entirely accurate. They had all lost their ability to fight, falling unconscious one after another. The attacker didn't finish them off somehow. After destroying the prison and taking Vito, they did nothing else. The problem was the destroyed wall. It was an ultra-strong protective barrier made of alloy, not something easily broken. Yet, there were no traces of magic left at the scene. Only a large hole remained. A hole blasted open by brute force. When he heard this information, Rayleigh immediately guessed the identity of the culprit. Zald of the Zeus Familia. Level 7. Aside from Otter, only Zald could pull off such an outrageous feat. If it were the Otter from before, he would have been instantly defeated by Zald. Even if Zald held back, he would have had to be extremely careful to avoid accidentally killing Otter. The strongest adventurer in Rio seemed as weak as a child compared to him. Even Behemoth, one of the 3 great quests, had been torn apart by him. And the name, Gluttony, came from his terrifying skill. Deus Ambrosia. It could convert food into stats. The things he ate. The stronger the target, the more the stats increased, and it was a permanent increase. Simply put, eating makes you stronger. If he were at his peak, and had the will, he might even be able to conquer the dungeon alone. Chapter 54, Althea. 1,740 words. To be completely honest, there was only one person in all of Rio who could actually handle Zald. That person was Otter. Whether or not he could truly defeat Zald depended entirely on how far Otter could unleash the power of Tenken. That particular blade was highly compatible with Otter's fighting style. But the time they had was still far too short. Only a few days had passed since he received the weapon. Even if he practiced Jinzen without a single moment of rest, rapid progress could not be realistically expected. And the biggest trouble was not even that man. It was the true monster of the era. Althea, the Silence. She was the pure embodiment of talent, the most gifted adventurer in the entire lower world. Her talent was overwhelming. The skill known as Jif Blessings allowed Althea to remain in a constant state of limit off, but it came with severe and crippling side effects. Not only did it cause self-poisoning, unpredictable paralysis, and various functional disorders, but it also inflicted permanent, irreversible damage to her body. Moreover, she suffered from a terminal illness that even the gods could not cure. This genius, or rather, this unparalleled prodigy, was already nearing the very end of her life. That was the reason why she had agreed to Erebus's invitation, willingly playing the tragic role of the so-called necessary evil. Skills originate directly from the soul. What kind of magic a person discovers or what skills they manage to obtain is usually tied to their deepest personal desires. The chant of a magic spell is a text that deeply reflects the caster's inner heart. In other words, Althea's underlying problem actually stemmed from her soul. Even the gods, who were unable to use their arcanum in the lower world, could not solve such a deep-rooted problem. Even Ermid, the DEA saint and one of Orario's greatest healers, was completely helpless in this regard. In this aspect, the recently captured and quickly rescued Vito was exactly the same. His inability to distinguish colors was not a physical defect at all, but rather a flaw rooted deeply within his soul. Fortunately, Shinigami are the ultimate experts on the soul. Kaido is not merely a medical technique for repairing the physical body, but a profound method for healing the spirit itself. Finding a way to save Althea's life was the only realistic way to stop her rampage. This exact same logic also applied to Zald. That was why he had tried to follow Erebus when the god was disguised as Eren the other day. He had wanted to force those 2 powerhouses out into the open. But after carefully assessing the high risks, he had given up on that idea. Although it was hard to judge whether Erebus was truly a benevolent or an evil god, he was undoubtedly a master sophist. Rayleigh had absolutely no confidence in winning a tricky battle of words against him. It was much better to avoid confronting him directly. Fortunately, he already had some solid clues about where Althea might be hiding. After nightfall, Rayleigh arrived quietly at the desolate ruins located in the northwest district of the city. Based entirely on the detailed information stored in his memory, he made his way directly to an abandoned church. Standing outside the crumbling doors, he took a long, deep breath to steady his nerves. What he was about to face was arguably the strongest adventurer in the entire world. Althea, being an unmatched genius, had many unpredictable eccentricities. If he was not extremely careful with his words, getting severely beaten up would be a good outcome. Of course, she probably would not go as far as to kill him. Unlike the bloodthirsty madmen of the Evolus, Zald and Althea had absolutely no interest in indiscriminate killing. Having finally steeled himself mentally, Rayleigh raised his foot to step inside. But at that exact moment, a cold voice sounded from directly behind him. To come here alone, it seems not everyone in Orario nowadays is completely useless. What? Rayleigh turned around instantly in shock. Before he could even clearly see the person speaking, he felt a strange, invisible force hit him squarely in the chest. The impact threw him effortlessly from the doorway all the way into the center of the abandoned church. Ha! He let out a soft cough as he landed. The force was surprisingly gentle, deliberately not injuring him at all. Rayleigh lay on the floor beneath a broken goddess statue for a brief moment, then rolled over and quickly stood up. He looked at the figure approaching him calmly through the shadows, easily recognizing the elegant outline. It was clearly a woman. Wait, Rayleigh spoke up quickly, hoping to dissuade her from attacking. But the other party abruptly raised her bare hand without a single word. It was too fast. The movement was so incredibly fast that he did not even have time to utter another sound from his mouth. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted through the air. The sheer sound of it sent violent chills straight down Rayleigh's spine. Was that sword pressure? He wondered in panic. No. This was a pure physical phenomenon. Just waving her bare hand could produce such terrifying, destructive power. Indeed, she truly was a monster. Rayleigh exerted all of his physical and mental strength to perform Shuanpa. Spiritual particles burst into dazzling, bright spiritual powers right beneath his feet. Swish! At the most critical moment, Rayleigh successfully dodged the invisible air cannon launched by the other party. It was a violent flow of energy. Or rather, it was a highly condensed air shock. Thud! The solid stone ground collapsed instantly into a deep crater where he had just been standing. Rayleigh reappeared a short distance to the side. He looked at the smoking pit and swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping steadily down his forehead. If he had actually been hit by that casual strike, although he would not die, he would definitely lose consciousness on the spot. Althea. Rayleigh hurriedly called out her real name. As he fully expected, the mysterious cloaked figure paused her aggressive movements upon hearing this boy actually uncover her true identity. Rayleigh did not dare waste any more words and spoke directly to the point. I want to heal you. I want you to live, so please, just listen to what I have to say. After he finished speaking, the dusty abandoned church suddenly fell into a heavy suffocating silence. Althea's figure were completely shrouded in a dark cloak as she looked at Rayleigh in genuine surprise. But her sharp gaze and overall expression were not friendly in the slightest. Heal me, she repeated softly. A terrifying, oppressive aura suddenly erupted outward from Althea's body. Rayleigh, being the first person to bear the brunt of the pressure, immediately felt as if he had been violently plunged into a bottomless, freezing abyss. At this exact moment, the interior of the abandoned church felt like a terrifying isolated otherworld compared to the quiet city streets outside. He could clearly feel that if he made even the slightest unnecessary movement, his body would be crushed instantly by her sheer presence. That's right, please don't abandon your own life, Rayleigh managed to say. The grand plan of Erebus is certainly a good plan, but it is also a plan that severely underestimates the people of this city. Even without Erebus's cruel arrangements, we would still find a way to reverse our fate. Rayleigh had absolutely no time to explain how he somehow knew all about Erebus' plan. The immense physical and mental pressure Althea exerted on him far exceeded his wildest imagination, leaving him no room to even try and fabricate convincing lies. All he could possibly do right now was strive to be genuine. He had to try and move her frozen heart with nothing but truthful, sincere words. Althea narrowed her cold eyes slightly and spoke in a chilling tone, "You really know quite a lot." Rayleigh forced a strained smile onto his face. "I'm very sorry, but I really can't tell you how I found out about it. It does not matter in the slightest. I'm not interested anyway, Althea spoke indifferently. Moreover, even upon hearing his bold claims about healing her terminal illness, she showed absolutely no emotional fluctuation on her face. This was incredibly troublesome for him. It meant she did not believe a single word that came out of his mouth. Perhaps she was even secretly angered by his false hope. My name is Free Rayleigh, my name's Rayleigh. I'm a blacksmith belonging to the Hephaestus familia, he continued bravely. My unique ability is very special. It's a power that is closely connected to the soul itself. Hearing this specific detail, Althea finally showed a very slight, almost imperceptible change in her stoic expression. But Rayleigh could not see it from his position. A skill that can actually interfere with the soul, she questioned quietly. That's right. As he spoke those words, Rayleigh slowly drew Senbenzakura from the sheath at his waist. He looked down at the gleaming metal and spoke softly to the sword, I'm counting on you for this. Sensing Rayleigh's reckless thoughts, Senbenzakura's sharp blade trembled slightly in his grip, almost as if it were protesting his crazy idea. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. I'm sorry. Without another moment of hesitation, he turned the weapon around, pointed the sharp blade directly at the center of his own palm, and stabbed it straight through his right hand. Althea's calm gaze trembled slightly at the sudden violent action. She stared closely at the boy's hand, which was now fully pierced by the steel blade, and whispered in mild shock, there is no physical wound on you. Haha, that's not quite accurate, ahhhhhhh. Rayleigh's expression twisted sharply in obvious pain. Even though there was no flowing blood, it was very clear that he was enduring a form of intense invisible agony. He explained through gritted teeth, this sword is called a Zanpakuto, It was the fourth Zanpakuto he had ever forged. For a genius like Althea, simply seeing this bizarre phenomenon, and hearing this brief piece of information was already more than enough. Her brilliant mind immediately understood the mechanics behind this strange occurrence. Have you just stabbed your own soul? She asked. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 55, Healing Althea. 1,537 words. Exactly. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, and pulled Senbenzakura out of his hand. Waves of dissatisfaction, sorrow, and guilt radiated from the blade. He whispered another soft, I'm sorry, before sheathing the sword back at his waist. To a Zanpakuto, he was essentially their god. Harming its father was the absolute last thing a Zanpakuto would ever want to do. Rayleigh felt deep remorse for forcing his Zanpakuto to do something it was so unwilling to do. A Zanpakuto was the other half of a person's soul, it was not just an emotionless tool. Enduring the sharp pain, Rayleigh activated Kaido. His palm was immediately enveloped in a soft glow of Ryatsu. By using Kaido to heal his soul, Rayleigh's pale complexion quickly returned to a healthy, normal color. Althea watched this process closely and asked, is that healing magic? Rayleigh nodded his head. Then he added, this is Kaido, a specific technique that can actually repair souls. Althea frowned slightly. This abandoned church was her late sister's favorite place. She had shared many precious memories here with her sister, which was exactly why she had come here alone before taking any major action. It was troublesome. She did not really care if any adventurers discovered her, because she was simply too strong. A mere flick of her finger could resolve everything. She just preferred silence. She disliked being disturbed. But tonight, this young man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He seemed to only be around level 2, yet he had successfully dodged her attack. What followed was even more bizarre. He had actually seen right through her identity with a single sentence and boldly claimed he could cure her terminal illness. Even with all of her vast experience, she could not help but think, this is truly a miraculous night. Althea examined the young man standing before her. He had black hair, perhaps indicating he was from the Far East. His facial features were handsome, and his eyes were beautiful. He did not look like your typical blacksmith at all. Her frail body, completely ravaged by her inherited illness, was already riddled with holes. Even though she never showed any signs of weakness in front of others, the harsh truth was very different. This pain was constant. Even right now, her internal organs were practically screaming in agony. Especially after losing her sister, her very last shred of happiness had faded away. That loss left her with only endless sorrow and agony, turning her into something akin to a walking corpse. After accepting that God's invitation, she had firmly severed her final worldly attachment. That attachment was the young child her sister had left behind, Belcranel. Zeus had disguised himself as the child's grandfather in order to care for him. Even though she worried the growing child might pick up some bad habits from the god, compared to her, someone who did not have long to live, that old bastard probably would not be too neglectful. She did not want that innocent child to become a hero. A simple, peaceful life was more than enough for him. She had heard the child had inherited her sister's physical features, especially the striking white hair, which was exactly why she dared not meet him face to face. If she saw the child, she would surely lose her firm resolve. She would definitely want to stay alive just for that child. Unfortunately, she had also heard the child's eyes were red, just like the worthless man who had tricked her beloved sister. I have severed my final attachment. Yet I still waver at the thought of living. Althea stopped her train of thought right there. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the quiet abandoned church. A group of people wearing dark robes, no, it actually seemed like two separate groups, had arrived here together. The Evolus. Rayleigh recognized their identities the very moment he laid eyes on them. But the other group did not seem to belong to the Evolus. Those people were carrying large, sealed wooden boxes, as if they were transporting some kind of valuable goods. What's this? A secret transaction site between the Evolus and underground merchants. Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The main reason he could analyze everything so quickly was because of Artie. For his sake, she had shared confidential information from the Ganesha Familia with him. Orario was the bustling center of the world. The daily flow of goods was exceptionally fast. Shady underground merchants took full advantage of Orario's current chaotic period to engage in large-scale contraband trafficking, and all of these illegal transactions were conducted right within the city walls. He never expected to encounter a deal like this right after hearing about it. Those heavy crates must contain the smuggled contraband. Hey! Someone is here. What? Members of the Evils walked in and immediately spotted Althea and Rayleigh standing there. Without a moment of hesitation, they drew the sharp daggers hidden beneath their robes. TCH, it's just two people. Let's finish them off. Make it quick. Ha, there's no need for your nagging. Die. The Evolus members launched their attack. Rayleigh was just about to make his move, but Althea's voice, filled with cold anger, echoed out across the room. How noisy. Rayleigh could easily tell from her chilling tone that she was furious. You noisemakers, daring to defile this place, disappear. Hum. In Rayleigh's vision, Althea's figure blurred for just an instant. This was immediately followed by the violent vibration of the air, accompanied by deafening sonic booms, as the entire surroundings were engulfed in a massive series of explosions. In just a single moment, both the Evolus and the greedy underground merchants were instantly annihilated. Rayleigh stared at the shocking scene of devastation before him, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. From his perspective, he had merely blinked his eyes, and all of the enemies had already fallen to the floor, barely clinging to their lives. Yet there was no bloodshed. Clearly, Althea had done this intentionally. Despite using such terrifying destructive power, she had not damaged the church structure in the slightest, nor had she caused the enemies to shed a single drop of blood. Yet she had entirely stripped them of their ability to move. It was not just about raw strength, her absolute control over that power was even more perfect. One could easily say she had perfectly tamed her own magical abilities. Rayleigh could not even find the right words to describe this level of power. It had already far surpassed his current understanding of adventurers. Since he had not been taken out along with the thugs, it meant he probably was not disliked by her, at the very least. Due to the intense air pressure from the earlier attack, the wooden lids of the sealed crates had been blown wide open. After seeing what was hidden inside, Althea snorted coldly. Rayleigh cautiously approached to take a look as well. "Is this a branch of the Great Sacred Tree?" The Great Sacred Tree was the sacred holy tree of the elves, and it was heavily protected. Even the Evelus could not possibly charge down into the deepest floors of the dungeon to break off its branches directly. However, harvested branches of the Great Sacred Tree were safely stored in various elven villages on the surface. Judging by the massive quantity gathered here, it seemed their recent attacks on those elf villages had been quite frenzied and brutal. Should one say this was typical behavior for the Evelus? They were truly ruthless. Tap, tap, tap. Another series of hurried footsteps approached the church. Rayleigh immediately grew alert. But soon, through his sharp spiritual perception, he recognized the identities of the newcomers. It was Shakti and her sister, Arti. They were accompanied by quite a few other adventurers, with the weakest among them being at least a level 2. They were likely the official military force of the Ganesha Familia. The two sisters took the lead. As soon as they rushed through the doors, they saw Rayleigh standing there, confronting a mysterious figure completely clad in black. "Rayleigh? Ha! Rayleigh, did you find this place too?" Members of the Ganesha Familia poured into the room. There were over a dozen of them, all without exception being high-ranking adventurers or even stronger. Of all times for them to arrive, they choose to come here at this critical moment. This was very bad. It seemed his private conversation with Althea could no longer continue. Althea glanced calmly at the armed crowd. Her gaze finally settled on Rayleigh's face, which showed a clear hint of anxiety. She did not understand why this young man wore such a worried expression for her. But it was definitely time for her to leave. Gospel. Hum. The terrifying, heavy vibrations reappeared in the air. With just one single strike, the magic swept through the room. Including Rayleigh, everyone was hit. Whether it was Shakti or the others who were high-ranking adventurers, they were all severely wounded in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Imagine a healed Althea and a strong Zanpakuto. Minazuki perhaps. Chapter 56, Mercy. 1241 words. Ultra-short chant attack magic. Gospel, Satana's Ver Ion. This is a sonic-type bombardment magic that unleashes and detonates Althea's own noise. Because the medium is sound itself, anywhere sound can reach falls within its attack range, and it possesses unparalleled destructive power. Even its residual echoes can produce sonic booms capable of instantly annihilating a level 5 adventurer. If hit by this, even if someone does not die, they will completely lose all their mobility. Moreover, with its ultra-short chant, its casting speed is infinitely close to instant cast magic. Apart from not being able to fire consecutively, this magic has absolutely no flaws. This was Rayleigh's final thought before losing consciousness. Nearly 10 minutes later, Rayleigh finally stirred. First, his eyelids twitched, then his fingers, and finally, he regained control over his body. Struggling, he propped up his upper body, lifted his heavy head, and looked toward the fallen group. Then he saw Shakti and Arti, who had not yet fully recovered. Everyone else was lying flat on the ground. This was the true strength of the strongest adventurer. Even while holding back and showing mercy, she could instantly wipe him out, and the entire Ganesha Familia. If she had actual killing intent, they would surely have been turned into mincemeat by now. This was a bombardment magic capable of blasting even a level 5 to bits. That they had managed to withstand it could not even be explained as a miracle. Most likely, Althea had suppressed the power to its absolute minimum, and only allowed the residual echoes to reach them. "Rayleigh, are you all right?" Shakti asked with concern. Rayleigh activated Kaido to restore his own condition and replied, "No problem." He looked at the fallen group. "Once I recover, I'll treat you all." "That would be a great help." Shakti smiled faintly. But remembering the woman who had escaped, her expression turned regretful again. "What a shame, we're letting that woman get away." Rayleigh remained silent. That was not escaping. She had clearly spared them. Though given Althea's nature, she would not kill indiscriminately anyway. For this group to defeat Althea, the odds were less than 1 in 10,000. Unless they dragged it out until her illness worsened, there was no chance. Even then, just one ultra-short chant magic would be enough to kill them all. Rayleigh recovered and began treating Artie for her concussion, internal organ strain, and the varying degrees of muscle damage caused by the sonic boom. For adventurers, these were only minor injuries. "By the way, Rayleigh, do you know who that person was?" Facing this question, Rayleigh shook his head. He couldn't say it. He shouldn't say it. There were several reasons, the most straightforward being that once they knew the enemy was a top-tier level 7 adventurer from the Hera Familia, over half of Orario's forces would lose their will to fight on the spot. Level 7 was that terrifying of a presence. Moreover, there were 2 of them and both of them were a top-tier level 7. The power of these 2 was enough to sweep through everyone in Orario, and the Evolus combined, with no one able to stop them. Considering Erebus' plan, these 2 were the final bosses of this great feud. Rather than having Orario divert unnecessary attention to them, it was better to have everyone focus on dealing with the Evolus first. After a night's rest, the sun finally rose. During the day, Rayleigh once again joined the patrols of the Astrea Familia. Not just him. Due to the Evolus scattered attacks here and there, the major familias had dispatched their elites to begin patrolling within the city. Even Gareth, the tank of the Loki Familia, was mobilized. The city was now in a state of total mobilization. The squad members gathered for action, except for Artie. She was together with Shakti and the Ganesha Familia. Today's task was for adventurers, commissioned by the guild, to distribute food to refugees within the city. Incidents of street robbery like before were becoming increasingly frequent. The reason was the chaos caused by the Evolus, leaving many people unemployed, their shops closed, or even outright destroyed. These people now not only had no place to live but also no money for food, or any money at all. Thus, the guild requisitioned a large amount of food from the Demeter Familia. At the relief distribution point, the earth goddess Demeter stood there with a bright smile. Rayleigh stepped forward to greet her. Her enthusiasm turned out to be somewhat terrifying. Before he could react, Rayleigh was already pulled into her deep embrace. Seeing Rayleigh's head completely buried in a huge mountain, Kagaya and Ryu simultaneously touched their own chests. That goddess is seriously dangerous. She's truly something else. She is the embodiment of motherhood. Rayleigh was finally released before he suffocated to death. He speaks somewhat awkwardly, "Goddess Demeter, the streets are very dangerous right now. You don't need to be here personally." Demeter smiled gently. Her charming eyes curved into crescent moons. Propping her cheek with one hand and tilting her head slightly, she said, "I like seeing the children of the lower world well-fed and satisfied." Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled with a mix of admiration and emotion. Then Demeter added, "Besides, if there really is danger, Rayleigh-chan will protect me, right? Just like last time." "Oh, thinking about it, I'm even looking forward to it a little." "Please don't say that, if..." Ha. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Rayleigh and Demeter froze. The human and goddess looked at each other for 2 seconds, then Rayleigh turned to look toward the end of the queue. There a man lay on the ground, seemingly already dead. His corpse was being trampled underfoot by a woman with a vicious appearance. The moment they saw her, Kagaya and Ryu immediately drew their swords and warned. "It's her. That woman is an Evolus executive. And she's level 5. Seeing a death occur in front of her, Demeter immediately moved closer to Rayleigh, hiding safely behind his back. Level 5. This woman, could she be Valletta, the ruthless executive of the Thanatos Familia? A troublesome individual indeed. And also a troublesome opponent. Frowning, Rayleigh said, Lyra, protect Goddess Demeter. Got it. Leave it to me. At that moment, Valletta was shouting loudly, Hey! Is this all Orario's got? Then perish here, you trash. Following her roar, a large number of Evelus enemies began smashing things and even casting magic. They targeted buildings and places densely packed with innocent people. Damn it, again. Stop them. Adventurers stepped forward together, engaging the Evelus in combat. But no matter who or how many attacked at once, they were easily knocked down by Valletta, and some were even killed on the spot. Hado 4, Byakurai. A white-hot bolt of lightning shot through the chaotic crowd. Noticing the incoming attack, Valletta stomped the ground, actually using brute force to kick up a thick wall of earth. Boom! The earthen wall exploded. The Byakurai that pierced through the dirt struck Valletta's raised wrist, which she had used to shield her face. Sizzle. Haoa. Looking at the hole burn through her sleeve and the slightly charred skin underneath, Valletta's gaze locked directly onto Rayleigh. With a vicious expression, she said, I'm going to kill you first, you brat. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobuyaTranslator. Chapter 57, Twin Soren Sokatsui. 1,506 words. As expected of the Arachnia. Putting aside all moral issues, her raw strength is the real deal. Although Byakurai is only the 4th-ranked Hado, the piercing power of its highly condensed spiritual particles is not something to be judged by its low rank alone. It was truly a first-class attack. At level 2, even scratching her is incredibly difficult. Keep in mind that his magical stats have already reached the absolute limit for his level, S999. Even so, the Byakurai he used only managed to graze her skin. Attacks like that, even if fired 100 times in a row, would not pose a substantial threat to her. Seeing himself actively targeted, Rayleigh used Shuinpa to move. Valletta, seeing him deliberately stand high up, exposing his position, as if to provoke her rather than hide, grinned. She stomped the ground and leaped dozens of meters into the air. A mere insect daring to provoke a stronger being, how amusing. Valletta plummeted downward like a falling meteor. Rayleigh raised his hand toward Valletta in the air, unleashing a triple Bakudo sequence. Bakudo 1, Sai. Bakudo 9, Horin. Bakudo 30, Shitatsu Sansen. Valletta, descending at high speed, suddenly froze midair. Her expression turned to one of surprise. What is this? Valletta frowned, then strained with immense physical force, instantly breaking both Sai and Horin. Then, facing the 3 flying golden triangles, she simply threw a brutal punch, violently shattering Shitatsu Sansen. Golden fragments scattered in the wind. Valletta looked down again but surprisingly saw absolutely no one. Standing quietly in a dark alley on the street, Rayleigh, who used Bakudo 26, Kyako to conceal his physical presence, stared at Valletta above him. He was only a level 2. Facing a level 5 head-on was simply not worth the massive risk. So this time, he was playing the rear guard. First, he would draw the enemy's attention, then carefully hide and begin his incantation. Next, he would use a fully chanted Hado to deal heavy damage to her. Valletta, landing heavily on the rooftop, angrily searched for Rayleigh. Just then, Kaguya emerged silently from her shadow. Her twin blades unleashed a vicious X-shaped slash. Valletta's pupils contracted. Sensing the sharp killing intent from behind, she instantly turned and punched directly at the blades. Kaguya was blasted forcefully out of the shadow. So it's you. Seeing Kaguya, Valletta immediately cheered, last time I didn't manage to kill you, and now you show up again. Don't think you'll be so lucky this time. Burn and Jetsu. Elise arrived just in time. Her burning blade slashed straight toward Valletta as a single, fiery strike descended. Valletta swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, but the high temperature of the raging flames made her frown. These intense flames could actually harm her. A magic sword. A sudden thought occurred to Valletta. Whether it was those two little girls from before or this wild red-haired girl, their weapons all had something incredibly special about them. But this was vastly different from the magic swords she knew. A completely new type of special equipment in Orario. Interesting. Valletta threw a rapid series of punches at Elise. Elise swung Enjetsu, clashing heavily with her over a dozen times, her arms growing increasingly numb with each strike. She had already activated her personal skill. If not for that, she might have been defeated long ago. Facing an opponent 2 full levels stronger than her, even with her skill, and Enjetsu's fiery aid, she was barely holding on. Growl, hey Nico. Ryo also activated her Shurikai. She expertly manipulated thick dust to attack Valletta's eyes. Even for a first-class adventurer, fragile parts like the eyes had similarly weak defense compared to the rest of the body. Valletta, caught off guard, had her eyes temporarily blinded by the ash. Elise seized the perfect opportunity. Great Flame Flower. Boom. A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, directly collided with Valletta's front at close range, forcefully blasting her completely off the rooftop. Agarus Alvacinth. Explode. The detonation spell was cast. The huge fireball pressing tightly against Valletta violently churned, then the very next moment expanded and exploded, engulfing Valletta in blazing flames, as the terrifying explosive force significantly raising the surrounding temperature. And Elise didn't stop there. She raised Enjetsu high and swung forcefully, sending a fan-shaped inferno resembling sharp sword energy flying directly toward the massive fireball in the air. The flame-constructed slash hit the fireball, and instead of merging smoothly upon collision, they compressed as if two solid objects had collided. Enjetsu. Explode. Elise called her Zanpakuto's name. The fireball and the flaming slash simultaneously erupted in a massive fiery explosion, doubling the sheer destructive power. A charred, smoking figure fell heavily from the sky. It was Valletta. Her entire body was severely charred, smoking heavily, and her clothes mostly burned away by the blast. Damn you! Valletta flew into a rage. She let out a piercing scream, viciously clawing at her own arms like a wild beast. She had severely underestimated Elise, and she had deeply underestimated the true power of the Zanpakuto. I'll kill you all, every single one of you. Valletta roared furiously at the sky. Lord of the skies. Mask of flesh and blood. All things of the universe that flutter their wings, that bear the name of man. Truth and temperance upon the wall of sinless dreams only stand. Rayleigh, having fully completed the spoken incantation, did not stop. He condensed dense spiritual energy to his fingertip, and began swiftly writing the incantation text directly on the steel blade of his Zanpakuto. Dual incantation. To the mages of Orario, this might be considered a divine skill, but in reality, Rayleigh could only achieve it through the use of his Zanpakuto. In the Soul Society, for those who cannot physically speak, who cannot utter the release command, who cannot call their Zanpakuto's true name out loud, how can they ever achieve Shurikai? The answer is to painstakingly write the release command directly on the Zanpakuto's blade. Inspired heavily by this, Rayleigh wrote the Hado incantation text firmly on the blade, with the Zanpakuto providing the necessary spiritual power. Because his own spiritual power could not yet be split and stably output in two simultaneously. The incantation text was finally completed. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to appear instantly before Valletta, and he raised his open palm, aiming squarely at her face. Fall. Hado 33, Modified, False Sokatsui. Twin blue firefalls bloomed beautifully at point-blank range. The massive blue explosion directly engulfed Valletta, and blew apart an entire nearby house on the spot. The ground was also left scorched completely black. Rayleigh lowered his arm, breathing slightly heavily from the exertion. But before he could even fully catch his breath, a charred foot stepped out from the thick smoke and dust. "You a bastard." Valletta, covering her ruined face, walked out and viciously cursing Rayleigh. "This monster," Rayleigh remarked with some genuine shock. If it were a level 4 adventurer, this powerful attack might have completely vaporized them, leaving no corpse left behind. But Valletta only had her outer skin burned off. The enraged Valletta now had extensive severe burns, especially on her face. Only the thin skin near her right eye remained, the rest was completely burned away, exposing the raw muscle fibers beneath. It was a horrifying sight. It looked like something straight out of a horror film. Although such injuries looked incredibly gruesome, for a level 5 first-class adventurer, they were neither fatal nor would they leave any permanent damage. Rayleigh knew very well that with just one high-quality elixir, Valletta could fully recover. "Is she immortal?" Even Kaguya couldn't help but comment Valletta's unnatural toughness. "Foolish girl, we're here to support you." Just as Rayleigh was feeling deeply troubled by the situation, a group of adventurers arrived right in time. Leading them was the famous dwarf of the Loki Familia. The level 5 tanker of the Loki Familia, Gareth Landlock. Valletta gritted her teeth so hard they felt like they might shatter. "That damn dwarf again. Last time it was because of him too, damn it all." There are noticeable gaps even among level 5s. She might not be able to defeat Gareth in a fair fight, but she wouldn't normally back down either. However, fighting the Loki Familia's experienced executive in this severely impaired state would be sheer stupidity. Especially with so many angry adventurers around. "Valletta-sama, please retreat." Hearing her subordinate's pleading words, she instantly lost her temper. She slapped the subordinate's head right off his shoulders, venting some of her anger and managed to calm down. "Just you wait, Gareth. I'll tear your throat out sooner or later. And you brats. Especially the black-haired one. I'll definitely make you die in agony." Tossing the severed head she held aside, Valletta swiftly fled the chaotic scene. Rayleigh finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Facing the Arachnia, they had done quite well. With so many witnesses present, this impressive incident would likely spread throughout Rio very soon. Chapter 58, Meeting with Aaron once again. 1442 words. It was happening again. All of Evelus's recent attacks were primarily aimed at inciting pure chaos. They would appear suddenly, kill indiscriminately, and destroy buildings and streets. This was exactly the reason why the city's public order was rapidly deteriorating. The common folk did not know if the same terrible thing would happen to them tomorrow. Right after Valletta escaped, the next location was immediately attacked. After years of laying low, although Evelus now lacked a significant number of mid-tier and high-tier combatants, their lower ranks had swelled to a considerable size. This massive scale allowed them to employ a strategy of attacking multiple locations simultaneously, then retreating decisively after causing a certain amount of destruction. In contrast, the city's military police consisted only of the Ganesha Familia and the Familia of Justice, Astria. Although other familias had joined the city patrols, they were only temporary assignments, and they were far from adequate in terms of reaction speed and overall experience. The scene was a complete mess. Elise called upon the adventurers present to immediately begin rescue efforts. The dusty air was filled with an unceasing, interwoven chorus of crying and wailing. Rayleigh pushed aside a collapsed stone wall, rescuing a trapped mother and daughter. The little girl hid tightly in her mother's arms, trembling uncontrollably from the fear. Seeing this, Rayleigh gently activated Kaido. He extended a single finger and tapped the little girl right on the forehead. Her eyelids immediately grew heavy, and she soon relaxed, falling into a deep, peaceful sleep. Witnessing this gentle magic, the girl's mother bowed to Rayleigh in deep gratitude. Rayleigh quickly helped her back up. The more he used it, the more he realized just how miraculous Kaido truly was. It did not just heal physical injuries. Kaido also had numerous other practical functions, such as restoring a person's ryatsu, soothing the anxious mind, and slowly mending the damaged soul. Depending entirely on its application, it might even be able to successfully treat deep psychological problems. The members of the Astrea Familia were all beautiful girls with an incredibly high level of approachability, and the traumatized people they rescued quickly began to relax in their comforting presence. But in this sudden attack, there were also many tragic victims. The cruel members of Evolus had struck with terrible decisiveness, delivering fatal blows that either pierced the heart directly or quickly slit the throat. Their vicious attacks were so precise, it was almost as if they knew exactly where their targets were located ahead of time. Thinking deeply about this unsettling fact, Rayleigh could not help but consider the dark possibility of a hidden mole on their side. This specific food distribution relief effort had been decided upon strictly by the upper echelons of the guild. Evolus had clearly known the exact location well in advance. Oraria was definitely not a small city. Even with their large numbers, if Evolus had not known the target location beforehand, even a desperate carpet search would have taken them a while, and they would have been discovered long before finding it. Who could the traitor be? Where were they hiding? Could it be someone working inside the guild itself? Or a member of the Demeter Familia? Or perhaps someone from the Ganesha Familia, or the Loki Familia? Who is that? Just as Rayleigh was lost in his serious thoughts, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. It was Erebus. No. In this disguised form, he was called Aaron. Aaron was currently helping a small child to his feet, comforting him gently. He was very close to them. Upon discovering a god lingering at the dangerous scene, the elven girl hurried over. Lord God, it is very dangerous here, please, Lord Aaron. She had just met him not too long ago. Rio had certainly not forgotten this strange god. Seeing Rio appear before him, Aaron smiled to himself. This was all perfectly within his calculations. Ah, it is the little elf of justice I met last time. Hello. Rio was not very good at dealing with him. She offered a stiff, unnatural greeting. It was Aaron who spoke next. He watched the child, now full of life again, safely run off, and he spoke with a wide smile. My, so helping the weak is truly this pleasant and fulfilling. No wonder. It's so very addictive. What are you talking about? I have just come to understand it. Your justice is not without compensation. It comes at a hidden price. Aaron laughed with sheer delight, his body actually trembling from the force of his unrestrained smile. A price. That's exactly right. This power that safely places you above the weak, is not that sweet sense of superiority is the true reward. Aaron wore a knowing expression, as if he had perfectly seen through the entire mechanism of her heart. You. What did you say? Rio was instantly angered by Aaron's mocking words. That kind of talk, it was a complete negation of her, and a negation of the Astrea Familia justice. It was as if he were loudly saying that everything they did was nothing more than the arrogant pity of the strong for the weak, that they were merely enjoying the pathetic sight of the weak groveling in gratitude. That kind of sick, twisted notion was not the pure justice they upheld at all. Seeing Rio so easily provoked, the corners of Aaron's mouth lifted a few more degrees into a smirk. Just as the elf seemed about to verbally explode, a warm hand suddenly appeared on her head. Rayleigh appeared right beside Rio with a calm grin, gently patting her head. Rio completely froze. But the familiar, comforting presence quickly told her it was Rayleigh. But this was very strange. She felt absolutely no repulsion towards Rayleigh's touch. No, it was not that she ever disliked Rayleigh. It was an incorrigible, deeply rooted trait of the entire elven race. Misophobia. Elves possessed an extremely severe sense of personal cleanliness, and found physical contact with anyone outside their own race completely unbearable. Even a mere brush of the skin could cause intense revulsion, or even a literal allergic reaction. Only those truly acknowledged by an elf could ever touch them safely. It was precisely because Rio could not stand this strict arrogance of her own race that she had left the home forest for the outside world, eventually arriving in Orario. And Elise was the very first person she had fully acknowledged. Taking that meaningful connection as her chance, she happily joined the Astrea Familia and gradually opened her guarded heart. But she had also realized something important over time. Her own deep arrogance seemed to be the most severe of all. To this very day, only a tiny handful of people could touch her without her feeling a strong aversion, and not a single one of them was male. She had been on a team with Rayleigh for months. Because Rayleigh was very gentle and highly observant, he had deliberately maintained a respectful physical distance between them. The few, extremely rare instances of contact had always been buffered through layers of clothing. A gesture this direct and intimate was likely the very first time. And she felt absolutely no inner resistance at all. No. In fact, a hidden part of her was actually a little bit happy about this warm contact. Lord God, could you please not provoke my dear little elf with your cunning words? Unlike your turbid self, she is very straightforward and incredibly sensitive. Ryu turned to look at Rayleigh and clearly saw that although he had a polite smile on his face, that smile was genuinely terrifying. When Aaron saw him appear, the smile on his face remained, but the actual mirth in it completely vanished. It was a fake smile that did not reach his eyes at all. His narrowed eyes opened a tiny crack and a sharp, calculating gaze fell heavily upon Rayleigh through the slit. My apologies. I was just curious about something, Aaron said slowly. I really wanted to know what justice truly is. I just did not expect her to react so strongly. Is that so? To think you have lived for hundreds of millions of years, and still don't know something so simple. It seems omniscient is just a polite compliment for the gods then, Rayleigh replied smoothly. Ha, no offense intended. If you are the one asking this particular question, you should understand, right? This is not me looking for trouble. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 59, Reincarnated Soul. 1,388 words. Something so simple. Aaron's smile gradually faded. He looked directly at Rayleigh without looking away. But she over there seems to be at a loss for words. In that case, could you enlighten me? Ryo grew flustered at his words. She was straightforward person. Perhaps a bit too straightforward. Gods were unpredictable and highly skilled at twisting words, especially evil gods. But even more skilled at deception and temptation were those deities who walked the fine line between good and evil. Erebus belonged exactly to this category. Rayleigh knew that if he tried to debate right and wrong, he would lose without a doubt. Trying to out-argue a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, what kind of self-inflicted hardship was that? Heh! Thinking about this, Rayleigh could not help but chuckle. But to the other two, it looked like he was laughing at Aaron's question. Ryu is still inexperienced, but she is walking the path of justice, Rayleigh said with a warm smile. His tone was filled with confidence. Elves have long lifespans, though not quite as long as the gods. The day she finds her own answer lies in the near future. His steady voice carried a clear hint of pride. This deep trust made Ryo feel its heavy weight, and left her feeling a little embarrassed. After saying this, Rayleigh finally answered Aaron's question. You ask me what justice is. My answer is this: justice needs no definition. Even if you want to call it self-satisfaction, to the people who are saved, it is still a good thing. You want to twist the concept, ignore the facts, and only discuss the intentions behind the actions. That is an outdated way of looking at things. Even against a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, modern theories of good and evil could easily hold their ground. Finally, if you are asking me what my personal justice is, I will give you an answer. There was a line he had wanted to say for a long time. It was a line so powerful, willful, and self-centered that it ranked high among the most boastful quotes ever spoken. Its sheer impact could rival any strongest declarations by anime protagonist. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my thoughts and deeds are justice. When Rayleigh spoke those bold words, Rio froze completely. She was a dedicated disciple of justice. She was a faithful follower of the goddess of justice, Astrea. She upheld justice, and she enacted it. Yet today, she had been swayed in her core beliefs by mere words. In the end, it happened because she lacked true conviction and confidence. But she never imagined that Rayleigh held such lofty, unshakable ideals of justice within his own heart. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my thoughts and deeds are justice. What unwavering faith! Was it just self-satisfaction? Whether it was or not did not matter anymore. Persisting in what you believe is right, bringing bright smiles to people's faces, and saving others from deep suffering, this is what justice is. It's a very simple thing. Is it a sin to feel satisfied when seeing the grateful smiles of the weak after they are safely saved? If it is, then what does it really matter to bear those sins? A person only needs to keep moving forward. She was not alone. At the very least, Rayleigh was walking far ahead of her, leaving no room for doubt. Only by chasing after him without any hesitation could she ever hope to reach this man. Rayleigh's firm words not only shocked Rio, but they also left Aaron feeling somewhat dumbfounded. After a brief moment, he burst into loud laughter. This time, it was not a feigned smile but a genuine laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're truly interesting. I've never met a child quite like you before. Indeed, the mortal realm is full of wonderful surprises. Aaron wiped a small tear from the corner of his eye, his laughter lingering in the air. He then asked, "It seems you want to be a guardian of justice. But what good does that do you?" "A beautiful girl's smile is a priceless treasure to me," Rayleigh replied with a very serious expression. Aaron was taken aback. This boy was doing all of this just for that simple reason. He was just like a certain old pervert god he knew. This chosen path is very difficult. You might drown while clinging to your heavy ideals, Aaron warned. Whoa! Are you a transmigrator from another world too? Rayleigh was deeply startled by the specific phrase, drown clinging to your ideals. It was surprising. He honestly wondered if he could successfully exchange secret codes with the god by chanting, "I am the bone of my sword right now." "I will not regret it," Rayleigh said instead. "Is that so?" Aaron laughed a bit more, clearly satisfied. "Ah, today was truly interesting. It's a day worth remembering in my long years. Young man, what is your name again?" "Rayleigh." "Rayleigh, I hope you can overcome it." "Well then, goodbye." What he meant by the word overcome, was it a reference to the necessary evil plan, or was it something else entirely? These gods. Each one of them always speaking in confusing riddles, and were so very troublesome to deal with. "Can you?" a soft voice asked. Rayleigh, your hand, can you?" "Huh? Oh." Rayleigh quickly withdrew his hand from Rio's head. Realizing what he was doing, he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry." Seeing his sudden nervousness, Rio felt anxious and blurted out, "It's fine, I don't dislike it." Rayleigh was stunned. She did not dislike it. He had just been directly touching her skin. Rio reached up and touched the spot on her head where Rayleigh had just been resting his hand. She could still feel the lingering warmth left by his palm. "It's true, my body did not reject you at all." Rayleigh's expression turned a bit strange. He knew Rio did not mean anything weird by that, but those specific words could easily be misunderstood. And it really was a strange occurrence. When they first met, Rio should have naturally had some strong resistance toward him touching her. Could it be because they had simply become much more familiar with each other over time? No. Since this change appeared much later, there must have been a specific turning point. But what was that turning point? Wait, could it be right after I gave her Hey Nico? In his view, the strict sense of cleanliness known to the elves should also be a problem deeply rooted at the soul level. In this world, soul is a very mysterious thing. For one, souls can be reincarnated, for example, Belle, Finn, the Amazon sisters, Ryu, and many others. In the distant past, they had all lived completely different lives. Take Belle as an example. The earliest heroic tale of this current era, the story of the hero Argonaut, is actually Belle's previous life. At the same time, Argonaut was also known as the very first hero. Because of this deep connection, Belle Cranel, the last hero, is technically also the first hero. Souls reincarnate across time. Skills that originate from the soul also reside within it as hidden potential. Finn's magic, Helfenaga's, was directly inherited from his sister Fianna in his previous life. In this current life, after becoming a member of the Loki Familia and receiving the god's fauna, the hidden potential within his soul was fully awakened. This allowed the magic of Helfenaga's to reappear in the world once again. Could it be that Heiniko became a direct bridge connecting their two souls? Through Heiniko, Rhea's inner soul had completely opened up to him. Because of this bond, her strict elven habits entirely lost their effect around him. Moreover, due to their unique soul connection, intimate actions between them might even produce a sense of extra comfort and warmth. This theory was probably not just true for Rio alone. It should be exactly the same for all the other girls too. Wait, hold on a second. The list of other Zanpakuto wielders currently included. Could it be that Otter is also? Chapter 60, Meeting. 1,332 words. Every time they suffered an attack from Evolus, a meeting would be held. This time was no exception. What made it different was that the lineup for this meeting was a bit too extravagant. It included the Loki Familia and the three executives. From the Freya Familia, there was Alan Fromel and Otter. From the Hermes Familia, there was Asfi al Andromeda. From the Ganesha Familia, there was the captain, Shaktivarma. Representing the Astria Familia were the captain, Elise Lovell and Gajana Kagaya. And finally, there was Rayleigh. He did not know why he had been called here. After arriving, he glanced around the room at everyone. Even Finn and Otter nodded to him when their eyes met. It was exactly this kind of respectful treatment that made everyone else present curious about him. The blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia, Rayleigh. Aside from him, there were also representatives from the guild. Finn started by sharing all the intelligence gathered by each familia. Afterwards, the other familias supplemented his points with their own information. Otter also added, among the opponents, there should be a very powerful adventurer capable of destroying adamantite walls with pure physical force. Their level is at least level 6, not below that. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone gasped in astonishment. Level 6. Was that not on par with the strongest in the city, Otter? Evolus actually had such a strong force on their side. This was truly terrible news. But the bad news was not over yet. At this moment, Shakti also provided some intelligence. She said, we also encountered an enemy, suspected to be a mage or a magic swordsman. 30 members of our Ganesha Familia were completely powerless against them. Finn was shocked. A single mage suppressing the entire Ganesha Familia alone. Even Riveria could not remain calm upon hearing this news. What kind of mage is that? That's just too absurd. Shakti sighed. We could not gather any more information about them. The three executives began to speculate. They even suspected a familia that had long since disappeared, the Osiris Familia. That was a powerful faction that had once boldly challenged the Zeus and Hera Familias. Unsurprisingly, they had been completely defeated. If the enemy was a level 6 powerhouse, for the moment, it seemed they could only think of members from that specific familia. Only Rayleigh present knew the true identities of those two. They were not level 6 at all but two extraordinary level 7. Specifically, they were former members of the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia. After the brief analysis, Finn said, next is the key to our operation. He called Asfi over and asked her to speak. The still somewhat unsteady Asfi felt intimidated facing these top-tier powerhouses of the city. However, as a former princess of a nation, she knew how to overcome her nervousness. She took a deep breath and said, "Our Hermes Familia has been responsible for intelligence gathering in this war, and we have just obtained solid information on 3 enemy strongholds." Asfi quickly got into the groove, completely forgetting her nervousness. The enemy is hiding within the city using abandoned facilities, and their numbers are substantial. After she said this, Finn, acting as the overall commander, stood up. The enemy has 3 strongholds, and their forces are numerous. Moreover, based on the intelligence provided by Rayleigh, I suspect they have used the stolen trigger devices to create dangerous bombs. Therefore, we need to mobilize more people. Under Finn's clear instructions, the familias present and even those not present were all mobilized. Those present would be led directly by their own familia's high-ranking members. Those not present would be officially commissioned by the guild. This included powerful groups like the Ishtar Familia and the Dionysus Familia. After all, they needed to attack 3 separate strongholds all at once. As the old saying goes, attacking a fortified city requires 10 times the military strength. For the number of people present in the room, it was far from enough. Fortunately, the wide gap in numbers could be compensated for by high quality. "Otter, can you handle one of the strongholds?" Finn said. Otter nodded his head. Alan, standing beside him, curled his lip. To be honest, he felt this monster alone was more than enough. But the intelligence stated the enemy might have level 6 fighters, so it was much better for the Familia to act together. This was to prevent Otter from being surrounded. Otherwise, Lady Freya would be very sad. "Leave one of them to our Astrea Familia." Elise proactively volunteered at this exact moment. This caused Rayleigh to glance up. A trace of genuine worry flashed in his eyes. This battle was the opening act of the great feud. If he remembered correctly, it was during this very battle that Artie was killed by the little girl strapped with the flame rock. Although he had informed Finn in advance about the flame rock being modified into high-explosive bombs, and had shared this crucial information with everyone, Evelus's cruel methods would not change. They would still brainwash and manipulate innocent civilians, strapping deadly bombs all over their bodies. When facing those civilians, if an adventurer showed even the slightest bit of mercy, they would immediately be exploited and killed. Moreover, that hidden traitor might very well be standing in this very room right now. Rayleigh swept his careful gaze over each person, mainly observing those representing the guild. After all, he knew almost all the adventurers here. Many of them were even his own trusted people. After fully finalizing the operation plan, Finn dismissed the meeting. Once everyone else had left the room, Rayleigh stopped and quietly closed the door. Seeing him stay behind, Finn was not surprised in the slightest. Rayleigh first sensed the spiritual networks around him, confirming no one was hiding in the shadows to listen. Then he spoke. "Finn, there is a spy hiding among us." Finn's face turned grim. "Is that so? So you think so too? You've already noticed." "It's just a guess for now," Finn said, his expression looking somewhat troubled. But the planned operation could not be stopped. This was an excellent opportunity to launch a strong counterattack against Evelus. If they missed this chance, Aura Rio would be slowly dragged to its death. "I want to be solely responsible for attacking one entire stronghold." Rayleigh's sudden statement completely stunned Finn. "What? All alone? Can you tell me the reason?" Finn asked, his brows furrowing. Rayleigh touched the hilt of the new Zanpakuto resting at his right waist and said, "Because if there are other people present, they will be dragged into the blast radius by this guy. It was a matter of its raw ability." "This is a Zanpakuto." Rayleigh nodded his head, then revealed the true name of this specific sword. After hearing it, Finn's eyes widened sharply. His mouth hung open for a long time, completely unable to speak. If what Rayleigh said was true, then he alone would be more than enough to annihilate all the enemies inside one stronghold. To think there was such a terrifying and destructive sword in existence. Hesitating for less than 10 seconds, Finn finally agreed. He would let Rayleigh attack one stronghold all by himself. And this shocking news would only be announced right before the operation began. If Rayleigh could really handle one stronghold entirely alone, their remaining forces would instantly become abundant for the other two locations. This way, the vast difference in military numbers between the enemy and their allies would not be a problem either. Now you have become the true key to this operation. We're all counting on you, Rayleigh, Finn said with a grave expression. Speed is always crucial in warfare. The operational deployment was completed within just a few hours. The grand assault was about to begin. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 61, Alan Fromel. 1,389 words. Everyone, I apologize for the sudden notice, but there are some last-minute changes to the operation plan. Please listen carefully. After the initial deployment was finalized, Finn suddenly spoke up. What? All the combat personnel wore expressions of pure shock at that moment. Alan Fromel from the Freya Familia voiced his doubts outright. Hey, are you kidding me? His tone was blunt and unapologetic, questioning Finn loudly in front of everyone. The operational deployment is already set, and we are about to launch the attack. Now you're saying you want to change the plan. Do you really think that's possible? Alan's current demeanor truly matched the defensive traits of a cat person. His ears stood upright as if they were bristling, and he let out a low warning growl directed right at Finn. Shakti frowned. She also felt that even though Finn was the overall commander of the operation, such a sudden arrangement was simply impossible to execute. Changing an operation usually involved making large-scale adjustments to the original plan. But there was not much time left before the attack, and this new information could not even be properly communicated to all the separate units before the assault began. The operation would become chaotic, and the consequences could quickly become unpredictable. As if fully anticipating these strong reactions from everyone, Finn simply listened to the harsh criticisms with a bitter smile on his face. He then glanced at Rayleigh, making the young man shift his gaze away guiltily. Ahem, everyone, please don't get too worked up. The changes to the operation will not actually affect the original deployment. Each familia only needs to stay in their assigned positions. Not only that, but there will also be additional reinforcements. Huh? Alan was thoroughly confused. He scratched his head, then asked, Did you not just say you wanted to change the operation? Why does the deployment not need to be altered? What's going on exactly? Explain it clearly, you damn Paolum. Finn put away his bitter smile. Then he explained, the Astrea Familia, Ganesha Familia, and Hermes Familia, who were originally responsible for attacking Stronghold No. 2, will now assist in the heavy assaults on Stronghold No. 1 and Stronghold No. 3. Huh? Elise gasped. What did you just said? Shakti added. Then what about Stronghold No. 2? Elise asked quickly. Amid everyone's rising doubts, Rayleigh quietly moved to stand behind Finn. Sensing this, Finn pointed directly at him and explained, Stronghold No. 2 will be handled by Rayleigh alone. As soon as those heavy words were spoken, everyone in the room fell completely silent. It was simply too shocking to process. Rayleigh? Alone, meaning he will take on all the enemies at Stronghold No. 2 by himself. That is too reckless. The girls who were familiar with Rayleigh anxiously spoke up. They knew that Rayleigh was strong. But no matter how strong he truly was, how could he possibly defeat countless members of Evolus all on his own? Furthermore, Rayleigh was only level 2. Unlike the girls who were genuinely worried about him, the Vanna Freya directly expressed his distrust. Finn, have you lost your mind? This guy is just a level 2, right? Enemies of that level are everywhere. I don't give a shit if you're sending him to his death, but do you not know what consequences a failed operation could lead to? Alan loudly questioned. Finn replied calmly. Our forces are stretched incredibly thin. This is to make much better use of our limited manpower. I believe Rayleigh can do it. His attempt to reassure the group did not work very well. Everyone present remained highly skeptical. Alan even outright cursed. Looks like you have really gone mad, Finn. Then let me see what this guy is actually capable of. With that, Vanna Freya went berserk. Right in the middle of the room, he drew his weapon and aimed it directly at Rayleigh. Seeing this sudden aggression, Rayleigh let out a helpless sigh. There was no other way around it. To prove his strength to the others, he had to bring out something truly convincing. He gripped the Zanpakuto at his side, and as he smoothly drew it from its scabbard as he released its power. Collapse, Sakanade. Here I come. Alan shouted. He was actually quite honorable. Perhaps because he felt his own level was much higher, he even gave a clear warning before launching his attack. However, Rayleigh was not so particular about fairness. He had already activated the initial Shirkai release of Sakanade right before that warning. Everyone present suddenly felt a bizarre sense of dissonance. This confusing feeling appeared abruptly in their minds. Yet, strangely, it felt utterly natural. It was so natural that even though they all sensed something was off, they could not exactly pinpoint what it was. Alan's strike was so fast. One need to remember that he is the future fastest adventurer in the city, had almost reached the pinnacle in the realm of speed. His figure moved as swiftly as a fired arrow. Even everyone was deeply astonished by his incredible agility. However, he missed. No, it was not just a simple miss. Ha, someone muttered. What's Vanna Freya doing? Why is he attacking an empty space? What is happening? Alan, having completely missed his strike, was stunned. There was absolutely nothing in front of him. His fierce attack had landed on empty air. Where is he? Alan withdrew his weapon in shock and quickly turned around to look. Then he saw Rayleigh. Rayleigh stood there with a very relaxed posture, looking as if he had never moved from his spot at all. The only difference was the sword in his hand. It had transformed into a strange blade with several large holes running down the middle, and a large ring at the hilt. Alan had never seen such a peculiar weapon before in his life. Alan widened his eyes in pure surprise. Did he dodge it? Impossible. How could a mere level 2 evade a lightning-fast attack from a level 5 like me? Even Otter could not move so fast that he could not react. He had not even seen how the young man had moved before losing complete sight of his target. What did you do? The bizarre phenomenon made Alan unable to hold back his question. Hearing him ask, Rayleigh casually shook the released Sakanade in his hand and gently replied. Who knows? Why don't you try attacking me again? Maybe you will figure it out then. Facing the level 5 Alan in a room with extremely limited space to dodge, Rayleigh actually has the balls to provoke him. This seemingly suicidal behavior made all the anxious spectators swallow nervously, their palms sweating. TCH. Alan was incredibly annoyed. He gritted his teeth, deeply irritated by Rayleigh's bold arrogance. Are you looking down on me? He lowered his body, touched the solid ground with one hand, and assumed a focused sprinting stance. Even though he was provoked, he still kindly reminded him. Don't think you can dodge this for a second time. I highly suggest you run for your life right now. This guy. He's practically the cat version of a certain Sundara wolf adventurer in the future. Even his grumpy attitude was exactly the same. And he kept reminding him, secretly afraid he might actually get hurt. Rayleigh sincerely said, thank you. Alan frowned and decided to carefully control his strength, just enough to knock the boy unconscious without killing him. The very next moment, he vanished from his spot. Where he had disappeared, a small crater appeared with a slight delay, deep cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. This damage was caused by the sheer reaction force from Alan's powerful leg strength. Whoosh! It felt as if the air itself had been violently torn apart. The loud sound of breaking the sound barrier made everyone in the room instinctively cover their ears. After a bright flash of white light, Alan finally stopped. He stood firmly in place, but the arm holding his battle spear dropped down, hanging limply by his side. If someone were to stand right before him, they would clearly notice the look of utter disbelief frozen on his face. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 62, On the Matter of Sound. 1,466 words. Huh? Impossible. Alan stood there dumbfounded, hearing the hushed discussions around him. What has Vanafreya been doing since just now? Why is he not attacking that person? Who knows? Huh? I didn't attack that black-haired guy. What are these people talking about? Alan looked down at the physical trail left by his high-speed movement. He followed the trail upward with his eyes, but it suddenly cut off. What? This is strange. Why is my vision so weird? Alan suddenly realized something was deeply wrong with his body. At this exact moment, he became increasingly aware of the strong sense of dissonance inside his mind. He raised his right hand and pressed it firmly against his head. What is happening to me? Just as he struggled to figure out the bizarre situation, Rayleigh had already arrived right beside him and raised the sword in his hand. Alan was startled. He's so fast. This is definitely not the speed a level 2 should have. But he could still react as he thrust his spear forward. In the very next second, a cold sensation on his neck made his pupils shrink. He stared at the empty space ahead of him and the weapon he had thrust out, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Cold sweat dripped slowly from his forehead. He was level 5. Facing a level 2 adventurer, and a blacksmith at that, was he truly this helpless? Seeing that this brief demonstration was enough, Rayleigh released the shuriken of Sakanade. That strange sense of dissonance vanished at the exact same time. Alan turned his head sharply and saw the steel blade pressed firmly against his own throat. Rayleigh safely sheathed his sword and asked, "Will this make you acknowledge me now, Vanafreya?" The cat person remained silent, utterly speechless. He was just feeling a bit disheartened. As a main force of the Freya Familia, he had been defeated by a level 2 blacksmith. Though it could not be considered a real battle. No. Such an excuse could not absolve him at all. What was wrong with him just now? He had acted like an idiot. Like a complete fool. Seeing this outcome, Otter stepped forward and stated, "The Freya Familia is willing to trust Rayleigh. The second base is entrusted to you." Seeing the Boorman speak up for him, Rayleigh was surprised for a moment, but then he nodded. Since even the strongest adventurer in the city had agreed, the other familias could not refute it. A plan approved by both the captain of the Loki Familia and the captain of the Freya Familia left them with no room to question it. Except for a few girls who were concerned about Rayleigh. They immediately gathered around him, asking what exactly had happened. Elise was even more excited as she loudly screamed, "That was amazing, Rayleigh. To win one-on-one against Vanafreya, you're truly something." From their words, it was clear that Rayleigh had used a new Zanpakuto. And with just the initial release, he had rendered Vanafreya completely helpless. That was definitely a highly powerful Zanpakuto. Finn shared the exact same thought. He was the only one who truly knew the danger of that sword. Because of their private agreement, he had not even informed Riveria or Loki about it. Sakanade. It was truly terrifying. If Rayleigh were on the side of Evelus, Rio would be wiped out within the day. It was human nature to fear it. That sword was just that dangerous. Its ability could even be described as inhumane, since it was capable of obliterating their senses. Rayleigh touched the hilt of his sword. He thought to himself that, indeed, this sword was very powerful. Although it was not raw power that allowed him to defeat Vanafreya, it had certainly rendered the opponent helpless for a short time. He knew that continuing to fight in a drawn-out battle would guarantee his defeat. The level gap was simply too vast. If Alan went all out and recklessly used his magic, Rayleigh would most likely be killed. This brief victory was only possible because his opponent had no actual intention of killing, or even harming, anyone in the room. In fact, even if he aimed a lethal strike for the throat, his own physical attack power might not be enough to break through Alan's natural defenses. Even though Alan was not known for his endurance, the sheer stats of a level 5 were just that exaggerated. It was just like Valletta, who took his fully chanted double Sokatsui head-on, and only suffered severe burns. A single elixir was more than enough for a full recovery. And there was one more important thing. Rayleigh was fortunate not to have the peculiar habit of explaining his secret abilities to his enemies. Sakanade. This blade belonged to the former captain of the 5th Division of the Godei 13, Hirako Shinji. Its core ability is sensory reversal. Through a specific fragrance emitted by the spinning blade, it can completely control the nervous system of anyone affected. It reverses their sense of direction entirely, forward becomes backward, up becomes down, and left becomes right. What the victim perceives as moving forward is actually them moving backward. When they try to raise their right hand, what appears in their vision is their left hand. Even the physical direction of incoming sound is reversed. Whether they are an ordinary person, or a high-ranking adventurer, no one can act normally under such heavily distorted senses. This is not just a simple illusion-based ability, it's a total domination over the mind. Alan thought he was aiming right at Rayleigh, but in reality, he was attacking in the exact opposite direction. And Alan himself could not even realize what kind of bizarre technique he had fallen victim to. Faced with an enemy who does not understand this blade's true ability, they would only be toyed with to death in a state of sheer confusion. Such is the terrifying power of Hirako's Zanpakuto, Sakanade. Unfortunately, Hirako Shinji had been a chatterbox and a loudmouth. Every time a serious battle started, he would meticulously and completely reveal his abilities to the enemy, only to suffer defeat after defeat. He was a true expert at digging his own grave. He was exactly like a certain good friend of his in that regard. Even with such an overpowered ability, he still managed to lose simply from talking too much. However, when seeing a strong opponent rendered completely helpless against the ability, stumbling around like a headless fly, Rayleigh had to admit that the swelling pride inside was truly hard to suppress. Since that's settled, let us begin executing the revised operation, Finn said. He did not mention the sensitive matter of the hidden spy. Because the battle was about to begin, if he told everyone right now that there was a traitor among them, everyone would grow highly suspicious of their companions during the fight. That lack of trust could potentially trigger internal chaos. Following his orders, the operation team dispersed. Rayleigh went alone to the specific location marked on the map. It was an abandoned ore refinery. From a safe distance, Rayleigh activated his Ryoryoka perception, sensing a large number of spiritual threads and Ryatsu reactions coming from inside the building. The location was definitely correct. Using the spiritual threads to grasp the exact distribution of the enemy's sentry posts, Rayleigh silently eliminated the few guards standing on watch. Then, he chose to infiltrate the building from the upper passage. Combined with Bakuto 26, Kyako, Rayleigh turned completely invisible and entered through the high walkways. He concentrated his Ryatsu just beneath his feet. Even though Rayleigh appeared to be walking directly on the metal stairs, his feet never actually touched the solid ground, so he did not make a single footstep. He strolled leisurely, as if he were just taking a quiet walk in a park. Along the way, he passed several armed checkpoints without alerting anyone. He kept moving until he finally reached the central area. From this high vantage point, he could clearly see hundreds of people gathered in the space below. Among them were not only the dark-robed members of Evolus, but also shady underground merchants and some hired mercenaries. He personally witnessed Evolus members actively stuffing pieces of volatile fire rocks deep into their clothing. All these people had been thoroughly brainwashed. They were pure lunatics who would not hesitate for a second to take any approaching adventurers down with them in a suicide blast. That was a massive amount of explosives. If it all detonated at once, the entire factory would surely collapse into a pile of smoking rubble. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 63, Sakashima Yakushima Hapofusagari. 1258 words. Who are you? Rayleigh suddenly heard a questioning voice from behind. He didn't panic, but instead turned around quietly to face the speaker. It was a young man with a cold expression. He held a short knife in each hand. They were mismatched, likely weapons he had seized from someone else. Besides that, he wore tight-fitting clothing, clearly designed for lightweight speed at a single glance. Judging by his attire, he probably wasn't from Evolus. He was most likely a mercenary. Since he had managed to detect him, the man must possess some kind of enemy detection skill. Just as Rayleigh was about to respond, the cold-faced young man attacked with the concealed weapons he has. Rayleigh instantly drew his sword. The concealed weapons were shattered midair, and the sword pressure sliced through everything in its path. The young man's pupils contracted. He used his extreme body flexibility to evade Rayleigh's attack. Afterward, he nervously shifted his footing. What was that just now? A rapid attack magic? If his reaction had been half a second slower, his head would have been completely severed. The cold-faced young man twirled the short knives in his hands, shifting from a reverse grip to a forward grip. This small movement showed that his attitude had turned very serious, or rather, grave. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Didn't you ask who I am? I haven't answered yet, and you already attacked me. Isn't that a bit impolite? The young man didn't speak again. Instead, he threw the two knives in his hands directly at the staircase beneath their feet. The knives spin as they soared through the stairwell. Clang! The staircase was actually sliced into 8 segments by the attack. Both of them, along with the severed staircase structure, began to free fall. Although he could use Shuinpa for aerial maneuvering, Rayleigh didn't do it. Instead, he went along with the mercenary's intention, landing directly on the factory floor below. The severed staircase crashed down, making a tremendous noise and even hitting someone in the crowd. Screams echoed within the enclosed building. The cold-faced young man removed his mask and shouted loudly, "There is an intruder here. An adventurer from Ora Rio." With that one sentence, the hundreds of people present simultaneously fixed their eyes on Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression turned serious. An intruder. Just one person. He's here to die, isn't he? Could he be here to surrender? No need. Lord Olivas said to kill all adventurers. For the ruthless, murderous lunatics of Evolus, hesitation didn't exist. Hundreds of them, without exception, all attacked brazenly. Facing the assault of so many enemies, Rayleigh decisively initiated his Shurkai. Collapse Sakanade. In an instant, all perception reversed. Everyone from Evolus had their sense of direction completely disrupted at that moment. With their senses inverted, Rayleigh stood unharmed among the hundreds of fighters. Because this wasn't an ordinary disruption, it was a total reversal of direction. This meant all attacks aimed at Rayleigh would head in the exact opposite direction. The more intentionally they targeted him, the farther they strayed from their mark. And at this moment, every one of them was attacking in his direction with the pure intent to kill him. Naturally, not a single attack could hit him. I didn't expect Finn to agree, but since he gave me the permission, this blade can have its chance to shine, and it also lets Artie avoid her original tragic fate. Rest in peace here, you scums. Rayleigh muttered to himself, and these words were completely reversed in the ears of the hundreds of Evolus members. This wasn't just reading backward, every single syllable was entirely inverted. It sounded akin to the incomprehensible whispers of a god. The sudden inversion of all their senses was more than enough to make a person vomit on the spot. And that was just the beginning. What followed was true hell. Bankai Sakashima Yakushima Hapofusagari. A strange, sweet fragrance instantly spread, enveloping the entire factory space. Beneath Rayleigh's feet, a massive multi-petaled flower pedestal manifested. The large petals closed in around him, forming a tight bud that encased and fully protected Rayleigh. In that same instant, the hundreds of enemies all turned their attacks on one another, beginning a frenzied slaughter. And this slaughter was vicious and brutal. Those with weapons used them to pierce their own comrades. Brains, hearts, and abdomens, every single one of it were struck. Those without weapons used their bare hands, gouging out eyes and tearing out tongues. Some even used their teeth, biting through throats and drawing blood. Every possible means of harming an enemy was enacted within this enclosed space. There were no words and no shouts, only silent killing, and the sickening sound of splattering blood. Within mere seconds, the factory fell into dead silence. Apart from the sound of flowing rivers of blood, there was no longer any trace of human presence. The protective petals bloomed open once more. Rayleigh, standing on the flower pedestal, gazed upon the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood before him. Evolus. Annihilated. The enemy's second stronghold had been completely cleansed. This was the terrifying power of Sakashima Yakushima Happofusagari. It inverted all perception between friend and foe, causing enemies to slaughter one another without hesitation. Because it directly manipulated a person's cognition, this technique was nearly impossible to counter. Even a first-class adventurer would easily fall victim to it. This wasn't a simple abnormal status effect. Nor was it mental interference or basic hypnosis. It simply couldn't be resisted. Rayleigh took a step forward, each of his footfall splashing in the river of blood. After staring at the gruesome scene before him for a long while, he finally remembered to release his bankai as his body swayed slightly. The intense Ryatsu consumption had temporarily stripped him of over 80% of his combat strength. The remaining Ryatsu was insufficient to even initiate his Shurkai or perform any Kido. It was barely enough to sustain his Shuinpa. He focused his mind, sensing the spiritual threads around him. He found nothing alive. Only the flame rocks scattered across the bloody ground struck him as particularly dangerous. These were bombs. Pulling the trigger mechanism on them would cause a massive explosion, powerful enough at close range to obliterate even a level 3 adventurer, leaving absolutely no trace of their body. During the earlier chaos, a few people had used and detonated them, perishing together with everyone around them. But some bombs still remained intact. Looking at the scattered flame rocks bombs, Rayleigh pondered for a few seconds before a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. These could be very useful. If Evolus enjoyed using bombs in their attacks, then he would repay them in kind. He would return their own method right back to them. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The best way to deal with true evil wasn't fair judgment, but fighting evil with evil. There was one point Rayleigh had to admit Ryo had gotten wrong. He didn't consider this a battle between good and evil. It was simply war. And in war you kill. His personal sense of justice was selective, he harbored no unnecessary kindness or justice for murderous madmen. Imprisonment was the absolute best outcome they could ever hope for. Death was the fitting end for their actions. 442 people. It was fortunate he had count the exact number of Evolus members here in advance through his spiritual threads. This way, there was no need to count the bodies anymore. Chapter 64, Assault. 1125 words. First stronghold. The Loki Familia was launching an assault. This was the stronghold with the largest number of enemies, so it was led by one of the city's strongest factions, the Loki Familia. At the forefront of the team, a petite golden figure moved like lightning. She was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, weaving through the foes with ghostly speed. Ace! Don't charge so far ahead. Riveria shouted. There was another figure, equally swift as her, darting continuously through the formation. Kaguya shouted in annoyance, "Hey! Useless elf! Watch the formation!" Don't rush ahead so fast. Enemies fell left and right. Swish. Swish. Ace swung Ganryamaru, instantly taking down 3 or 4 enemies at once. Almost simultaneously, other enemies were knocked down by Ryo. Meanwhile, the invisible slashes of Kagaya's sword were an absolute nightmare for the members of Evolus. The two girls who had just passed each other exchanged a deep glance. The next second they separated again, charging in different directions. Their rampage only intensified. Gareth laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Justice Goddess's Familia also has someone as impulsive as our princess? Elise cut down the enemy before her with a single sword strike, then said to Gareth, "Uncle, it seems we're both having a hard time keeping up." "You're absolutely right about that, ha ha ha." Gareth stomped his foot. Over a dozen enemies around him were sent flying by the shockwave. Then, gripping his massive battle axe with both hands, he swung it heavily toward the ground. The terrifying shockwave killed over 20 people in one go. As expected of Uncle Gareth. "Watch me." Elise gripped her sword hilt with both hands and chanted. "Burn, and Jetsu." Boom. A lotus-like flower of crimson flames bloomed. Elise swung her sword horizontally in front of her, then followed up with a vertical slash. A massive cross-shaped flame sword aura surged right into the crowd. "Aah!" Screams erupted in unison. "Tisk, what's with that firepower? It's practically like fire magic," Asfi exclaimed in shock as she watched Elise and the burning sword in her hand. But what surprised her had only just begun. "Growl, hey Nico. Pierce him, Ganryamaru. Flower wind riot, flower god roar. Heavenly wind riot, heavenly demon sneer. Kaiten Kayakatsu." The girls began releasing their Zanpakuto at once. With their Shirkai releases, their combat power surged several times over, dazzling everyone even in a battle of this scale. While people watched them fight, they began to develop a keen interest in those miraculous swords. Riveria, watching the girls wield their Zanpakuto, couldn't help but sigh. She realized that all of this was because of that black-haired boy, Rayleigh. The power of the Zanpakuto played a major role in this battle. Faced with the unleashed power of these blades, the enemies didn't have a single chance to fight back. They were truly formidable. Exit 1 suppressed. Exit 3 suppressed. Exit 2 has been suppressed. Exit 4 suppressed. Once all the exits were secured, the adventurers pressed forward into the interior, beginning the purge in one go. Members of Evolus fell in droves. But just then, a fallen yet not dead enemy pulled out a flame rock from his chest. This flame rock was already fitted with a trigger mechanism. "Damn it, stop them." Tempest. Ace's speed skyrocketed instantly with the magic's enhancement, and she rushed to the front of that Evolus member in a flash. With a single flick of Ganryamaru, the flame rock was sent flying. "Hey Nico." Ryo manipulated the dust to catch the flame rock midair, safely retrieving it. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, Kagaya's voice rang out. "You idiot, don't let your guard down. That thing is unstable." Before she could finish her sentence, everyone saw the Evolus fanatics pulling out flame rocks one after another. There were at least several dozen of them. If these flame rocks exploded, first-class adventurers might withstand it, but the others certainly couldn't. Seeing this, Riveria urgently shouted, "Come to me." As she gave the command, the elf princess had already begun chanting. "Spirits of the forest, fulfill my wish, robe of the woods, my name is Alf. Via Shilheim." The defensive magic of Nine Hell, the second-tier spell of Dimensional Barrier, swiftly unfolded. Due to its limited range, the others could only take shelter behind Gareth. The dwarf warrior had already raised his great shield. This anti-magic great shield could weaken all magical attacks and deflect flames. It was custom-made by Finn specifically for situations like this. Boom. The flame rocks exploded. Fierce flames surged toward the adventurers. It looked terrifying, but when the fire touched Riveria's defensive magic, it couldn't even create a ripple. Gareth also completely withstood the damage from the flames, looking quite at ease. The protected crowd exclaimed in awe, this is the strength of the Loki Familia. Faced with 9 Hel, Elgram, and a group of core adventurers, the first stronghold was quickly breached. The tactic of using flame rocks for mutual destruction proved completely ineffective. Only a few remained by Valletta's side as she fled ahead of time. Furious, she shouted, "Damn it! Why is this different from what that witch said? The spies planted over 5 years are so useless." The enraged Arachnia, with no outlet for her rage, casually grabbed a subordinate and crushed their throat. She cursed, "All of you dumbass are useless." Although she was displeased that the traps here hadn't caused the adventurers any trouble, it didn't matter. "Ha ha ha, just watch adventurers, the real show is just beginning. The signal smoke has risen. The feast of madness is now beginning." Boom. 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 Massive explosions and thick smoke erupted all over the city. In an instant, Rio was plunged into disaster and terror. On the streets, large numbers of Evolus members emerged from hiding, beginning to destroy the streets and buildings. They threw flame rocks like grenades everywhere. Once they ran out of bombs, they targeted the civilians and began an indiscriminate slaughter. Due to the constant explosions, the adventurers gathered to attack the stronghold all noticed what was happening in the city. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on? Isn't the enemy's main base here? Damn it! This is a trap. A trap to gather the adventurers. The enemy's goal is to lure us here, then take advantage of the weakened patrols and defenses to attack the city itself. Finn immediately understood the enemy's dark plan. And their plan was proceeding very smoothly. If this continued, Rio would completely disappear. Kenseki, a crimson-colored drop item from the monster, a flame rock that can explode when exposed to fire. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 65, Blut Vene. 1,285 words. The most prosperous dungeon city hailed as the center of the world, Rio, had now become a living hell. Fires raged throughout the city. Safe places grew fewer by the minute as people could only flee toward the central plaza. Because the central plaza surrounding the Babel Tower was vast, at least here they didn't have to worry about the fires. Yet the attacks by Evolus remained relentless. "Everyone, gather at the central plaza. Send the wounded into Riveria's magic circle. Hurry!" Finn promptly took emergency measures. He turned the central plaza into a temporary stronghold and initiated a defensive stance. Rayleigh walked through the ruined streets, his expression grim as he surveyed the chaos. "TCH, Erebus really did a number on us. Even Finn lost to him tactically, huh?" What one person could accomplish was, after all, severely limited. At this moment, perhaps he was the only one in all of Rio who could actually remain calm. Everyone else had already been led by the nose by Erebus. Unfortunately, if the incident hadn't occurred first, he couldn't explain exactly how he knew of Evolus's plans. Speaking out too early would only raise deep suspicions about his own connection to Evolus. The other side was about to play their trump card. Those two monsters had already made their appearance. Not only that, but Erebus had likely already begun the god hunt. That's right. Evolus's true plan, just like during the previous attack on the Babel Tower conference, was to send Aurario's gods back to the heavens. Everything else, including voluntarily revealing their base locations, attacking the city, slaughtering civilians, and even the appearances of Zald and Althea, were all elaborate traps meant to divert the adventurers' attention. The true objective had always been the god hunt. In other words, to slay the gods. It was no wonder Finn lost to them. While moving quickly, Rayleigh drank a mental recovery potion. He quickly located Elise and the others through his spiritual networks. Upon his arrival, he found the girls right in the midst of battle. Elise. Rayleigh called out to her. The red-haired girl turned around, and upon seeing Rayleigh, her face completely lit up. Rayleigh, you're safe. That's great. Attacking an entire base alone, just hearing about it sounded far too reckless. But since Rayleigh had safely returned, it meant he must have succeeded. As expected, he's really amazing. Rayleigh wasted no time and speak directly, spread the word, the enemy's objective is to slay the gods. All the current chaos is just to divert our attention and scatter the forces protecting the gods. Goddess Astrea is also in danger. Hearing his words, Elise's expression changed drastically. Even in painful battles and despairing atmospheres, Elise could always manage to keep a smile. But in this moment, only pure fear showed on her face. Lady Astrea is in danger. The enemy's goal is to slay the gods. Lyra, hearing his words, also exclaimed in shock, really? That's terrible. Rayleigh nodded. He turned to the Paolum and said, get this message to Finn, and be quick about it. Right. Understood. Lyra immediately sprang into action. Afterward, Rayleigh conveyed different map coordinates to Kaguya and the others one by one, instructing them to rush there with all their might. As for Rayleigh himself, he headed straight for the most dangerous place. He fully intended to speak with Althea one more time. Under the dim glow of a magic stone lamp, a figure cloaked in a dark hood stood quietly. One of her hands gripped her own arm, and her slender shoulders were trembling slightly. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps approached the area. The woman beneath the hood sighed heavily. It's you again. Rayleigh's figure smoothly appeared in Althea's line of sight. Althea, there's still time. You and Zald can survive. I'll do everything in my power to heal you, or Ario's strength will naturally grow by itself. You don't need to carry out such an evil plan. The woman's cool eyes gazed at the young boy standing before her. She asked, do you honestly believe your vision surpasses that of the gods? Toward this boy who somehow knew all about the plan of necessary evil, Althea saw absolutely no need for pretense. Instead, she questioned Rayleigh directly. Rio today is far too weak. Precisely because of that, I accepted that God's invitation. I've said it before, I already severed my last worldly ties, I have no reason to continue living. Seeing her act so pessimistic, Rayleigh waved his hand and said, how can you so easily declare you have no regrets left? You're barely over 20, you're still just a girl. You'll surely experience all sorts of wonderful things in the future. Your life has only just begun. Helpless. No way out. No choice. Don't give up, Rayleigh said, clenching his fists tightly. Hearing this, a powerful aura suddenly erupted outward from Althea. Rayleigh felt a heavy, tangible pressure physically push him back several meters. Boy, how can you be so sure you actually have the ability to heal me? Perhaps all of that is just your own wild speculation. I've already given up, yet you try to offer me false hope. Isn't that itself a cruel form of torture? Althea asked coldly. I've lost friendship and family ties. I no longer yearn for love. I only seek eternal stillness, so don't disturb me anymore. With that, Althea raised her delicate hand. Just that single simple motion made Rayleigh feel an unparalleled amount of pressure. In an instant, he understood clearly. Sauconade wouldn't work on Althea at all. With her massive range of attack, as long as you were within the physical reach of sound, there was absolutely no escape from it. Disrupting her sense of direction was entirely meaningless. The entire surrounding area would simply be blown sky-high equally. Am I going to fail again? Rayleigh gritted his teeth, staring hard at the trembling Althea. She was trembling. Why? Was her terminal illness suddenly worsening? Or was it a deep, hidden fear of death? There was still time right now. Her hands hadn't yet been stained with the blood of the innocent. But if he fell here now, then he couldn't stop anything. Perhaps by the time he opened his eyes again, everything would be far too late. Endure it, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened instantly. The very moment the magical reverberations reached him, he quickly brought his hands together. Bakudo 39, Enkozen. Relying on the mental recovery potions he had consumed along the way, Rayleigh used his remaining Ryatsu to unleash a strong defensive Bakudo. A bright, circular shield appeared right before him. When the heavy reverberations made contact, a deafening sonic boom erupted. Enkozen held firm for one solid second before violently splitting into 4 pieces, but it hadn't completely dissipated yet. Rayleigh forcibly injected Ryatsu directly into his own blood vessels. Glowing patterns formed by the spirit particles appeared clearly on the surface of his skin. Then something wondrous occurred. Amidst that terrifying sonic boom, Rayleigh's body was blasted away, but he didn't lose consciousness. Instead, he remained fully awake, his mind completely clear. Even mid-air, he smoothly adjusted his posture and landed steadily on the ground. His feet dragged long trails across the dirt. Cough. Rayleigh's skin turned crimson from the seeping blood. Blood trickled slowly from the gaps in his fingernails. Yet, his expression was filled with pure excitement. He succeeded. Though it wasn't perfect, he had indeed just used a powerful technique that didn't belong to a Shinigami. Blood Vene. It's a technique that drastically increases physical defense by injecting spirit particles directly into the blood vessels. This was the unique ability of a Quincy. Chapter 66, Desperation. 1291 words. You're still standing, boy, your persistence towards me is truly perplexing, Althea's voice drifted over slowly. Rayleigh's vision blurred several times. Even though the Blood Vene was powerful, facing the magic of a level 7 like Althea, even just the lingering echoes of it, had inflicted severe damage upon him. Moreover, this Blood Vene wasn't perfect. The moment it was released, unbearable pain shot through every part of his body. After struggling to hold on, Rayleigh's thoughts began to wander. In his previous life, he's the same age like Althea. Coming to this world wasn't something he had chosen willingly, it was simply fate playing tricks on him. He was very fortunate to have a second chance at life, and had managed to retain his original sense of self. Although reincarnation existed in this world, the person after reincarnation was always someone entirely different. Huff. Rayleigh used Blood Vene to withstand Althea's lingering echoes. He took a heavy step forward, walking toward the cloaked woman. Persistence, huh? He had to admit that was true. After all, he had always been very fond of Althea from reading the sacred text in his past life. You ask me if I can guarantee that I can heal you. To be honest, I can't. But I also can't guarantee that I won't be able to heal you. There's only one thing I can promise. I'll do absolutely everything in my power to heal you. If I fail. At this point, Rayleigh paused. He took a deep breath and said, then I'll join you in death. The ruined area suddenly fell completely silent. After a long while, Althea asked uncertainly, was I just confessed to? Rather than a confession, I think it's more like a declaration, Rayleigh corrected her. Do you think this is enough to convince me? In my eyes, you're just a mysterious boy I've only met once. Your words can't move me at all, Althea replied, her tone still completely cold. Rayleigh asked, don't you want to take revenge on the one-eyed black dragon? Faced with this heavy question, Althea opened her eyes. Her heterochromatic pupils fixed entirely on the boy standing before her. You really do know a lot, don't you? Everything because of the black dragon. That dark calamity had indeed taken everything she once possessed. In that terrible battle, neither she nor Zald had been able to participate. As a result, apart from the two of them, their entire familia had been wiped out. Taking down the one-eyed black dragon was, for her, a necessary form of revenge. But for someone with so little time left, it was an impossible task. With her strength alone, she couldn't defeat the black dragon. This deep wish was something she had intended to entrust to Orario. After her death, the new generation of adventurers would challenge the black dragon once more. But if she could somehow survive. Personally slaying the black dragon was indeed one of the things she most wanted to accomplish in her life. My name is Rayleigh. I can declare with absolute certainty that the one who will ultimately slay the black dragon will be my blade. Althea remained silent. By now, Rayleigh had reached Althea's side. He raised his hand and gently grabbed her wrist. Surprisingly, she neither dodged nor resisted him. No. She was completely unable to dodge. Her body, it felt like cracked glass covered in deep invisible fissures. The situation was dire. Was this the terrible price of her unmatched talent? Through his physical touch, Rayleigh sensed the frail condition inside Althea's body. He activated Kaido. He poured all his remaining Ryatsu into the technique. Spiritual energy flowed warmly into Althea's body, slowly repairing her tattered soul and failing flesh. What is this? Feeling the subtle change within herself, Althea widened her eyes. She felt it. Though it was only a little, it could even be described as negligible. But she still sensed the soothing effects of Kaido. Healing magic. Could it really be effective against my illness? Live on, Rayleigh whispered. He exhausted all his spiritual energy, falling into a state of complete mind depletion and losing consciousness on the spot. He collapsed forward toward Althea, falling right into her embrace. Watching the boy who had pushed himself to the point of mind depletion collapse into her arms, Althea silently and gently held him, then slowly sat down on the ground. She tried to pry open the boy's hand. But his fingers were clenched far too tightly around her wrist. If she forced them open, she might accidentally break his fingers. Who exactly was this boy? To be willing to go this far for a stranger like me. A simp. At this moment, Althea's frozen heart wavered. She looked at the boy's furrowed brow, which hadn't relaxed even after he fainted, and pressed her slender pale fingers against it, gently massaging his forehead. Live on, huh? Althea maintained this quiet posture for a very long time. When he finally opened his eyes again, what greeted Rayleigh's sight was a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. He stared up at it for a while until his eyes felt dry, then blinked a few times. Pushing aside the warm blanket, he sat up in bed. Rayleigh looked around at where he was, feeling that the room's architectural style seemed somewhat familiar. And when he pushed open the door to the hallway, he was immediately startled. Outside the door, the long corridor was filled with injured adventurers lying haphazardly on the floor. They were all unconscious. Even so, some of them groaned in pain in their deep sleep. Without exception, these were all severely wounded individuals. In such a chaotic situation, he had been sleeping soundly in a private room all by himself. What kind of strange plot development was this? Right. What about Althea? Rayleigh suddenly recalled exactly what had happened right before he lost consciousness. He had used Kaido with all his remaining strength, and then his memory just cut off entirely. Ah, Rayleigh-san, you're awake, a surprised voice rang out. Rayleigh looked toward the sound and saw a boy who seemed like the pure embodiment of ordinariness. He was carrying a washbasin and handing out fresh water, apparently busy with logistics and helping to treat the wounded. You are Raoul? That's me, indeed. Raoul smiled, seeming somewhat honored that Rayleigh knew his name. Rayleigh asked, "You've worked really hard, Raoul. Do you know why I'm here?" Sorry, my memory is a bit fuzzy right now. Raoul's expression turned serious. He set down the water basin and explained, "It's like this. It was the captain's direct order." The captain? You mean Finn? Yes. Raoul nodded and continued, "Lady Riveria found you unconscious and brought you here. You've been oddly respectful to me from the start. What's going on?" Rayleigh asked curiously. He and Raoul were very close in age, and there wasn't much difference in their current levels, so he didn't understand why Raoul was being so excessively humble. Ah, that's because you're an amazing person. I feel like you're the kind of hero I truly admire, someone I can really look up to, Raoul said excitedly. You single-handedly took responsibility for the entire second stronghold. Thanks to that, the adventurers had the extra leeway to deal with Evelus's traps. And you saw right through their evil plan, saving several gods in the process. These aren't things just anyone can do. Gods? Right. How is the current battle situation out there? Rayleigh asked. This still isn't very optimistic, Raoul admitted, looking worried. The enemy has unexpectedly recruited an extremely terrifying figure. Who is that person? Rayleigh asked nervously. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Information. 1,291 words. Seeing his anxious expression, Raoul immediately replied, They say it was the last warrior left from the Zeus Familia. A warrior? Was it Zald? Anyone else? Rayleigh asked again. And no, that's all. Stared intensely by Rayleigh, Raoul grew a little scared and his tone became cautious. Althea didn't make a move. Does that mean she actually took my words to heart? Sigh, I don't get it, but at least it proves she was swayed. As for Zald, he killed dozens of adventurers last night. This was the sheer cruelty of Erebus's plan. Only adventurers with truly outstanding talent could survive. Ordinary ones would simply be sacrificed in large numbers. For those victims, the moment they died, the future of this world and the survival of Rio no longer had anything to do with them. In the end, the gods have only ever truly expected heroes. The captain said we can't let a hero go without even a comfortable bed to sleep in, so he had you use our familia's private room at the guild. That pal he's quite considerate. Unfortunately, although we tried our best to turn the tide, 3 gods were still sent back to Tenkai. Hundreds of adventurers lost their fauna as a result and were. Raoul didn't finish his sentence. But Rayleigh already understood perfectly. 3 familias in the city had been completely wiped out. It couldn't be helped. Rio was one step behind, constantly chasing after traps the enemy had already laid at every turn. How is the Hephaestus familia? And the Astrea familia? Rayleigh asked with some concern. Raoul replied, Your familia's blacksmiths have all been gathered at the central plaza. They've set up work sheds to ensure the logistics are kept in order. The Astrea familia has also successfully regrouped and is currently safe as well. Is that so? I see, thank you. Rayleigh breathed a long sigh of relief. Not at all. That's really all I can do. Raoul's face darkened as he spoke with a deep sense of inferiority. This war had simply been too much for him to handle. Human lives were treated like disposable weeds, whether they were friend or foe. Even without being on the front lines of the battlefield, just being busy with logistics and seeing the horrifically wounded was enough to make him tremble uncontrollably. If Rio lost, what would happen to everyone? Would they be able to survive? Or would they all just die? Seeing Raoul's pathetic state, Rayleigh raised a hand and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Pull yourself together. You're a member of Orario's strongest familia. Puff out your chest, do what you can right now, and don't let your future self be ashamed of who you are today. Raoul's heart was deeply stirred by his encouraging words. The Loki familia. The fact that someone ordinary like him could join the Loki familia still felt like a distant dream. Captain Finn often encouraged him, saying he was chosen for his specific skills. This was the only real experience in his life he could boast about. As a member of the Loki familia, his own honor, and the familia's honor, these 2 things had become his most cherished treasures. I'm sorry, Rayleigh-san, you end up encouraging me, I'm useless. Raoul first belittled himself out of pure habit. But then he immediately added, but I'll work much harder from now on. I'll work hard to become just like you, Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh was completely speechless. He opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. He actually wanted to say, don't learn from me. I have cheats. The poor kid was probably thinking he might miraculously awaken some amazing skill in the future. But it was fine. Even as an ordinary adventurer, as long as he had one of Rayleigh's swords, he could still have a very bright future ahead of him. The real question was whether this young man could actually earn the recognition of a Zanpakuto. If Rayleigh forged a sword using half of Raoul's soul like Lyra did, Raoul wouldn't just end up with a blank sword with no abilities, would he? One even more pathetic and useless than Hosokumaru. That probably wouldn't happen, right? At this sudden thought, Rayleigh felt that Raoul was simply cursed. In this bustling city of countless heroes, to be this incredibly ordinary, a random friend, the ultimate commoner, his reputation was definitely well-deserved. It seems like there aren't enough healers around. I'll help out, Rayleigh said as he rolled up his sleeves. Huh? What do you mean? Before Raoul could ask for clarification, Rayleigh had already crouched down in front of a heavily injured person. He aimed his open palm at the wounded man, activated Kaido, and channeled spiritual power from his hand directly into the man's body. Under the restorative power of the Ryuryoku, the patient's injuries began to visibly heal. The dried bloodstains flaked off bit by bit, revealing the fresh wounds beneath. The jagged edges of the wounds then began to close smoothly. Wounds healed by spiritual power were not repaired by simply enhancing the body's natural healing ability, so there was no scabbing or scarring during the treatment process. In about a minute, the patient lying before him, who had 2 severe bone fractures, 2 deep sword wounds, minor skin burns, and bleeding in his left eye, was fully healed. Raoul stared, completely dumbfounded. Amazing. So you know healing magic too, Rayleigh-san. After healing the person, Rayleigh frowned. It was too slow. Although this person's injuries looked horrific, they weren't actually life-threatening. Taking over a minute to carefully treat him was very inefficient. And there were still 200 or 300 people lying here waiting for treatment. Raoul, help me. Move the injured into tight groups of 6, as close together as possible. Oh, okay. Raoul obediently sprang into action. Soon, the very first group was arranged on the floor. Rayleigh stood before them, extending both hands out. He touched the index finger and thumb of his left hand to the index finger and thumb of his right hand, forming a hollow triangle shape between them. He intended to cast Kaido over a certain area, treating all the targets within it simultaneously. Although Rayleigh was just trying it on a whim, it went surprisingly smoothly. An 8-sided, cube-like construct of spiritual power enveloped all 6 of the wounded who were gathered together on the floor. The cube was a pale gold, its sharp edges shining even more brightly. The wounded inside the cube soon began to physically relax, a clear sign that their intense pain was being alleviated. Although he was treating 6 people all at once, the Ryatsu consumption wasn't 6 times that of treating a single person. It was only about 2.5 times as much effort. Ugh! One by one, the wounded regained consciousness as they were treated. When they saw Rayleigh healing them, they forced themselves to speak. Thank you. Rayleigh nodded at them and said, don't push yourselves too hard. I can't heal you completely in one go for now, because there are other wounded waiting. Once you can move around, please help fill the gaps in the support staff. The treatment was complete. Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his forehead and began the next round of healing. There was a severe shortage of healers everywhere. It wasn't just here, the central plaza was likely in the exact same predicament. If he wanted to change this terrible situation, he needed a much more efficient method of healing. After providing emergency treatment to everyone present, Rayleigh immediately rushed toward his workshop. As a blacksmith, Kaido alone couldn't turn this situation around for him. So he decided to forge a new sword. Chapter 68, Seer. 1273 words. This time, he was going to forge something that surpassed an ordinary Zanpakuto. A special blade, just like Enreikyoten and Shinken Hakioken. The most widely circulated belief is that Ryujin Jaka is the oldest Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, but this isn't entirely accurate. The nobles are the true masters of the Soul Society. As the first 5 to follow the Soul King, the original founders of the 5 great noble clans established the entire order of the Soul Society. Even the Central 46, the highest judicial body of the Soul Society, serves the nobles. One of the 5 great noble clans, the Tsuneyashiro clan, possesses a treasured sword passed down through generations. Its name is Enreikyoten. It isn't the blade of any single individual, but a special sword belonging to the Tsuneyashiro clan, usable by any member of their family. Its core ability is to mimic the power of any and all Zanpakuto. In other words, as long as someone wields Enreikyoten, whether it is the strongest fire type, Ryujin Jaka, the strongest ice type, Hyarinmaru, or even the strongest illusion type, Kyoka Sujetsu, the wielder can use the abilities of any Zanpakuto they know of. It can even be used for multiple purposes, allowing the simultaneous use of several Zanpakuto abilities. For example, a user could activate Kyoka Sujetsu while using Ryujin Jaka at the exact same time. It could easily be called heaven-defying. But the price of this sword is also terrifying, or rather, fatal. While it is powerful, the blade constantly consumes the user's soul, and that consumed soul can never be restored. Simply put, it shortens a person's lifespan. The rate of this reduction also becomes more severe with increased use. The other blade is the divine sword from the Shinto Ise clan, Shinken Hakioken. This divine sword is a ceremonial item used by priests. It is a bladeless sword. This sword cannot harm people, nor will it ever do so. But it can slay gods. Shinken Hakioken's sole target is divine power. It can reflect divine power and inflict devastating damage upon it. Both Enreikyoten and Shinken Hakioken were pure testaments to the nobles' rebellious hearts against the Soul King. They were divine artifacts specifically created to oppose the Soul King. Although Rayleigh's motivation for the weapon he was now forging was different, his overall method was quite similar. He would forge a blade with strong healing abilities. This blade wouldn't belong to anyone in particular, it could be used by anyone who infused it with Ryatsu, or in other words, magic. One blade might not be enough. Perhaps he could forge several of them. That way, the adventurers on Orario's side would become immortal. As long as they weren't killed outright, they could respawn indefinitely. Walking down the street, Rayleigh looked at the ravaged city with a heavy expression. Even though he knew this would happen, the feeling of seeing it in person was still hard to shake off. Perhaps because he lived in this city every day, he had grown very familiar with it, and had developed a real sense of belonging. Familiar streets were destroyed like this, buildings were turned to rubble, and the residents had all fled. It felt like walking through a barren wasteland. Following the route from memory to his workshop, Rayleigh froze. This was his home. Judging by the open-air roof that Otter had blown off, and which he hadn't had time to repair, it should be. He knew about that part. However, the tragic scene before him was far worse than just a missing roof. Aside from a lone, standing door, all four walls of the workshop had collapsed. Furthermore, a giant rock, over 3 meters in diameter, had landed right in his workshop like a fallen meteorite. This was no longer a workshop. It was the sad ruins of what was once called a workshop. My forge that cost me 10 million valis. Damn it, I only used it a few times. Damn you, Evelus. Frustrated, Rayleigh began the heavy excavation work. After digging through the debris for a while, he found the large hammer he used to forge his Zanpakuto. The anvil, cast from refined steel, was also intact. But the furnace had completely collapsed. This place won't work anymore. He couldn't forge without a working furnace. It seemed he would have to return to his familia. Rayleigh hoisted the large hammer onto his shoulder, and walked step by step toward Babel Tower. After walking for a while, he noticed that the closer he got to the tower, the more civilians affected by the war began to appear. These people were not in good shape, some were even injured. He didn't stop to treat them, but instead continued his trek toward Babel Tower. He soon saw a figure sharing food, and it was a very cute girl at that. Just looking at her could lift a person's spirits. Quiet and well-behaved, clever and whimsical, all sorts of high praise seemed to fit her perfectly. Rayleigh hadn't planned to get involved, but a loud explosion made him frown. Boom. 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 He was getting very tired of hearing that sound. It was the distinct sound of a flame rock detonating. Ha, found them. Kill, kill, kill. After their explosive attack, several Evolus members targeted the civilians across the street. Upon seeing the girl distributing food to the refugees, an Evolus member revealed a savage expression. Beneath his dark mask, his face twisted as he stuck out his tongue, licking the scent of blood in the air. Ah! The girl's face paled when she saw the Evolus member charging at her with a knife. She tried to run but was tripped by the ruined road, falling hard to the ground. Get down. Ah! Right in the nick of time, the girl heard a calm voice by her ear. She subconsciously buried her head, covering it with her hands like a frightened little animal. Bakudo 8, Seiki. Rayleigh appeared right beside the girl using Shuinpa, pressing his hand gently on her head. Clang! The Evolus member's dagger stabbed down. It was repelled by the repulsive shield forming on the back of Rayleigh's hand, which even shattered the sharp tip of the dagger. How is that possible? The Evolus member cried out in alarm. The next second, a fist grew massive in his vision. Rayleigh's punch, infused with heavy spiritual power, slammed into the Evolus member's face, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. After landing, the man's head lolled to the side, and he was gone. Mr. Adventurer, are you all right? The rescued girl asked Rayleigh with deep concern. Rayleigh's punch had vented some of his pent-up anger, and a small smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. The girl sighed in relief. A reassured smile formed on her face, but her slender shoulders were still trembling. She was probably still very frightened. Thank you so much. All right, hurry up and find a safe place. It's still very dangerous out here, Rayleigh said, casually patting the girl's head. He was inwardly shocked by the silky smoothness of her hair. The texture was exactly like high-grade silk. Mr. Adventurer, you saved me, and I really want to repay you. I know now isn't the time, but if you can, please come find me at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern in the West District. Also, my name is Seer. I'd be very happy if you could remember it, and that's all. After speaking, the girl blushed and ran away. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 69, Level Up. 1,334 words. Seer. Watching the girl run off like a nimble little rabbit, Rayleigh felt a slight chill. In fact, he felt a bit uneasy and apprehensive inside. Seer, the waitress from the Hostess of Fertility. Wasn't that the goddess of beauty, Freya, herself? The most terrifying goddess in all of Orario, no, in all of heaven. Gulp. Was this a coincidence? It must be. This goddess was most fond of the brilliance of souls, a trait he surely didn't possess. Someone like him definitely wouldn't have a pure, flawless soul, so he shouldn't attract her interest. The goddess of beauty, Freya, was born with the ability to see souls and the power to charm. She could see directly through a person's appearance or exterior to the true color of their soul. The purer the soul, the more radiant it shone. Thus, the pure-hearted white rabbit became the prey of the goddess Freya. She would take all the children she favored into her hands, a very greedy goddess with a collection kink indeed. As the goddess of beauty, she was born with the ability to charm anyone and could obtain all the love in the world. Even the gods weren't an exception. She was cunning, with great leadership skills and charisma, yet she was also a kind-hearted deity in her own way. But she also had a dark side that would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. In other words, she was extremely dangerous. He hoped this brief encounter wouldn't spark any interest in him from this goddess, but most likely it wouldn't. Her favorite was the white rabbit and Rio, those two were completely different from him. His soul was probably quite murky. Even as a Shinigami, he couldn't see his own soul. Was this a case of the doctor cannot heal himself, or was he simply unable to see the forest for the trees? Looking at the several Evolus members he had just dealt with, Rayleigh swung his blade, completely severing the tendons in their limbs to ensure they had absolutely no means of recovery. Just then, the military police arrived and the one leading them was Artie. The girl, after seeing Rayleigh, immediately ran over happily. Rayleigh. Thank goodness, you're okay. Rayleigh's heart stirred when he sees her. As the girl ran toward him, he suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her right into his embrace. Then, he wrapped his left arm securely around her. She was alive. Artie was alive. He had changed her fate. He had changed the tragedy that originally awaited the girl. Now, Artie stood right before him, completely safe and sound. The girl, tightly embraced, felt the warmth and heartbeat of the man and froze, as stiff as a block of wood. Except this block of wood was a bit warm, so warm that steam practically seemed to rise from the top of her head. Really? Artie stammered. The members of the Ganesha Familia standing nearby gritted their teeth in deep frustration. What the hell? Artie was their precious angel. The idle beauty of the Ganesha Familia. How dare this guy hug her? Damn it. Why didn't Artie push him away? It should be me, not him. This is really embarrassing, a lot of people are watching us, could you let me go? Artie pressed her lips close to the boy's ear and whispered in a pleading, almost coquettish tone. Did her voice carry a slight hint of reluctance? Rayleigh felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he had been struck by electricity, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly released his hold and took a polite step back. Sorry, I was just really worried about you. Seeing you safe made me a bit too happy, Rayleigh explained sincerely. If Artie can be saved, then Elise, Kaguya, Lyra, Noin, and Lyanna can also be saved. Their deaths weren't predetermined by fate, but because someone actively harmed them. Then all he need to do is eliminate all those perpetrators. Then I'll leave these guys to you. We'll meet again later, Artie. Huh? Yes, okay, see you later. Perhaps because of what had just happened, the girl seemed a bit afraid to look at him directly. Her reply was as faint as a mosquito's hum. In short, she was incredibly adorable. Rayleigh took a deep breath to calm his inner restlessness, picked up his large hammer and left the scene. Central Plaza. A large number of injured adventurers were receiving treatment. The vast space, which could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people, was now packed to the brim. Moreover, the atmosphere was filled with a heavy sense of despair, with exhaustion and pure confusion etched on everyone's faces. A petite figure moved tirelessly among the wounded. She proudly bore the emblem of the Dien sect Familia. Judging by her youthful appearance, she was probably only 11 or 12 years old. Her delicate face was as pretty as a doll's, yet her gaze was incredibly firm. She showed absolutely no hesitation even in such a stifling bloody environment. It's almost like looking at a saint. Ermid-chan, over here, please. Ermid? So that child is DEA Saint Ermid Tizenaire. She should only be level 1 right now. What an impressive display of healing magic. Truly worthy of being called the DEA Saint, the city's absolute top healer 7 years from now. She was already living up to the name of one of Orario's 3 great cheater. But she hasn't fully grown yet, she must be pushing herself way too hard right now. He thought to himself, just hold on a little longer. After returning to the Familia base, Rayleigh immediately sought out Hephaestus. After so many intense battles, he could feel that his latent potential had been fully awakened. The vessel was now completely full, and now it was time to elevate the vessel. When Rayleigh found Hephaestus and explained this, the goddess of blacksmithing was visibly taken aback. Moments later, she showed a look of understanding, or perhaps resignation. She simply gave up thinking about how impossible it seemed. She updated Rayleigh's status. The flickering characters in the level column magically changed from 2 to 3. In an instant, all his abilities, which had nearly reached their limits, along with the vessel itself, transformed into hidden potential and perfectly merged into his body. Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 3, Hephaestus said, deciding she wouldn't be surprised by him anymore. A child from the lower world, a mere human who had traveled thousands of miles to reach this city, had managed to level up to level 2 and level 3 within a single year of receiving her fauna. This was an achievement grand enough to be permanently recorded in Aurario's history. Rayleigh now found himself in a very peculiar state. He could clearly feel that after leveling up to level 3, the Ryatsu within his body had undergone another fundamental change. Just like when he reached level 2, not only had controlling his Ryatsu become much easier, but the Ryatsu itself had undergone a massive qualitative transformation. This was level 3. Though it was still just a gut feeling, Rayleigh believed he could now safely use Kido spells up to the 80th level now. And then there was his brand new development ability. Spirit Healing. The effect of this ability was automatic mind regeneration, regenerating mind at a small rate after magic use, or for Rayleigh case, Ryatsu. It was highly likely that the repeated instances of mind depletion he had experienced had directly triggered the exact conditions for this development ability to manifest. Taking the imprinted paper from Hephaestus, his current status was now. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV2 LV3. Status. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Development abilities. Blacksmith. Spirit Healing. Magic. Way of Destruction, Heido. Way of Binding, Bakudo. Way of Healing, Kaido. Skills Soul Blade, Zanpakudo. Possessions. Senbonzakura. Ruriiro Kujaku. Sakanade. Chapter 70, Human Ugliness. 1,339 words. Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out from every gate of Aurario. Evolus had completely surrounded the city. At this moment, anyone who took a single step outside the walls would be ambushed by them. A large number of civilians had gathered at the city gates, loudly protesting the guild's decision to seal the city. Let us out. We want to leave this place. Aurario is finished. The adventurers can't even protect themselves. They don't have the strength to protect us at all. The adventurers in charge of guarding the gates were all relatively high-level adventurers. For now, with them holding the defensive line, the civilians hadn't yet broken through the blockade. But they were about to reach their absolute limit. Having lost their homes, the refugees now lacked even a change of clothes or food to fill their empty stomachs. This is bad. If this goes on, a rebellion might break out. Wait, everyone, please listen to me. The outside is surrounded by Evolus. If you go out, we won't be able to protect you. Please wait for the distribution of relief supplies. An adventurer was shouting at the top of his lungs. But a heavy rock flew straight toward his face. Fortunately, the level 2 adventurer reacted quickly, tilting his head just in time to dodge the stone. Shut up. You didn't protect us at all. What protection? Didn't you lose? The adventurer who had the rock thrown at him was a little annoyed. That rock had almost hit him right in the eye. For such a fragile part of the body, the effects of the endurance stat were basically negligible. Being blinded in one eye by the very civilians he was trying to protect wasn't a funny joke. You people. Seeing his companion about to erupt in anger, another adventurer quickly held him back, desperately trying to calm him down. If they clashed with the angry civilians at a time like this, the rift between adventurers and civilians would quickly escalate into open opposition, and the situation would become completely irreversible. Are these really the kind of people we're protecting? At this moment, the girls of the Astrea Familia had just been through several intense battles. Every one of them was exhausted and had sustained some minor injuries. Even so, they had absolutely no intention of resting. As long as they were still able to move, they felt they should be saving as many people as possible. However, what was now laid bare before their eyes was this pure human ugliness. Rio wore an expression of someone questioning her entire life's purpose. For the overly forthright elven girl, this harsh reality was a heavy blow. She lowered her head, her fists clenched in tight anger, trembling slightly. The specific phrase Rayleigh had once used, human depravity, automatically surfaced in her mind. Rayleigh was right. The victims only feared their cruel aggressors, yet they easily unleashed their greatest malice upon the very people who helped them. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Repaying kindness with bitter enmity. This is really hard to watch, meow. Hearing the strange voice that rang out clearly in her mind, Ria's face showed deep bewilderment. This voice is... Hey Nico. It was a distinct voice she had heard many times during Jinzen. She picked up the sheathed Hey Nico and asked softly, Hey Nico, is that you talking? Who else would it be, meow? You're such an idiot, Rio, you overthink things way too much. Ha! Rio made a small sound of displeasure at Hey Nico's scolding tone. Have you already forgotten Rayleigh-sama words? Hey Nico's blunt words made Rio pause. She murmured under her breath, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. You act for the sake of others. As long as you know that isn't wrong, all you need to do next is charge straight ahead. That's the real you. For the sake of others. Yes, helping others can't be wrong, she agreed. You can't be a good champion of justice if you care too much about what other people think, you know. A beloved hero is as terrifying as a demon to their enemies. Those who enact justice must, in turn, bear something heavy themselves. Are you such a weakling that you'd be crushed so easily, Ria? I'm not. Ria shouted. Whoa! Lyra, who was standing quietly to the side, jumped in fright. She looked quizzically at the elf girl who had just stood up and complained, Geez, what are you shouting about all of a sudden, Ria? You scared me. Ria showed a slightly apologetic expression. Sorry, Lyra. Your expression just brightened up, Ria. Did you figure something out? Ria smiled faintly, then shook her head. No, I was just getting a stern lecture from my other self. Thank you, Hey Nico. Thank you for worrying about me. Clutching her Zanpakuto, Ria gave her sincere thanks in her heart. In that very moment, she felt some kind of profound change occur within her. The feeling was untraceable, yet it was truly there. Hey Nico. Did you do something? Ria curiously asked her Zanpakuto, but this time, she received no reply from the spirit. Her other self. Lyra quickly realized Ria was talking about her Zanpakuto. Her expression promptly darkened. She reached back and touched the 50-centimeter-long short sword resting on her back, thinking to herself, when is my Zanpakuto going to finally awaken? Several months had already passed, and she hadn't received a single response from her Zanpakuto even once. What in the world are you so dissatisfied with me about, hey? Finn. Rayleigh arrived at the high city wall, and found the Paolum hero. Seeing him appear, Finn asked, Are you all right, Rayleigh? You don't seem to be injured. I'm fine, but you don't look so good. Being teased a little, Finn revealed a weary smile. This is a very difficult battle. The survival of Aura Rio is at stake, as is my lifelong dream. I can't fail. The sheer determination in the hero's eyes was striking. As the supreme commander of Aurario's gathered forces, he held the fragile lives of everyone in his hands. If it were anyone else, they would have surely been crushed by this immense pressure long ago. Only because he was Finn could he maintain his steady composure. There are too many wounded, Finn admitted. Not just adventurers but civilians too. We don't have enough healers, and we can't spare them to go out and treat the scattered victims. We can endure sleeping on the cold streets. Having no food is hard, but we can hold on for a while. But if the severe injuries aren't treated soon, people will start dying. Even in this very second, a large number of the injured were perishing simply because they couldn't be treated in time. Just as I thought, Rayleigh said. That's why I brought you a helpful gift. What? Finn was taken aback. His gaze then fell upon the long bag Rayleigh was carrying on his back. The bag was about 80 centimeters long, very similar to the size of an average sword. A sword. It must be Zanpakuto. Rayleigh. The gift you mentioned, could it be? Without another word, Rayleigh took the bag off his back and quickly untied the thick rope on it. Inside rested 3 brand new swords. This is? Finn asked expectantly. Rayleigh silently drew one of the blades and infused it with his Ryatsu. The blade emitted a soft, glowing green light. He brought the glowing green blade horizontally right up to the Paolum hero's face. Finn didn't flinch. Rayleigh pressed the flat of the blade against his cheek, and made a very light sliding cut across a previous wound. Hiss! A faint painful scratch on Finn's face, after being touched by the glowing blade, wasn't harmed further. Instead, it actually emitted a tiny wisp of white steam. When the steam cleared, the scratch had completely vanished. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, A Knockoff Tensiga. 1,178 words. The wound was gone as Finn touched his face in surprise. The scrape he'd accidentally gotten in the previous battle wasn't serious, but it had been throbbing with a dull ache. It felt particularly sharp to the touch. But now he felt no pain at all, even when he pinched and pulled at the skin. It had completely healed. And the most astonishing part was the method of treatment he had received. He had been cut by a sword. The effect was self-evident as Rayleigh began to explain. This sword's ability is healing. It can't harm people, but it can heal anyone it strikes. Is this also a Zanpakuto you forged? Finn asked in shock. The day had come when cutting someone and saving them were one and the same. If not for the young men before him, he might never have encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. But this sword is useful, but don't you already know healing magic, Rayleigh? Or is this sword's ability stronger than your magic? Finn knew that only the master of a Zanpakuto could use it. In anyone else's hands, it was less useful than a tree branch. In other words, this sword didn't have the power to change the tide of the situation. Rayleigh shook his head. This sword is slightly different from the Zanpakuto you know. Different? That's right. As long as a person has a compassionate heart, anyone can wield this sword and unleash its power. What? Is that true? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Finn was galvanized. In other words, this was a Zanpakuto that others could use. It's true. Rayleigh nodded. However, using this sword requires sufficient magic power, and those without a compassionate heart can't wield it. A compassionate heart. Magic power. Finn began searching his mind for candidates who met the criteria. Furthermore, if the user themselves possesses healing magic, the effects channeled through this sword will be greatly enhanced. Rayleigh presented 2 other swords to Finn. These 2 are the exact same kind of sword. I've named this blade Tensiga. A sword that can save 100 lives. What? Finn stared blankly as he took the 3 mass-produced Tensigas. A single swing can save 100 lives. If that was true, then the swords in his hands were priceless treasures. If a kingdom in the outside world were to obtain one, it might be enshrined as a sacred relic or a national treasure. No. It would drive countless people mad. Even in Rio, it would cause an absolute frenzy. Wait, all of this are the same kind of sword. These 3 swords are all Tensiga. And they even have the same effect. Aren't Zanpakuto supposed to be one of a kind? Finn asked based on his own knowledge. They are. Rayleigh pointed to the 3 swords in Finn's arms. But these are the exception. An exception? Finn's face was full of curiosity. Rayleigh said, these 3 swords are all Tensiga. You can think of them as mass-produced Zanpakuto. Although their effects are guaranteed, they aren't durable. Not durable? Finn asked. Correct, Rayleigh replied. Because I forged them on a whim, the techniques I used weren't complete. Tensiga's lifespan is only about 100 hours. 100 hours, is it? Finn understood after hearing this. No wonder. As expected, such a powerful weapon had its limitations. Moreover, with every swing, that time will be drastically shortened. So, I don't know exactly how many people it can save. You'll have to try it out for yourself. Rayleigh wasn't satisfied. Tensiga. Because of the name he'd given it, the sword shared the same properties as the original, but its power was vastly inferior. Not only that, but it was a defective product with a short lifespan. He wouldn't even have had the ability to forge this knockoff Tensiga if he hadn't leveled up to level 3. His abilities were still insufficient. To make Tensiga truly reach or even surpass its prototype, he would need to reach at least level 5. After listening to Rayleigh's explanation, Finn thought for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his face. It's enough, he said. When he looked at Rayleigh again, Finn's expression had become unusually grave and solemn. He had realized something. Tensiga was a mass-produced weapon. Although it had a 100-hour lifespan, its creator, Rayleigh, could continuously produce these strategic-level weapons. In other words, as long as Rayleigh was around, these healers' swords were a conventional, infinitely supplied consumable. This young man's existence could not only turn the tide of battle, which was currently being suppressed by Evolus, but might also have an even greater impact down the line. After some consideration, Finn gave the Tensigas to suitable candidates. One of them was Ermid Tizenaire, widely known as the Saint. Her magic, Dia Fratel, was a high-tier healing spell. It possessed the properties of healing wounds, restoring stamina, dispelling poisons, and nullifying curses. She could use the recovery, detoxification, and curse-breaking effects separately, and could also apply them to multiple people with a continuous effect. It was an effect on par with a cheat ability. As long as Ermid didn't fall, the front line wouldn't collapse, which was why she would earn the name Dea Saint in the near future. You want me to use this? The current Ermid was only 12 years old. After seeing the renowned hero of the city hand her a sword, she tilted her head in confusion. I'm sorry, Finn-sama, but I don't use swords. Finn also felt it was a bit strange. Handing a sword to an excellent healer was odd, no matter how you looked at it. You misunderstand, Ermid. This sword was forged by Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. According to its creator, a single swing from this sword can save 100 people. Ha! A strange expression appeared on Ermid's exquisite face. She looked at the sword in her hands, reached out to grip the hilt, and tried to draw it. But the blade was stuck too tightly in the scabbard. She couldn't pull it out even with all her strength. Help me! Just as Ermid was feeling perplexed, a heavily wounded adventurer crawled to her feet. In his desperation to live, he had long since cast aside his dignity. His eyes, filled with a desperate desire to live, made the 12-year-old Ermid's heart ache. Sensing her feelings, Tensiga popped out of its scabbard on its own. Clang! Ah! Ermid was startled but didn't drop the sword she was holding. She looked at Finn in confusion. Finn-sama, may I ask what this sword is? You've earned its recognition. That's all there's to it, Finn replied with a warm smile. At the same time, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. He had indeed chosen the right person. Now, try using this sword to heal everyone. Under Finn's expectant gaze, Ermid had no choice but to steel herself and fully draw Tensiga. It looked different from when Rayleigh used it, since the light that bloomed from Tensiga was a brilliant gold. Chapter 72, Demon Sword. 1151 words. The holy light made Ermid look even more like a true saint. At the same time, it drew everyone's gaze. As the one at the center of it all, Ermid could only feel the sword in her hand unexpectedly drawing out her magic and absorbing her magical power. A single swing could save 100 people. Those words she had just dismissed as a joke, could it be true? Ermid looked at the injured people gathering around, then at the shining blade in her hand. She pursed her lips and, with some trepidation, swung it gently forward. Shing! The world was coated in a warm layer of gold. And for the people bathed in that golden radiance, the wounds on their bodies began to heal rapidly. Even the dark bloodstains fell away within seconds, looking as if the injuries had never existed. My wound. It's healed. It's really gone. The wound on my arm, and the one on my stomach, too. They've all disappeared. The pain from before feels like a dream. The adventurers all grew excited, each one loudly expressing their shock and elation. When that wasn't enough, they began telling everyone around them. The scene became chaotic, with everyone talking at once. Until someone, somewhere, shouted, "She's a saint." Then, as if they had found a single outlet for their intense emotions, the people began to chant in unison. Lady Saint. Lady Saint. Long live Lady Saint. Lady Saint, please marry me. Aya. Why are you guys hitting me? Stop, that's my balls. Ermid watched the miracle unfolding before her, completely stunned. She lifted the sword in her hand. In the clear surface of the blade, she saw her own reflection staring back at her. It really could save people. And it really only took one swing to save 100 people. What an incredible sword this was. Ermid looked at the adventurers who were gazing at her with eyes full of longing and hope. Her expression grew resolute. She raised the sword in her hand and swung it in their direction. Amidst waves of gasps, all the people standing in front of her were successfully healed, and a bright smile appeared on Ermid's face. The suffering of the people deeply saddened her, but seeing their smiles as they recovered brought her true joy from the bottom of her heart. I can save them. With this sword, everyone can be saved. For a time, the golden light in the central plaza practically became a vast ocean, enveloping thousands, even tens of thousands of people in its golden tide. But standing behind Finn, Rayleigh frowned. He said to Finn, "Something's not right." Finn asked, What's wrong?" Rayleigh's face was grave. "Tensiga is running wild." "What?" Finn's expression changed. But as he looked at Ermid, he said with confusion, "But Ermid, doesn't look like there's anything wrong." "No." Rayleigh interrupted. "I'm afraid Ermid's magic power is already depleted." Ignoring Finn, he used Shuanpa to appear right at Ermid's side and snatched the sword from her hand. Seeing someone appear out of nowhere and take Tensiga, the young woman suddenly grew anxious. "Who are you? Please give it back to me." Rayleigh gripped Tensiga, felt the swirling emotions within the blade, and thought to himself. Just as I thought. I'm Rayleigh, the man who forged this sword. After her initial surprise, Ermid's expression turned to one of pure admiration. You're Rayleigh-sama. Hearing her calling his name, Rayleigh didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out 2 mind potions. Without a word, he uncorked them, shoved the mouths of the bottles into the young woman's mouth, and urgently spoke, "Drink this, quickly." MMPH. MMMPH. Ermid struggled, but compared to the level 3 Rayleigh, her physical resistance was completely futile. Cough. With tears in her eyes from nearly choking, Ermid asked, "What are you doing, Rayleigh-sama, huh?" The young woman, who had been in the middle of speaking, let out a confused sound. The world in her eyes began to twist and sway, looking as if she were drunk. Not only that, she felt a little hot. At that moment, in Rayleigh's eyes, Ermid froze completely still. Then, her eyes rapidly filled with blood, which began to stream down from the corners and from her nose. All the strength in Ermid's body seemed to vanish as she dropped hard to her knees, then collapsed toward the ground. Rayleigh caught her and he used his spiritual power to check her frail condition. Lady Saint. Lady Saint has collapsed. What did that guy do? You bastard, unforgivable. The adventurers had seen Rayleigh snatch the sword, force Ermid to drink something, and then watched her collapse. From their limited perspective, they could only understand it as Ermid being violently attacked. Fortunately, Finn appeared at that moment. He loudly explained the real situation to the adventurers, and after calming them down, he ran over. How did this happen? Finn asked with some concern. Rayleigh sighed. Because Ermid tried too hard. At the same time, this has made me realize a major problem with forging a sword this way. Tensiga, as it turns out, has such a massive flaw. Finn asked, a flaw? What do you mean? Rayleigh's face was serious. Unlike a Zanpakuto, Tensiga's consciousness isn't mature enough. It's like an animal that's friendly to humans, it doesn't understand loyalty, but is instead friendly to all humans. Tensiga is just like that. It likes Ermid very much, so it responds without any restraint to the desires in her heart. I'm afraid this child was desperately thinking about saving everyone, and to answer that wish, Tensiga probably gave 200% of its effort. And that's where the problem lies. Tensiga isn't Ermid's Zanpakuto. It has no interest in what actually happens to Ermid herself. It's like someone who loves butterflies or birds and cares for them meticulously, only to end up harming them. Tensiga was only concerned with answering Ermid's wish, without any regard for whether she lived or died. If I had been any later in stopping it, Ermid would probably be. How could this be? Finn looked with a hint of true horror at the sword in Rayleigh's hand. This sword had nearly killed Ermid. And without spilling a single drop of her blood on its blade at that. How terrifying. It was born of good intentions, yet it could easily cause an untimely death. It was just like a curse. This is truly a demon sword. Rayleigh began using Kaido to treat Ermid. Although she was called a saint, the young woman was, to put it bluntly, only level 1. No matter how outstanding her magic attributes were, her total capacity couldn't have been very high. Thankfully, he had fed her the mind potions in time, preventing her from overexerting herself for too long. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Olivas Act. 1215 words. Let the others use it more cautiously. After what happened with Ermid, Rayleigh raised the risk level of Tensiga. The blade doesn't manipulate the wielder's mind. Ermid's case was due to her being too eager for quick results. As long as one uses it calmly and rationally, there shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Finn nodded. Perhaps eager for quick results wasn't quite right. It would be more accurate to say she was desperate to save people. And because of that, a large number of adventurers recovered their fighting strength and immediately joined the city's defense. The tide of battle changed dramatically overnight once again. The high-level adventurers, who originally needed to protect the wounded, were now free from that concern and could go all out. The newly recovered forces filled the personnel shortages. Evolus's previous tactics were successfully thwarted, and they suffered defeat after defeat. Bang! A fist slammed into a wall. The Arachnia was going berserk. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are Orario's adventurers cockroaches? Damn it all. Valletta used the building beneath her feet as a punching bag to vent her anger. In just a few blows, she turned the already dilapidated house into a pile of rubble. The members of her familia all stood outside, not daring to provoke the tigress. Hey, you god of pleasure. This isn't what you told me. Valletta shouted, questioning a pensive Erebus who stood to the side. Despite being yelled at, Erebus maintained the smile on his face, showing no sign of displeasure. Even with a fearsome title like the Arachnia, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a tool. He had never taken her seriously from the very beginning. TCH. Although Valletta was extremely annoyed, she wasn't foolish enough to attack a god. If she made a move, those two monsters wouldn't just stand by and watch. Enough. This is so damn annoying. I can't wait any longer. That little brat who burned me, I'm going to kill him and turn him into pig feed. For the past 2 days, whenever Valletta recalled being injured by a few pieces of trash weaker than her, she felt like her head was about to explode with rage. Those little girls from the Astrea Familia, and that black-haired brat. The mere thought of Rayleigh made the skin all over her body feel painful and itchy again. Especially her face. After getting burned, her hands scratched at her face incessantly. As the itching intensified, the force and speed of her scratching gradually increased. She scratched until she broke her own skin, and a mixture of flesh and blood filled the gaps beneath her fingernails. Those weaklings who had toyed with her, she would kill every last one of them. Otherwise, she couldn't quell this rage, and couldn't wash away the humiliation. Hey! Where did Olivas go? Noticing that a certain equally trashy man was absent, Valletta felt a wave of irritation. At that moment, the corners of Erebus's mouth turned up. Olivas is doing something truly hideous to carry out his own evil. Arachnia, even you can't compare to him in that regard. You're saying I'm inferior to that man? Valletta was on the verge of exploding. But before she could rage more, Erebus left. Meanwhile, inside Orario, Olivas, leading a large group of Evolus members and civilians, launched another attack. Civilians with bombs strapped to them charged crying toward Orario's adventurers. Faced with these tormented people, the adventurers couldn't bring their weapons down. In the end, with a series of explosions, both adventurers and civilians died. Ha ha ha, that's right, just like that. If you don't do as I say, what do you think will happen to your children? You couldn't have forgotten, could you? The white-haired man, the fanatic, Olivas, laughed maniacally. When he saw that Orario's adventurers were starting to hold back, he decisively ordered his Evolus subordinates to attack them. The civilians who had been noisily condemning the adventurers for not protecting them ignored all warnings and immediately scattered in a panic. But before they could get away, they were surrounded by Evolus and fell into their hands. Seeing these fools captured, Olivas immediately threatened the adventurers, "Hey! Don't fight back, or these people will die." As he spoke, Olivas made an example of someone right in front of everyone. He grabbed a man and stabbed him through the chest with the short sword in his hand. The man was now filled with regret after getting his heart pierced. Why didn't he listen to the adventurers? He might not have had to die at all if he listened to them. At the very least, he would have been protected until the last adventurers fell. His face full of unwillingness as his eyes wide open, and the man was casually tossed to the ground by Olivas. Seeing Olivas's cruelty, the adventurers froze for a moment. They were afraid of provoking him, and causing more civilians to be killed. Seeing this, Olivas grew even more arrogant. "How disgusting, you city familias! You hypocrites! Kill them! Stop! Growl, hey Nico!" A young girl's voice rang out resolutely. A massive cloud of thick ash swept in, cleanly dividing the battlefield. Someone from Evolus tried to rush through it, but had 2 of his fingers severed on the spot. "Reinforcements are here. It's the Astrea Familia. Thank goodness. That's Gale and Yamato Rindu. Humph, so you've come, you damned hypocrites, you so-called apostles of justice." Olivas didn't panic at the increase in opponents, instead, he grew more excited. Because his opponents were none other than that Familia of Justice. "That evil god seems to think highly of you. If I destroy you here, what face will he have when he lecture me in the future?" Olivas pointed directly at a woman trembling with fear. "Hey, woman, go. Use the bomb to take those hypocrites down with you. As long as you do that, I'll spare your daughter's life." I. Seeing the woman stammering in terror, Olivas quickly lost his patience. Enough. The fanatic's palm pierced the woman's chest, crushing her heart. Then, before she breathed her last, he added, "When we get back, kill this woman's child too." Hearing this, the woman's already fading pupils forcibly focused. She reached out her hand, as if trying to grab Olivas and drag him down with her. But Olivas just lifted his foot with a triumphant look. He stared down at the ant groveling at his feet, and with utter arrogance, stomped on the woman's face. Ha ha ha, next. Next. Olivas began to search for his next target. Having witnessed all this, the girls of the Astrea Familia were filled with rage. You bastard. Stop. Kaguya's eyes glint with killing intent as she held her twin swords in her hand and took aim at Olivas. But Olivas grabbed another civilian hostage next to him and shouted a threat, "Don't move. Astrea Familia. Or I'll kill this woman." The fanatic hand closed tightly around the woman's throat. With his level 3 strength, a single squeeze was all it would take to completely snap her neck. Despicable bastard. The girls clenched their fists, cursing him in their hearts. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 74, Rage. 1,500 for words. Olivas burst into cruel laughter. Seeing the girls of the Astrea Familia obediently halt their movements, the white-haired fiend tightened his grip on his hostage and taunted them. As expected, this is the best way to deal with you idiots who are always spouting justice and righteousness. He dragged his sharp nails down the trembling woman's neck. A stark, conspicuous line of crimson blood welled up against her pale skin. Stop. You fiend. Rhea shouted, her voice tight with anger. Elisa's knuckles turned white as she gripped the hilt of her sword, her heart pounding with heavy anxiety. Kaguya desperately wanted to use her shadows. However, the distance, the uneven terrain, and the harsh lighting completely ruined the strict conditions needed to activate her ability. Damn it. She cursed bitterly under her breath. If you dare to resist, I'll kill this woman right now. Olivas wore an utterly twisted smile. Pure joy, raw ferocity, and deep malice mixed together to form a chaotic mask across his face. He turned and commanded the surrounding members of Evolus. Attack them, but be careful not to hit too hard and accidentally kill them. I want to see whether these righteous fools choose justice or death. The dark-robed cultists stepped forward, cracking their knuckles with menacing grins. The Astrea Familia had always given them an incredible amount of trouble in the past. Seeing these powerful girls now too scared to fight back sent the cultists into a sick state of euphoria. You damn elf, you're the one who cut off my ear, one of the Evolus men snarled. His eyes locked onto Ryo with venomous hatred. Let me pull off your long ears and feed them to you myself. His vile approach made Ryo feel a deep sense of revulsion. The sickness clawed at her both physically and mentally. Don't come any closer. Ryo's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of Heiniko, as she watched the man advance with a wicked grin. Catching the subtle movement, Olivas ruthlessly twisted his hostage's arm, snapping the bone with a sickening crack. Arfho! The poor woman let out a terrified scream. Her piercing shriek tore right through Rhea's mind, forcing the elf to stop drawing her sword. The Evolus thug closed the distance, stopping a mere 2 meters in front of her. At this close range, every disgusting detail of his face was clearly visible to her eyes, the dark spots on his skin, his coarse pores, and the malevolent gleam in his eyes. Ryo squeezed her eyes tightly shut in fear. Heido 4, Byakurai. A voice laced with cold fury rang in everyone's ears. A crackling bolt of white lightning shot through the air, completely obliterating the thug's remaining ear. Aya! The man clutched his bleeding head and collapsed, screaming and writhing in agony on the dirt ground. Rhea's eyes flew open at the sound of the man's tortured screams. What she saw standing protectively before her was the familiar back of a young man. Rayleigh. Elise, Kagaya, and the rest of the girls felt a massive wave of relief wash over them at the boy's timely appearance. "Were you planning to touch her with this hand?" Rayleigh asked, his cold voice cutting straight into the man's mind. The thug struggled to lift his head, desperate to see who had attacked him. However, the bright sun positioned directly behind Rayleigh blinded him. All the man could see was a radiant silhouette that somehow emanated an astonishingly sinister aura. Silence hung in the air for a fraction of a second. Swish! A severed hand suddenly fell heavily to the ground right in front of Rayleigh, landing with a dull thud. A severed hand, but whose was it? Is that mine? Tears and snot streamed pathetically down the man's dirty face. My hand. Ah! The thug fell fully to his knees on the ground. He clutched the bleeding stump of his arm with his remaining hand, making a desperate, futile attempt to stop the heavy bleeding. The white-haired fiend flew into a blind rage at the sight of someone daring to make a move against his men. Olivas lifted the terrified woman in his firm grasp and shouted across the battlefield. "Stay put. Watch it or I'll..." "Ha!" Olivas's vision blurred just as he prepared to bellow the rest of his threat. The heavy weight in his hands completely vanished into thin air. When his senses caught up to reality, he stood completely stunned. The hostage he had been holding just a second ago had mysteriously disappeared. He frantically looked around the chaotic battlefield. He soon spotted Rayleigh standing a full 10 meters away, gently setting the rescued hostage down on the safe ground. What? What just happened? Why is that guy standing all the way over there? And he has the woman. What exactly did he do? How did she disappear and reappear so fast? Olivas subconsciously reached a hand out toward them. Spurt. A hot spray of fresh blood shot out into the air. Olivas froze in absolute confusion. It wasn't just the hostage who had disappeared. His own forearm was gone as well. Aerg! Olivas howled in sheer agony. His frantic agitation caused thick blood to gush from the smooth cross-section of his arm, spraying outward like a crimson fountain. His body swayed unsteadily on his feet for a few moments before he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Really so fast. Even I could only see a blurry shadow. Elise exclaimed in pure astonishment. Kagaya's eyes, however, lit up with realization. She could tell at a single glance that Rayleigh was no longer a level 2. He had successfully become a level 3 adventurer, standing right on par with them. But witnessing this display was almost too demoralizing. Setting aside his terrifying leveling speed for a moment, they were also trying to learn that special movement technique he called Shuinpa. Their progress, however, remained incredibly slow and difficult. Their clumsy attempts were nothing like Rayleigh's flawless, effortless execution. The Shuinpa he had just demonstrated operated on a level far beyond their current reach. Furthermore, he had achieved this astonishing feat right after leveling up. Once a person's previous stats converted into a level up, all their basic abilities reset back to I0. To possess such a speed with a mere I0 in agility, if his agility stat eventually surpassed A or even reached the pinnacle of S, what terrifying new heights would his speed evolve to? Honestly, as his sparring partner, I should feel a little sad about being surpassed so quickly. But when dealing with a monster like him, I can only accept my fate. Kagaya thought to herself. He had arrived in Ororio just over a year ago as a complete novice who knew absolutely nothing except forging swords. In a mere 300 days, he had transformed from an ordinary rookie without a fauna into a powerful level 3. Such raw potential was truly jaw-dropping. At the same time, it felt utterly hopeless to try and compete with him. That kind of monstrous efficiency easily robbed a person of the courage to even try catching up with them. Reaching level 3 in a single year was a visible goal, but the sheer distance to achieve it was simply too vast. No matter how hard a normal person tried, that massive gap could not be closed. It remained an unattainable dream for the rest of the world. Damn you, what did you do to me? Was it magic? How dare you do this to my arm? Olivas roared from the dirt, his pale face fully contorted with rage and pain. Rayleigh tilted his head slightly at the accusation. He asked in a dry, rhetorical tone, "Magic? I didn't use anything like that. But I see the real issue now. You simply couldn't see my movements." He looked down on Olivas with undisguised contempt. They were both level 3 adventurers, yet Olivas couldn't even catch a single trace of his Shuinpa. Olivas Act the Fanatic. The nickname certainly sounded intimidating to the masses, but as it turns out, he was just a pathetic fraud. Rayleigh slowly shook his head. His deeply disdainful expression made the bleeding fiend grind his teeth in humiliated fury. "Don't get too cocky, you little brat." Olivas spat. Faced with the man's rage, Rayleigh simply raised a single finger and wagged it at him in warning. "Watch closely. Don't blink. Concentrate your eyes. Don't let your mind wander for even a fraction of a second. I'm telling you right now, you'll need to use absolutely everything you have just to dodge this next strike." And so he moved. Rayleigh's figure vanished from sight. Within 1/100th of a second, Olivas realized the boy standing before him was completely gone. Another 100th of a second passed in a blur, as a devastating fist materialized directly in the center of his field of vision. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 75, Morality. 1,566 words. A fist covered in dense ryatsu slammed into Olivas's face, completely caving in his cruel face. Then he unleashed a Hakuta technique. Ikatsu. Boom. A massive pillar of white spiritual energy sent Olivas flying backward through the air. He tumbled harshly across the dirt ground for several rotations before finally coming to a dead stop. Rayleigh lowered his fighting stance. "I take back my earlier underestimation. You're much tougher than I thought." He splayed his 5 fingers, flexing the joints one by one to shake off the physical impact. Lying broken on the ground, Olivas seemed to have lost consciousness. His bruised body twitched involuntarily in the dirt. Half of his face was completely mangled. His cheekbone had shattered into dozens of sharp fragments, violently piercing through the flesh and skin of his own face. The raw muscles around his eye socket were directly exposed to the air. On the side that took the brunt of the hit, his eyeball had burst entirely. Rayleigh's words truly came from the heart. His original intention had been to blow the man's head clean off his shoulders with that single punch. A normal level 3 adventurer shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But the fanatic actually survived. He had proven just how tenacious the pure life force of a level 3 could be. Shuinpa and Hakuta. These 2 combat abilities alone had been more than enough to render the infamous fanatic completely helpless. "Thank you for your hard work as my test subject. I'll put you out of your misery now." Looking down at the unconscious Olivas, Rayleigh had absolutely no intention of stopping his assault. He approached his target with steady steps, beginning a low, rhythmic chant. "Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of Mun. The scattered bones of the beast. Spire, crimson crystal, steel wheels. The wind if it moves, the sky if it stops, the tone of lances clashing fills the empty castle. Hado 63, Raikoho. Crack boom. Golden lightning descended in a brilliant, straight line. The blinding thunder looked just like a golden spear falling directly from the heavens. Its raw momentum was immense. Terrifying power erupted outward, and a massive golden thunder cannon gathered tightly in Rayleigh's open hands. The bright lightning formed a dense plasma sphere entirely under his control. "Disperse with the roar of thunder, you scum," he commanded. Boom. The golden thunder cannon erupted from between his hands. Its terrifying destructive power caused the surrounding atmosphere to vibrate and hum with static. The dazzling blast descended on the broken Mun. A massive golden mushroom cloud rose high into the sky from the sheer force of the explosion, taking on the eerie shape of a glowing skull. Crackle, thick, dark smoke billowed across the ruined street. Arcs of residual electricity lingered in the air, clearly visible to the naked eye. The exact spot where Olivas had been lying was now a massive, irregularly shaped fissure in the earth. The crater was likely 6 or 7 meters deep. A fully chanted Hado number 63 was easily powerful enough to blow an entire city block sky high. In the depths of the smoking pit, not even a single scrap of Olivas's corpse could be found. Compared to Keto numbered 60 and below, the intensity and density of the spirit particles in a spell like Raikoho were on a completely different level. Both the quality and quantity of the energy were unmatched. The raw power and grand scale of such high-numbered Keto effectively rose to a strategic, tactical level. If used down in the dungeon, it was powerful enough to serve as a trump card, capable of killing a strong monster in a single devastating blow. In a fight against ordinary people, it could easily decide the outcome of a small-scale war. Rayleigh felt very satisfied with the destructive power of his Keto. Although using it on a weakling like the fanatic was a bit of overkill, the man had perfectly fulfilled his final duty as a test subject. After all, he had been turned completely to ash. Clap, clap, clap. The distinct sound of applause rang out over the crackling flames. The clapping was slow and highly rhythmic as Rayleigh turned his head and saw a face he had only seen a few times before, yet he was very familiar with it. Erebus. He recited the god's name in his own mind. Elise, Ryu, and the other girls tensed their bodies, preparing themselves as if facing a great and terrible enemy. They warned him right away. Rayleigh. He's the evil god of Evolus, Erebus. He's an extremely dangerous being. Rayleigh nodded at them to show he understood the threat, then turned his calm gaze back to Erebus. In truth, he had already used his spiritual sight to perceive the hidden spirit ribbons flowing through the area. This god was certainly no fool. In terms of raw strategy and wisdom, he undoubtedly surpassed Finn, even successfully leading the Paolum hero by the nose for a time. Because of that sharp intellect, he wouldn't expose himself to physical danger so easily. Just as Rayleigh expected, he spotted Althea's distinct spirit ribbon. She was watching the entire exchange closely from a nearby building. Her specific job right now was probably to act as a bodyguard and protect Erebus. It seems I arrived a little too late, Erebus said. Looking at the battlefield that had already been swept completely clean, the deity's expression showed a tiny hint of miscalculation, but the shift was extremely subtle. He asked, fully feigning ignorance, "Where is Olivas?" His tone was incredibly casual, making it near impossible to gauge his true feelings on the matter. Besides, he wasn't the fanatic's actual patron god. At his direct question, Elise, Ryu, and the others subconsciously glanced over at the deep, smoking pit to the side. Seeing their eyes shift, Erebus let out a heavy sigh. I see. It seems you've already killed him. Kill him? Ryu asked, shifting uncomfortably on her feet. Have you not? Erebus pressed. Kaguya spoke up, her voice sharp and cold. Of course not. All we did was rid the world of a terrible menace. A cruel man like the fanatic dying 1,000 times over would still be getting off far too easy. Worried that the straightforward elf would be clumsy with her defensive words, Kaguya had taken the strict initiative to speak on their behalf. Erebus's expression changed, and his gaze turned frigid. A menace, he repeated. And who exactly decides that? What did you just say? Ryu snapped back. With all the horrible things he's done, what is there left to decide? Is there no need for a decision? Erebus retorted smoothly. Olivas harmed other people, so you used your own arbitrary judgment to condemn him and kill him. Tell me, what's the actual difference between you and him? We are justice. Ryu argued. Hiding behind the convenient shield of justice again. Erebus mocked. Your sense of justice is truly a useful tool. Is this the hypocritical rhetoric your goddess Astrea taught you? As the supposed goddess of justice, as long as you pay pretty lip service to the concept of justice, you can commit violence as you please and be met with the tearful gratitude of the weak. I see, so that's how it really works. Erebus spouted a long string of philosophical fallacies in a single breath. Listening to him speak reminded Rayleigh of an anime character back in his previous world. The famous philosopher of the Soul Society, Sosuke Aizen, also enjoyed talking in circles about similar twisted concepts. For overly hot-blooded protagonists, having too much empathy and proper education wasn't necessarily a good thing in a fight. It made a person incredibly easy to be morally blackmailed. If you couldn't win a philosophical argument with clever words, then you could only pray that your fists were much bigger than theirs. That way, you could just act like a certain orange-haired king of hacks. You could shout, "What the hell are you talking about?" and then simply cleave the villain in two with a powerful Getsuga Tensho. Unfortunately, the girls of the Astrea Familia belonged to the former category of heroes. At this moment, they were completely rendered speechless by the evil god's twisted logic. Although they knew deep down that he was spouting total fallacies, they didn't quite know how to properly refute him. Erebus's roguish arguments, or rather, his high-level trash talk, was simply a bit too advanced for the honest girls to handle. You! Shut up! Don't you dare insult Lady Astrea! Rhea yelled, her expression turning truly terrifying in her anger. Seeing how easily the elf was provoked by the taunts, Rayleigh decided not to be a quiet bystander any longer. Ultimately, he was the one who had actually killed the Mun. Erebus had picked the wrong target to provoke today. You've got one major thing wrong, Erebus, Rayleigh interrupted. The evil god paused his lecture and glanced over to the side. I'm the one who killed the fanatic, Rayleigh clarified with a blank expression. Moral blackmail was indeed a terrifying weapon in a debate. The core premise, however, relied entirely on the fact that the person being blackmailed actually possessed such a limiting thing as morality in the first place. Chapter 76, Speechless Erebus. 1442 words. Erebus's expression stiffened. Rayleigh. He still remembered that this human boy was a child from Hephaestus's familia. The strength of the Hephaestus familia was absolutely crucial to the city's survival. Therefore, his grand plan didn't include sending the goddess of forging back to Tenkai. After all, the true purpose of his design was to forcefully increase Aurario's overall strength. In the process, some people would inevitably be sacrificed. This was simply unavoidable. This was the heavy, burdened love of a god. In the end, gods and humans were completely different beings with vastly different moral concepts and ways of existence. At first, he only wanted to pressure powerful factions like the Loki, Freya, Ganesha, and Ishtar familias to become stronger. The rest of the city could simply be used as a bloody fertilizer. However, he had encountered an unexpected gain. Blooming right in the middle of this dark swamp was a dazzlingly brilliant flower, the Astrea familia. It was a familia composed entirely of 11 young maidens in the prime of their youth, guided by the goddess of justice, Astrea. If they could somehow endure the cruel trial he had given them, they would grow rapidly and become Aurario's firm new pillars. He deliberately picked fights with the girls to stimulate their growth in combat power. At the same time, he wanted to foster their mental maturity, forcing them to achieve a perfect unity of mind and body. But this elegant plan had been thwarted multiple times. All because, right at the center of these young women, there stood a very special existence. A human boy constantly surrounded by romance. He was an interesting boy, too. A fierce protector of the flowers, no doubt. Because of his interference, the trial's progress was a complete mess. Although Rayleigh was an interesting child, if the trial couldn't be completed without overcoming him, Erebus didn't mind eliminating the boy entirely. He would feel a little sorry for Hephaestus, but he had stopped caring about such trivial sentiments the moment he formulated this dark plan. You killed Olivas. Erebus noted softly. That's right, Rayleigh admitted generously. He spoke without a single hint of concealment, nor any sign of guilt. Was it also for the sake of justice? Erebus coaxed, trying his best to steer Rayleigh into the verbal trap he had laid. However, Rayleigh understood the deity quite well, and had already seen right through the trick. This god was a master sophist. Rayleigh knew he couldn't let himself be led by the nose. He was a part of Evolus, Rayleigh stated plainly. Evolus, you say? So that means you can just strike a killing blow to him. Erebus countered. Do the members of Evolus truly deserve to die? I don't think so. In reality, you're just looking for a justifiable reason to excuse your own killing. Am I wrong? Once Erebus started talking, the twisted words flowed endlessly. Olivas wasn't a part of Evolus from the very beginning. It was Aurelio itself, it was you people who proudly call yourselves righteous, who forced him into a desperate dead end, Erebus lectured. If you are truly righteous, why couldn't you save Olivas as well? Hearing those heavy words, Kaguya frowned deeply, and Rio looked visibly bewildered. Even Elise felt intensely conflicted. As the captain of the Astrea Familia, her personal interpretation of justice couldn't perfectly convince everyone, so she always went with her gut and did what she felt was right. That was exactly why she strongly agreed with Rayleigh's earlier statement, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, all that I do is for justice. But faced directly with this clever moral blackmail, a seed of self-doubt still sprouted in her mind. But Rayleigh wouldn't succumb to it. What on earth are you talking about? Rayleigh asked, his face blank. That's complete nonsense. If Evolus doesn't die, should I just lie down and wait them to kill me instead? Rayleigh bluntly refuted Erebus's profound words. With that simple, grounded logic, he easily managed to stuff the tens of thousands of philosophical words Erebus had been brewing right back down the god's throat. Erebus fell completely silent, looking visibly stunned. Blah, 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 you really never stop talking. What right do you have to judge anyone? Rayleigh scoffed. Don't forget, you're a part of Evolus too. As for Ollie, what's his name? Forget it, I can't even be bothered to debate with you. In short, once Evolus, always Evolus. It was a massive waste of breath to even listen. Once a villain, always a villain. Relying on this blunt, unshakable logic, he left even the silver-tongued evil god Erebus totally dumbfounded. Shouldn't a mortal's normal reaction to his speech be confusion, helplessness, and deep self-reflection? Looking at the resolute boy standing before him, Erebus's brows furrowed tightly together. If you have something else to say, you can say it from a prison cell. When the time comes, you won't have a choice but to talk. Rayleigh judged that Althea wouldn't intervene. However, that guy Vito was also hiding around here. Rayleigh decided he would force the men out into the open first. Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. Rayleigh brought his index and middle fingers together, aiming them squarely at Erebus. 6 massive golden slabs of light instantly appeared around the god, rapidly converging on his body and forcefully pinning him in place. Clang! Completely immobilized by the high-level Bakudo, Erebus's composed expression finally shattered. He didn't expect Rayleigh to be so fiercely decisive in attacking a literal god. Vito. Erebus called out his Familia member's name. Swoosh. A dark figure immediately appeared right in front of the trapped Erebus. Were you calling for me? The faceless man asked with a wide, mocking grin. Erebus let out a wry, strained smile. I didn't expect him to be a guy who completely refuses to listen to reason. It was rather unexpected. Ah, you mean him. Indeed, he has absolutely no martial virtue, Vito agreed. He briefly glanced at the golden slabs of Rikujikoro binding Erebus, quickly judged that he couldn't break the magic immediately, and casually turned to face Rayleigh and the girls. The moment he turned his head, the arrogant smile on his face shifted to pure terror. A massive, roaring fireball was already flying straight for his head. Hado 31, Shikaho. The speed of Rayleigh's incantation-less Kido was absolutely astonishing. Vito hastily dove out of the way, but a large patch of his hair was still badly singed by the intense heat. The blazing Shikaho he barely avoided struck the stone ground not far away. Boom! A powerful blaze shot high into the sky, filling the air with thick smoke and flying dust. Seeing the destructive power of the spell, Vito couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he didn't dodge in time just now, his head would have definitely been blown to bits. Unleashing such a deadly magic without a single word of warning. Was this guy really not from Evolus? He was far too decisive when it came to killing. Furthermore, the raw power and casting speed of this magic. This guy, could it be? You leveled up? Vito asked, his eyes narrowing. You noticed? Not that I was planning to hide it. That's right, I'm level 3 now, Rayleigh confirmed casually. Of course, my level is still lower than yours. Seeing a suitable opponent finally step onto the stage, Rayleigh revealed a sharp smile. He kept his eyes locked on Vito and said, "Everyone, don't make a move. Let me handle this man alone." Hearing his bold words, Elise, Kaguya, and the others didn't have an overly dramatic reaction, but they were certainly a little anxious. "Are you serious, Rayleigh?" "That guy is level 4, Elise warned him." Rayleigh turned and nodded gently at the elven girl. "I know, but I won't lose. Trust me, Rio." MMPH. Rio hummed softly, still looking quite worried for his safety. But Elise gently held her arm back at that moment. "Don't worry about him, Rio. Look at that expression on Rayleigh's face. We've fought alongside him for so long, you understand what it means, right? It's the expression of someone with absolute confidence." Kaguya sighed heavily and rested her hand on her hip. "I knew there would eventually be a day he surpassed us, but isn't this happening a bit too fast?" Seeing their relaxed reactions, Rio asked in deep confusion, "What are you all talking about?" Well, you'll understand if you just keep watching him," Elise said with a bright grin. "Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 77, versus Vito. 1461 words. Tap, 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 tap. The heavy sounds of the recent battle, combined with the bright lightning flashes caused by Reiku, had naturally drawn the attention of numerous adventurers and members of Evolus. When both sides finally arrived at the scene, what they witnessed was an intense one-on-one battle. Crack! With his exaggerated physical abilities, Vito merely shifted his center of gravity downward and launched himself forward, completely shattering the stone ground beneath his feet. A large section of the earth, nearly 2 meters high, was violently torn up and flipped over. Whoosh! He shot toward Rayleigh like a fired cannonball. He raised one leg, grabbed the air with both hands for balance, and his top thigh snapped out, delivering an incredibly powerful kick. Bakudo 8, Seiki. Rayleigh quickly crossed his arms and deployed the small Kido barrier for physical defense, forcefully enduring the heavy blow. Crash! The loose bricks on the ground were sent flying in all directions. Rayleigh's body maintained its rigid defensive posture. His feet dug deeply into the dirt as he was forcefully pushed back several meters. He leaned back slightly, expertly dispersing the raw force of the blow. As expected of a level 4. If he didn't use Kido for defense, his arms would have been completely numb from the sheer power of that attack by now. But it wasn't over yet. Rayleigh locked onto Vito's Ryatsu, precisely tracking his hidden position. In the blink of an eye, Vito charged forward again. Rayleigh concentrated his Ryatsu into his fist, and threw a heavy punch, aiming squarely for the man's head. Vito tilted his head just enough to dodge, leaving a shallow gash on his cheek. He then threw a fast punch directly at Rayleigh's abdomen. Rayleigh saw through the move. He swiftly raised his right leg, and used a sharp kick to deflect the incoming fist and arm. Failing to land a solid hit, Vito showed no frustration and immediately changed tactics. He spun around with a wide sweeping leg, forcing Rayleigh to jump into the air, and then quickly grabbed Rayleigh's arm. Seeing Vito's twisting posture, Rayleigh understood exactly what move he intended to use next. A shoulder throw, huh? In that case, Rayleigh's free hand, with his fingers pressed together like a venomous snake's tongue, stabbed fiercely toward Vito's eyes. Left with no other choice, Vito could only release his tight grip, flinging Rayleigh higher into the air. Mid-air, Rayleigh smoothly adjusted his stance and brought his hands together. When he separated them again, 3 blue grates constructed entirely from spiritual energy had already appeared. Aiming directly at Vito below, he hurled the blue grates downward. Bakudo 62, Hayapo Rankan. The blue grates were thrown at supersonic speed. They split into 2, then 4, falling like a deadly rain of light spears pouring down from the sky. Whoosh! 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 For raindrops, they certainly seemed a bit too large. Looking up at the blue grates falling rapidly from above, Vito had a strong intuition that he couldn't afford to be hit by even a single one. He immediately began evading across the ground. Though it was merely a bakudo, though it was just an object made of condensed spirit particles, at supersonic speed, its raw power could easily rival that of a heavy sniper rifle. One after another, the blue grates fell, heavily embedding themselves deep into the stone ground. Vito watched Rayleigh slowly descending from the air, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Are you looking down on me?" In response to his angry question, Rayleigh countered, "Why would you say that?" TCH. Suppressing his anger, Vito pointed directly to the sword resting at Rayleigh's waist. "You haven't even used that special sword of yours. Are you actually planning to defeat me with bare hands?" Ripples. Of course not. I won't just use my bare hands." Rayleigh still made absolutely no move to draw his sword. He simply took a single step forward. In the very next instant, only a faint trail of white spiritual energy remained where he had just been standing as Rayleigh's figure vanished entirely. He abruptly appeared right in front of Vito. "What?" Vito's pupils contracted in pure shock. "Impossible. This speed was way too fast for a level 3, even if his agility stat is S rank, it shouldn't make me completely lose track of him." It was a speed physically impossible to follow with the naked eye. He had seen this specific movement technique before, but back then, he was only a level 2. Though it was incredibly fast even then. But now, Rayleigh continuously used Shuinpa, his speed so incredibly high that multiple afterimages appeared across the street. This made it completely impossible for Vito's frantic gaze to keep up. It looked exactly as if 5 or 6 different Rayleighs had completely surrounded him. TCH. Vito stomped heavily on the ground, shattering it to pieces. He hurled the flying bricks one by one at Rayleigh's shifting afterimages. Slap! Rayleigh's figure smoothly appeared right behind Vito, one hand pressing firmly down on his shoulder. Startled, Vito tried his best to break free. But Rayleigh was much faster. Bakudo 63, Seijo Sabaku. Thick, golden spiritual chains wrapped tightly around Vito several times. Vito struggled fiercely against the bonds, but he found the golden chains to be incredibly sturdy. They possessed a heavy suppressing effect that completely hindered his strength. Taking full advantage of Vito's restraint, Rayleigh extended his open palm, pressing his fingers lightly against Vito's chest. Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. A truly powerful Shinigami is never one-dimensional. Due to the unique existence of the Zanpakudo, a Shinigami's strength naturally tends to lean heavily toward swordsmanship. Take Abarai Rinji, for example. His Kido test scores were abysmally low, but because he possessed a high natural talent for swordsmanship, he still became an outstanding student in the elite academy class. For a Shinigami, being regarded solely as a pure swordsman could be seen as high praise, but it could also easily be seen as contempt. Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, these 3 are vital techniques that perfectly complement one another. At level 3, Rayleigh could finally unlock it, the skill that make Yoruichi fans have a mass orgasm. The name of this technique is Shunko. Boom! A terrifying wave of Ryatsu erupted outward. A dreadful, heavy pressure emanated from Rayleigh, deeply stunning everyone present on the battlefield. Those lacking sufficient physical strength or mental willpower felt exactly as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Their bodies stiffened completely, their eyes forced wide open, and cold sweat uncontrollably broke out across their skin. Bright white energy bloomed beautifully around Rayleigh's body. Materialized Ryatsu directly transformed into two massive white serpents. The energy violently shredded Rayleigh's upper clothes as the serpents coiled and writhed, poised to strike directly at Vit. Using his flat palm as a deadly weapon, Rayleigh launched a strike that was so fast to the naked eyes. Bang! Vito only saw a blinding flash of white light before completely losing consciousness. And then, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Boom! In the wide eyes of the onlookers, white energy burst from Rayleigh's body, followed quickly by three devastating punches that unleashed a terrifying shockwave across the street. After brutally piercing through three solid buildings, Vito's limp body slammed heavily into the ground, forming a deep crater in the brickwork. Cough. Vito spat out a thick mouthful of blood, mixed with small fragments of his internal organs. At this moment, Rayleigh stood completely enveloped in dense Ryatsu. His body seemingly covered in a bright layer of Ryatsu armor that crackled wildly like leaping arcs of lightning. This powerful technique greatly enhanced Rayleigh's attack power, speed, and defense. This was Shunko, an advanced technique of Shuinpa invented by the goddess of flash, Yoruchi Shihoin. Seeing that Vito had completely lost the ability to move, Rayleigh safely deactivated his Shunko and slowly adjusted his breathing. After successfully reaching level 3, he could now utilize his Ryatsu much more flexibly. If he truly wished, he could even actively employ the Quincy's Blood Veine and Blood Artery while staying in his Shunko state. The enemy has been defeated. That faceless man was as strong as a monster. Who would have thought a young man like Rayleigh could easily take him down? Unbelievable. Vito lost to him. Erebus looked down at his fallen Familia member, revealing a genuine expression of shock for the very first time. In his careful predictions, Ororio should not have had enough combat power available to properly deal with Vito. Yet, Vito now lay completely defeated in front of him. Had his perfect predictions been completely wrong? No. Probably not. Then, the core issue must indeed lie with the strange individual in question, Rayleigh himself. Chapter 78, Gluttony. 1281 words. Before embarking on the plan known as Necessary Evil, Erebus had already thoroughly investigated the intelligence on Ororio. Since the execution of the plan would involve immense stakes and cost many lives, the results of the investigation would serve as the final deciding factor on whether to proceed. However, among all that intelligence, there was absolutely no information about this boy. As unbelievable as it was, this could only mean one thing: this boy had arrived in Ororio less than a year ago, and in that short time, he had already reached his current level of strength. Erebus was genuinely astonished. He didn't believe this boy was a genius with the makings of a hero, yet what he had accomplished was something even true heroes would find difficult to achieve. Vito, can you still move? Erebus asked his fallen Familia member. The only response was Vito's heavy, labored breathing, for his condition was extremely dire. A deep hole had been torn through his chest, revealing his shattered ribs and the beating heart within. That he was still alive at all was solely due to the superhuman endurance of a level 4. He was completely immobilized, unable to even open his mouth to properly respond to his god. And this horrific injury had been inflicted by a mere level 3 adventurer, completely barehanded at that. Watching Rayleigh, who's now resembled a god of war, both the adventurers of Ororio and the members of Evolus were deeply shaken. The greater the gap in levels, the more profoundly experienced adventurers understood exactly what had just happened. Look at the emblem on that boy's clothes, it's the Hephaestus Familia's crest. What? So he's a blacksmith. A second Cyclops is about to emerge in the city. Seeing that the morale of the two sides was on completely different levels, Erebus grew deeply irritated. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to give those people hope. What he wanted was to plunge Ororio into sheer despair, only for the adventurers he had chosen to step up and shatter that despair. Not like this. If Evolus was completely suppressed instead, his dark plan could not proceed. So, sorry mortals, but I must crush your hopes right now. Adventurers, you don't actually think you've won, do you? Erebus taunted, his voice carrying clearly over the battlefield. Huh? Isn't that the case? That narrow-eyed guy has already been defeated, and we easily have the numbers advantage. Instead of talking like that, you should be prepared to surrender. The adventurers confidently rolled up their sleeves, completely ready for action. In their eyes, the situation had completely tilted in their favor. The level 4 was likely the enemy's main commander. Without their commander, the rest of the Evolus were nothing but a disorganized mob. Erebus's gaze turned frigid. No. What comes next is true despair. He raised his voice and commanded, "Wipe them out." Clang. A terrifying pressure flew over from another street, instantly sweeping away over a dozen buildings along its destructive path. Faced with this exaggerated pressure, Rayleigh used Shuinpa to quickly appear in front of the girls of the Astrea Familia. He shouted, "Everyone, counterattack together." In an instant, Elise, Kagaya, Ryu, Lyra, and the other girls all sprang into focused action. Burn, Enjetsu. Destroy, Diankai. Growl, Hey Nico. Flower Wind Riot, Flower God Roar. Heavenly Wind Riot, Heavenly Demon Sneer. Kaiten Kayakatsu. Rayleigh also drew Senbenzakura, and quickly released its Shurkai. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Thousands of glowing blades gathered tightly together, forming a massive, cherry-colored greatsword. Several Zanpakuto released their Shurkai simultaneously, as their combined attacks all landed heavily on the oncoming shockwave. However, the very moment they made contact, all the attacks were effortlessly deflected, rendered completely meaningless. They couldn't even manage to reduce the raw power of the shockwave. This is too exaggerated. What the hell is this? Normally, a Shinigami needed to gather their spiritual power, coat the blade completely with Ryatsu, and combine it with high-speed slashes to successfully produce sword slash. Yet the one who unleashed this massive shockwave relied purely on brute physical force. This wasn't a move an ordinary human could ever hope to use. Althea. It probably wasn't her. Though she was a monster of talent, able to flawlessly master Grandmaster-level swordsmanship with just a single glance, she couldn't replicate raw physical strength along with it. The only one truly capable of such a monstrous feat would be that specific person. Gluttony, Zald. Boom. A massive sword aura swept violently through the area, instantly overwhelming the gathered adventurers of Ora Rio. Argh. Screams of pain filled the dusty air. Rayleigh and the others were also sent flying by the heavy impact, crashing into stone walls or slamming hard into the ground. Cough. The intense impact forced most of the air directly from Rayleigh's lungs, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Covering his eyes, his body swayed a few times before he barely managed to stand back up on his feet. Clank. Clank. The heavy sound of metal armor echoed. Oh. There's still someone standing. Zald, clad entirely in full black armor, remarked with a hint of slight surprise. TCH. How dare you look down on us? Kagaya gritted her teeth in deep frustration. Beside her, Rio also stood back up. Next was Elise. Bright flames coiled tightly around her body, as she had already activated her powerful flame enchantment magic. Thanks to her quick reaction, her physical condition hadn't been noticeably affected by the blast. Seeing more people standing than he initially expected, Zald turned his head to Erebus. What should we do with them? A smile formed on Erebus's face once again, as he was now full of confidence. Let them taste despair. Hearing his words, Zald revealed a highly ferocious grin. He took a heavy step forward. But the ground beneath his feet felt unusually soft. His gaze lowered to the earth. In an instant, countless cherry blossom petals burst violently from the ground, swarming and entirely enveloping Zald. Faced with the cutting onslaught of thousands of sharp blades, Zald merely raised an arm to shield his eyes. An intriguing technique. Its raw power is enough to threaten a level 5 adventurer. Zald offered an unsparing evaluation and even casually praised it. But rarely wasn't pleased with the result. Senbonzakura's blades had all been harmlessly deflected by Zald's physical defense. Even the sensitive areas not covered by his thick armor, such as his ears and face, couldn't be cut by the petals. Ha! Zald raised the heavy greatsword in his hand and swung it brutally toward the ground. Boom! The violent tremor and explosive sound made it incredibly hard to believe this was merely the result of a casual, one-handed swing. The explosive shockwave effortlessly scattered Senbonzakura's swarming blades. But this brief distraction gave Rayleigh enough time to prepare his next strategic move. Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. 6 bright golden light fragments swiftly materialized around Zald, simultaneously shooting directly toward his body. Faced with the binding Bakudo, that monster simply clenched his massive fist and physically shattered 3 of the 6 light fragments with a single, powerful swing of his arm. The remaining 3 fragments struck him squarely, but their overall effectiveness was greatly reduced. It was completely clear from how he could still stride forward without much issue. Suddenly, Kaguya emerged silently from Zald's shadow as her curved blade thrust straight toward the back of his heart. An immature tactic. It won't work on me. As if he had perfectly anticipated the sneak attack, Zald turned and casually grabbed Kaiten Kayakatsu directly with his bare hand. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Despair. 1,599 words. He didn't even budge an inch. This imposing man was like an immovable mountain of iron. Kaguya strained with all her might, desperately trying to pull Kaiten Kayakatsu from Zald's grasp, but his bare-handed grip was far too solid to break. Zald's expression remained completely unchanged. Yet, this total lack of reaction perfectly highlighted his sheer disdain and absolute contempt for her efforts. Kaguya tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and unleashed her skill. Kuruni. Swish. The trapped blade finally shifted a mere half an inch within his hold. Zald immediately revealed a rare look of genuine surprise. To be able to inflict even a minor scratch on me with your current strength, you should be very proud. Being evaluated so highly by the legendary Gluttony, a pinnacle level 7, would make almost any level 3 adventurer feel deeply honored. But Kaguya was definitely not among them. Ha! Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Kaguya snapped, her true fiery nature completely exposed. Usually, she went out of her way to pretend to be a polite, well-behaved girl, but now she no longer bothered to conceal her fierce personality. She swung her other blade directly at Zald's armored arm in a vicious sweeping arc. However, aside from gouging some minor damage into the thick metal, the heavy strike couldn't shake his massive body at all. TCH, he is way too tough. Making a swift decisive move, Kaguya promptly released Kaiten Kayakatsu's shuriken. As the massive blade abruptly reverted to its ordinary unreleased state and became significantly thinner, Kaguya swiftly yanked it backward. She successfully retrieved her weapon from his overwhelming grasp. Zald's large hand closed tightly around empty air. He looked down with narrowed eyes at the ordinary twin blades now resting firmly in Kaguya's hands. The shape of the weapon actually changed. This had to be some kind of special, unknown weapon. He quickly realized this was something that had never existed in Orario before his long exile. In other words, was Orario actually developing and advancing new technologies in his absence? Kaguya. Dodge. Rya's urgent voice called out from behind her. Kaguya immediately understood her companion's intention and quickly dove out of the way. The moment she cleared the direct path, Heiniko transformed into a swirling whirlwind of thick abrasive ash, completely surrounding Zald in a gray storm. Cat dance, the elven girl chanted, unleashing her Zanpakuto's signature offensive technique. Seeing that Kaguya's fierce physical attacks couldn't break the man's absolute defense, Rya knew her own strikes wouldn't be able to pierce his armor either. But Heiniko was a Zanpakuto that expertly manipulated dust and ash. No matter how impossibly tough the human body was on the outside, the eyes and internal organs were still soft flesh and blood, making them far more fragile than the hardened exterior. As long as the ash successfully entered Zold's body, it could cause devastating internal damage. Soon enough, Zold noticed these fine sharp particles invading his flesh. The irritating ash seeped in through his ears, his nostrils, and his mouth. Reacting with efficiency, Zold swept his heavy greatsword in a massive, horizontal arc. A fierce, howling wind erupted from the sheer physical force of the swing, directly dispersing the swirling cloud of dust. The wind pressure was so incredibly intense that it completely blew away the wooden roofs of the buildings lining the entire ruined street. What a monster! Ryo cursed inwardly. She desperately attempted to assert control over the lingering ash that had already made its way inside Zold's body. But before she could activate the ability, Zold took a massive deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Ho! It was just the breath of a single person, yet a small localized storm swept violently through the area. The invasive magical dust was actually expelled directly from his body in this crude, overwhelming manner. Ryo struggled to remain steady on her feet. She shielded her face with her arm, her slender body fighting hard against the powerful gust of wind. Before she could fully recover her balance, a massive towering shadow completely enveloped her. It was Zold. As a high-level adventurer whose base abilities had all reached the absolute peak of level 7, he might have appeared burly and clumsy at first glance, but how could agility pushed to its absolute limit possibly be slow? This terrifying, explosive speed was even faster than Rayleigh's Shuinpa. At this moment, Ryo's mind raced in sheer panic. Everyone around her was incredibly anxious to rescue her from the towering threat, but no one could possibly keep up with Zold's speed. His movements were akin to short-distance teleportation. Ryu. Seeing the life-threatening situation unfold, Rayleigh immediately drew the other sword resting at his waist. Collapse Sakanade. Without caring about the steep risk of accidentally harming his own allies, he unhesitatingly initiated his Shurkai. The sweet strange fragrance emitted from the spinning blade immediately invaded the nervous systems of every single person present on the battlefield. Zold's vision blurred momentarily as his senses were inverted, causing a crucial brief pause in his deadly movements. This fleeting window of time gave Ryo the exact opportunity she needed to escape certain death. The heavy greatsword descended exactly where she had just been standing. Boom! Another devastating slash exploded against the earth like a bomb blast. This terrifying strike carved a massive gaping trench 10 meters long, and 2 meters wide directly into the solid ground. But this terrifying attack ultimately failed to kill anyone. Ryo's agile figure flashed safely to one side. Upon witnessing her precise high-speed escape, Elise, Kaguya, and Rayleigh had the strongest reactions of all. Trash elf, did you just? Kaguya trailed off in disbelief. That's Shuinpa. Elise exclaimed in pure surprise. Rayleigh's Shuinpa. Ryo, have you really already mastered it? Rayleigh was also somewhat astonished by the sudden display. Of course, half of his reaction was expected. Because, in addition to her Zanpakuto's unique abilities, Ryo had been simultaneously mastering the foundational techniques of Ho-Ho and Hakuta. Under her Zanpakuto's patient guidance, both her sword techniques and her Shuinpa had improved at a rapid, astonishing pace. For someone without any prior foundation in the Shinigami arts, they normally had to learn everything completely from scratch. Shuinpa was not merely a physical speed technique, it was a highly advanced movement method that perfectly combined Ryatsu with precise footwork. Neither aspect was more important than the other, both were equally crucial for success. Those with powerful Ryatsu could naturally execute much faster Shuinpa, but without meticulously refined footwork to safely guide that explosive energy, such speed would only result in severe body harm to the user. Rayleigh himself possessed a completely natural, innate control over his own spiritual power. Ryo, Elise, and the other girls sorely lacked this inherent masterful ability. But this didn't mean learning the technique was absolutely impossible for them. The Zanpakuto itself could smoothly substitute for the complex Ryatsu manipulation required. Through the deep, resonating synergy forged between the wielder and their Zanpakuto, even those originally unable to manipulate Ryatsu could eventually perform Shuinpa. It was exactly as Ryo had demonstrated just moments ago. In reality, only Ryo herself knew the truth. She hadn't mastered it completely yet. Her current success rate was only hovering around a risky 60%. But she obviously couldn't say that out loud right now. Willingly revealing her own combat flaws in front of such a formidable enemy was essentially digging her own grave. Burn, Enjetsu! Elise commanded fiercely. She swung her burning blade, and dozens of small, highly condensed fireballs materialized in the air around her. They hovered brightly, looking exactly like a floating string of crimson lanterns. Go! Whoosh! 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 The string of fire lanterns swiftly floated directly toward Zald. Before the giant man could observe the strange magic any further, Elise had already activated the detonation command. Explode! Boom! 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 A dense continuous chain of fiery explosions violently erupted all around Zald, engulfing him in a sea of flames. But the grim result remained exactly the same as before. The heavy magical barrage was completely unable to shake his physique. This uncle, who exactly is he? He's way too strong. Elise exclaimed in pure awe, gripping her sword tightly as she stared at the untouched warrior. At this moment, Rayleigh finally spoke up to answer her with a grim voice. That's only natural. We're currently facing the strongest adventurer alive, and his origins are actually quite familiar to all of you. He's from the Zeus Familia, level 7. Gluttony, Zald. As Rayleigh's heavy words fell over the battlefield, the chaotic scene became silent. It took a few agonizing seconds for the surrounding people to fully digest this shocking news. Zeus Familia. How could it be? The Zeus Familia should have been expelled from Rio years ago. Gluttony. I remember the stories about that guy. He's still alive. We're doomed. We're cooked. The brave adventurers who had initially planned to swarm forward and assist the girls now trembled with overwhelming fear upon learning the armored man's true identity. The panic was led by several of the older, seasoned veterans who understood exactly what that legendary name meant. What an absolute joke. Gluttony, Zald, wasn't that an undisputed monster standing at the peak of level 7? Impossible. We can't possibly win a fight like this. Seeing the Rio adventurers acting so cowardly and broken, Zald exhaled a heavy disappointed breath through his nostrils. Without a single word, he hoisted his massive greatsword over his shoulder and charged forward to continue the slaughter. Chapter 80, Reinforcement. 1,605 words. Only the veteran adventurers who had lived through the golden era of the Zeus and Hera Familias truly understood the terrifying extent of their power. The Zeus Familia, commanded by their level 8 captain, Maxim, boasted numerous level 7 and level 6 elites in their ranks. The weakest among them was none other than the father of Bel Cranel. Even as the weakest member, he still stood proudly as a level 5. In today's Rio, such a person would undoubtedly be revered as a first-class adventurer. Yet within the overwhelming might of the Zeus Familia, a level 5 was only deemed fit to carry the baggage. In any other familia, a warrior of that caliber would be more than strong enough to serve as the captain. As for the Hera Familia, they were arguably even more monstrous. Led by their peerless level 9 empress, the familia possessed a vast number of level 7 members. For them, level 6 was considered merely standard combat strength. While these two great familias still stood, the forces of Evolus never dared to show their faces in the light of day. Unfortunately, 15 years ago, the Zeus and Hera familias suffered a crushing defeat in their bold challenge against the one-eyed black dragon. This monumental loss allowed Evolus, who had long been suppressed and forced into hiding, to stir in the shadows once more. The Zeus and Hera familias were once the city's greatest protectors. They were humanity's strongest bulwark. But now. Why? Why would the Zeus Familia join forces with Evolus to destroy Rio? Weren't you the city's heroes? Kaya. Zald completely ignored the desperate accusations hurled by the dying adventurers. With every casual sweep of his massive greatsword, he effortlessly reaped at least 3 or 4 lives. His stoic expression remained completely unreadable, revealing absolutely nothing of his inner thoughts. He merely wore a mask of feigned ferocity to match his brutal actions. Watching from the shadows, Althea felt a deep sense of guilt. What Zald was doing would bring an impossibly heavy sin upon his soul, a terrible burden she knew she should be sharing with him. Damn it. Let's fight him. For true adventurers, fear didn't equate to retreat. Living by the edge of a blade and forgetting the looming specter of death in battle was the very core essence of their hearts. Faced directly with an inescapable crisis, they refused to cower. Instead, they decisively took up their arms to resist. Charge, the brave adventurers of Rio roared, launching their desperate counterattack. For a brief moment, attacks rained down on Zald like a relentless storm. Some fighters even leaped recklessly onto his massive armored frame, clawing fiercely at his face with their bare hands. Others quickly looped thick ropes around his legs, pulling with all their combined might in a futile attempt to trip the giant. Zald remained entirely expressionless throughout the onslaught. Perhaps only those intimately familiar with him could truly understand the deep, agonizing pain he felt in that exact moment. He swung the heavy blade numbly, detached from the slaughter. With just one devastating strike, over 20 adventurers were wiped from the earth. That simple, unadorned strike proved instantly fatal upon contact. Even if the blade didn't hit a target directly, the sheer explosive shockwave generated from the swing alone was more than enough to tear a fragile human body completely apart. And all of this horrific destruction happened in the span of just a dozen breaths. Stop it! Elise shouted, charging fearlessly into the fray with her magic enhancement fully activated. Her Angetsu blazed fiercely with intense heat. The red-haired girl's bold attack successfully caught Zald's attention as he smoothly redirected his massive greatsword and swung it heavily toward her. Crack! The very earth split open beneath the force. The terrifying wind pressure radiating from his falling sword tore a massive, gaping gash directly into the ground. But Zald blinked in pure astonishment. Because right where his blade had swung, there was absolutely nothing. The girl had vanished. At that exact moment, a heavy flaming slash landed squarely on his armored back. A slight burning sensation seeped through the metal, bringing him a sharp moment of clarity. He quickly reached behind him to grab his attacker, but the bizarre, logic-defying scene repeated itself. I failed to grab her again. Zald felt truly surprised this time. He had perfectly locked onto her presence, and the ability values displayed by her movements clearly marked her as a level 3. Yet, the raw attack power behind her flaming slash already rivaled the standard of an upper-tier level 4. Even with that impressive power, she absolutely shouldn't have been fast enough to dodge his previous lightning-fast attacks. What just happened? Did I somehow slow down? Strange. Zald remained deeply puzzled, though he began paying much closer attention to Elise's shifting presence. But even after several more high-speed attempts, he still couldn't land a single solid hit on her. This unnatural sequence of misses made the seasoned warrior realize he might have fallen under some kind of powerful illusion. Why are you doing this? Elise questioned Zald, her voice ringing out across the battlefield. But to Zald's inverted senses, her desperate words sounded exactly like the encrypted, backward whispers of a god. Emotionally, he could clearly sense the girl's fury and deep indignation, but his twisted hearing couldn't properly decipher a single word what she was actually saying. Zald stomped his armored foot heavily onto the ground. Boom! The earth shattered like brittle glass. Countless pieces of jagged stone debris scattered and flew outward like shrapnel, piercing anyone unlucky enough to be hit with countless bloody holes. Elise quickly condensed a thick shield of flames before her, effectively blocking the deadly flying projectiles. Watching from a safe distance, Rayleigh didn't rush to act. He had only used the Shirkai of Sakanade to safely disrupt the giant's senses and ensure the girl's safety. But against such an all-encompassing, indiscriminate area of effect attack, his sensory manipulation was practically powerless. After all, even the original wielder, Hirako Shinji, had been taken down in his own world by this exact same brute force method. Sakanade's optical and sensory illusion was undeniably overpowered in a duel. However, it simply wasn't well suited to handle enemies who could casually unleash massive, wide-area attacks that destroyed everything in their path regardless of direction. Even using Sakanade's Bankai would be completely useless against Zald in this crowded environment. Instead of helping, the wide-range cognitive inversion would only cause hundreds of Oro adventurers on their own side to turn on each other in a frenzied slaughter. For Rayleigh and the girls of the Astrea Familia, there was currently no viable way to defeat Zald. So even if Rayleigh stepped fully into the fray, the grim situation wouldn't improve much. Even unleashing the overwhelming blade storm of Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi would likely not prove fatal to a level 7 monster like Zald. Against that thick armor and impossibly tough skin, the petals might even struggle to leave a lasting injury. What they desperately needed now was to wait. They had to buy enough time and wait for the one man in the entire city who could possibly defeat Zald to finally make his appearance. As if hearing Rayleigh's silent call, a massive black shadow rapidly descended from the sky above. Boom! The earth shook as a towering figure, standing well over 2 meters tall, appeared right in the center of everyone's sight. The thick dust slowly cleared. When the battered adventurers of Oro finally saw who had arrived to save them, they nearly burst into tears of pure excitement. Oh! The strongest reinforcement is here. It's Otter. The city's strongest has arrived. Humph! Zald effortlessly hefted his greatsword, resting it casually on his shoulder as he looked at the imposing Boorman who had just appeared before him. Oh! Finally, a familiar face shows up. Zald regarded the newcomer with the arrogant attitude and calm expression of an untouchable senior. He gave Otter a highly disdainful smile. To think the little brat who once boldly challenged the weakest of our familia and got thoroughly beaten is now hailed as the city's strongest. Oro has truly decayed in my absence. Otter was openly insulted, and his dark history of defeat was publicly exposed, yet the Boorman's stoic expression remained completely calm. Zald narrowed his eyes slightly at the lack of reaction. It seems his mental composure has improved a lot over the years, at least. Zald, are you doing all of this to avenge the Zeus Familia? Otter asked, his deep, resonant voice cutting through the noise of the battlefield. At the same time, he slowly reached over his shoulder and drew the massive greatsword resting on his back. It was an intimidating, 2-meter-long broad-bladed weapon, perfectly suited for a giant like him. As Otter's heavy words reached Zald's ears, Zald realized that his twisted hearing had suddenly returned to normal. In that brief moment, he sensed that the bizarre disorienting illusion previously cast on him had completely disappeared. Seeing Otter finally step onto the stage, Rayleigh relaxed his tense shoulders and safely deactivated the Shirkai of Sakanade. A level 6 Otter facing off against a monster at the peak of level 7, by all logic, this grand battle should have ended with Otter being completely overwhelmed and crushed. However, the historic battle that was supposed to end in a one-sided defeat now contained a completely unknown variable, the Zanpakuto. With this new power in play, how exactly would the outcome change? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Current Strongest versus the Past Strongest. 1537 words. The King Otter against Gluttony Zald. The current strongest adventurer in the city stood facing the strongest of the past. Two legendary pillars of two great familias. Everyone present realized one undeniable truth: regardless of the final outcome, this clash would surely go down as a legendary battle in the history of Oro. Faced with Otter's question of whether this attack was simply revenge for the fallen Zeus Familia, Zald remained completely silent. A deep sense of disappointment finally broke his stoic expression. Must you always have a reason? Zald asked. What? I have already drawn my sword against you, yet you still insist on asking about such trivial matters. Can you not simply fight without a reason? Or are you truly afraid of me, and that is why you stall with conversation? Zald's tone wasn't just calm, it was downright indifferent. An oppressive aura of might emanated from his massive frame. Combined with his deep disappointment, it served as a heavy provocation against Otter. Afraid? Otter echoed in a low, rumbling voice. In the past, perhaps that was the case. But the me of today can defeat you. There was absolutely no hint of boasting in his words. The Borman's tone was neither overly confident nor arrogant, he spoke as if he were simply making an objective, factual evaluation of their strength. Zald was taken aback for a fraction of a second. Defeat him? Heh. It seems you are in desperate need of a lesson. 3 of them, in fact, to properly remind you of the painful beatings of the past. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zald swung the great sword in his hand straight down. Otter snorted heavily, the thick veins on his arms bulging as he viciously tensed his muscles to intercept the strike. Their massive weapons collided. Clang! It was a deafening impact, completely unlike any sound normally made by 2-bladed weapons striking each other. The 2 titans locked in a brutal stalemate. Zald wore a completely composed expression, looking almost bored. Otter, however, was already red in the face from the immense physical strain. In a pure contest of raw strength, Zald undoubtedly held the upper hand. Screech! The heavy metal ground together violently. Otter struggled desperately to hold up his weapon against Zald's monstrous, overbearing strength. He dropped heavily to one knee, thick beads of sweat pouring from his brow. Rearg! Putting forth every ounce of his remaining strength, Otter successfully deflected Zald's crushing sword, then immediately swung his own massive blade directly at Zald's upper body. Zald casually dodged the heavy blow with a simple sideways step. He commented dryly, "It seems you really have made some progress. But it's still far from enough." Clang! The great sword in Otter's hand was knocked aside by Zald's lightning-fast counterstrike. The Borman's legs sank deep into the shattered ground. His towering body was forcefully pushed back, step by agonizing step. Otter is being completely overpowered. He can't win. As expected, he really can't win. A level 7 is just too strong. Even the king is helpless against him. The gap in strength is too wide. There's no hope left for us. The adventurers of Oraria watched in sheer despair. In stark contrast, the Evolus cultists actually began to cheer wildly. Lord Zald. Lord Zald is way too powerful. Lord Zald. Go on, slaughter the king. Destroy Orario. Watching the completely one-sided battle unfold before him, Rayleigh was the only person present who managed to remain relaxed. Otter was getting thrashed. That was perfectly normal. Although the current Otter was a complete monster in his own right, the gap in power between him and his future self was still immense. Not to mention, even the Otter from 7 years in the future would still have a very low, almost negligible chance of achieving victory against Zald. Gluttony was a transcendent existence no longer bound by the common sense of levels. If his bug-like skill was fully unleashed, he could heavily wound or even fatally strike a level 9 monster in a single devastating blow. But Zald was already a spent force due to his illness, and he was clearly holding back his true might. Otter only needed to defeat a Zald severely weakened by his constant hunger. In that case, there was no real problem. You really are incredibly strong, Zald. Otter wiped away the thick sweat from his face, his gaze gravely locked onto the man's armored figure. This is the very first time I'm using this in public. But if my opponent is you, there is no reason for me to hold back. Was he about to use some hidden trump card? A powerful skill, or perhaps a rare magic? Although Zald clearly sensed Otter's shifting intentions, he remained completely nonchalant. The massive gap in their raw strength was not something that could be magically closed, let alone filled by a few minor flashy tricks. Whew! Otter exhaled a heavy breath. He pointed his sword straight ahead and roared his command into the sky. Roar, Tenken! As the Boorman chanted the release command, the massive Zanpakuto in his hand immediately emitted dense, crushing waves of spiritual pressure. Normally, for a Shinigami, the physical size of a Zanpakuto directly reflected the raw amount of its master's Ryatsu. However, Rayleigh had to carefully consider this specific client's weapon-handling habits when originally forging it in the fire. Thus, Otter's unreleased Zanpakuto reached a staggering length of 2.05 meters and a width of 42 centimeters, with the entire sword weighing well over 200 kilograms. Only a pure physical monster like Otter could wield such a ridiculous slab of iron with absolute ease. Tenken. After successfully releasing his Zanpakuto, Otter swung the heavy greatsword in his hands fiercely down toward Zald. To the surrounding onlookers, this aggressive action was utterly baffling. The distance between the two warriors was at least 15 meters, maybe even 20. Was he planning to launch a compressed air shockwave with brute force, just like Zald had done earlier? But could a mere shockwave even hurt someone as tough as Zald? Definitely not. Even Zald found the empty swing quite strange. However, in the very next second, a massive unnatural shadow appeared directly above his head, completely enveloping his entire body in darkness. What? Zald looked up at the sky, and his pupils immediately constricted to pinpricks. For the very first time in this battle, a look of genuine astonishment appeared on his stoic face. As the heavy shadow expanded over the street, more and more people slowly looked up toward the sky above. Then, they were all rendered completely speechless by the shocking scene unfolding above them. So big, one adventurer finally cried out in pure alarm. This terrified scream violently jolted the people around him, instantly triggering a wave of primal terror through the crowd. One of the cultists desperately tried to turn and run, but his legs completely gave out from the sheer pressure, and he collapsed pathetically to the ground. At that exact moment, the massive thing looming above began to fall. Aho! A sword as big as a tower is coming down. Run! Help! The girls of the Astrea Familia were also deeply shaken to their cores when they saw the 40-meter-long spectral blade hanging in the air. That's a Zanpakuto. So Otter has one too. Is this really just its Shirkai? It's insane. Rayleigh glanced up at the fully released Tenken, feeling a deep, thrilling sense of anticipation. Let me see exactly how much of my blade's true power you can draw out, Otter. What is this? Zald actually took half a step back. His warrior instincts had flared up, loudly sensing a genuine danger from that attack. This falling attack was not simple magic. If it hit him, he could actually get severely injured. Mirroring the exact swing of the greatsword in Otter's hand, a colossal phantom armored arm materialized from the heavens above. The monstrous sword gripped tightly by that spectral arm was an identical, perfectly magnified version of the physical weapon resting in Otter's grip. Boom! The 40-meter-long phantom blade fell at blinding speed. Its terrifying mass violently compressed the surrounding air, causing the very atmosphere to thunder and howl, just as the Zanpakuto's release command had dictated, roar. The giant blade slammed mercilessly into the earth. In an instant, the ground split wide open, and it felt as though the surrounding mountains were crumbling to dust. A devastating fissure stretching for several hundred meters was effortlessly cleaved deep into the earth. All the stone buildings caught anywhere along its catastrophic path were instantly affected, violently collapsing and breaking apart into rubble one after another. The raw, physical destructive power of this single, earth-shattering blow was easily comparable to the most advanced, high-tier attack magic. Every single person who witnessed this scene was left completely dumbfounded. Even the ever-calculating Erebus was visibly astonished. He opened his mouth slightly, staring blankly at the ruined scene unfolding before him, completely at a loss for how to properly react. Zald, he should still be alive under all that rubble, right? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Althea Make a Moves. 1686 words. The core ability of the Zanpakuto, Tenken, allowed it to summon a localized portion of the giant Kakujo Tengen Myo. Through this unique power, the physical blade was massively enlarged, and its base attack power multiplied several dozen times over. Its ultimate release, the Bankai, could summon the entire physical body of the spectral samurai warrior. That titan stood a full 100 meters tall, and could unleash an even more terrifying level of destructive power. Otter was currently only utilizing his Shirkai, yet he could already create such a world-altering scene. A Zanpakuto placed in the capable hands of a level 6 adventurer was truly this monstrous. Watching Otter display this overwhelming power, Rayleigh's heart leaped with genuine excitement. Boom! A massive section of a ruined stone wall flew violently through the air, hurtling directly toward Otter. Otter simply raised his Zanpakuto and pointed the tip directly at the incoming debris. The massive, armored arm of the spectral warrior materialized once again. Only this time, it wasn't holding a sword. Instead, the giant clenched its fist and smashed it directly into the flying wall, effortlessly pulverizing the thick stone into fine dust. Seeing this crude counterattack, Erebus felt a wave of actual relief wash over him. A heavy stone wall wouldn't just fly across the battlefield for no reason. In other words, Zald was still very much alive and kicking beneath the rubble. Crash! Much like when Otter had made his own grand entrance, Zald dropped from the sky and slammed onto the ground like a fallen meteor, completely shattering the paved street beneath his armored boots. A huge, jagged gash had been violently carved deep into his thick black armor. A corresponding bloody wound marred the hardened flesh beneath the metal, steadily dripping crimson blood onto the dirt. Tenken's devastating strike had not only destroyed Zald's prized armor, but had successfully injured the man's body in the process. However, judging solely by Zald's calm expression, he didn't seem to mind an injury of this level at all. He reached up to touch the bleeding wound, then slowly brought his blood-stained fingers to his mouth, tasting the metallic liquid. Not bad, brat. To think you could actually manage to wound me. He had almost forgotten the distinct taste of his own blood after all these years. He never expected to be reminded of it today. I acknowledge you, Otter. You are strong, an opponent truly worthy of fighting a battle to the death with me. Zald gave a savage predatory grin. He swung his heavy greatsword in a brutal arc, unleashing a massive, compressed shockwave. Otter swung Tenken to meet the incoming attack. Their attacks collided head-on, and the terrifying, raw physical force completely twisted the point of impact into a pressurized vacuum. Seeing that the two battling titans wouldn't likely determine a clear winner anytime soon, Erebus decided to quietly leave the chaotic scene. Although the titanic clash was incredibly spectacular to watch, if he were to be accidentally killed here in the crossfire, his entire grand plan would be ruined. Rayleigh, who had been keeping a close eye on the dark god, noticed his subtle departure. Without hesitation, he cast Bakuto 26, Kyako. The spell bent the light around him, perfectly hiding his physical form as he silently pursued Erebus. You actually bothered to follow me. It seems you have considerable faith in that beastman warrior's ability to hold his own. Erebus walked casually into a dark, shadowed alley. He stopped his leisurely pace and spoke directly to the seemingly empty space resting at the very end of the lane. Speaking of which, this specific detection is not even a god's divine power, but rather my own innate ability. In any case, I've already found you, young Rayleigh. A strange rippling sound echoed in the quiet alley. A hand reached right out from the empty void. As if pulling back a painted curtain, the gesture effortlessly tore down the optical illusion, clearly revealing Rayleigh hidden right behind the false image. Fully releasing the Kyako spell, Rayleigh looked coldly at Erebus standing before him. Since you already know I'm here, then you should clearly understand that I am fully prepared to commit a great sin in this alley, right? Oh? Are you saying you actually intend to kill me? Erebus asked, not looking the least bit flustered by the overt threat. Killing a god. This terrible act was widely considered one of the absolute most heinous crimes possible since the gods first descended to the lower world. Regardless of whether the execution was for the sake of justice or any other noble reason, the very moment a mere mortal killed a deity, the act itself became an unforgivable sin. Even if the perpetrator wasn't officially condemned by the guild, the nature of the act would never change. Much like regicide, the heavy brand of deicide would be forever imprinted upon the name of the sinner. Sending an evil god back to Tenkai was technically a righteous act done for the pure sake of Orario's survival. Some of the more prideful or pragmatic gods might even change their personal views on the killer because of the context. However, the vast majority would always view a god-slayer as a rabid dangerous dog, or someone utterly uncivilized and beyond redemption. It would also undoubtedly provoke the relentless hostility of extremist cults and devout god worshippers across the globe. "Lord Erebus, you are far too arrogant," Rayleigh stated, his face remaining perfectly calm and unbothered. Erebus raised a curious eyebrow at the accusation. "The promised time," Rayleigh stated clearly. Those 3 words caused a rare flicker of genuine astonishment to cross the dark god's face. "You desperately want to cultivate enough strong heroes to properly fight against the coming apocalypse before the promised time arrives. I actually approve of this overall idea, but your execution and methods are far too condescending," Rayleigh explained. "Even without your twisted, necessary evil plan pushing us to the brink, we will not be destroyed. I understand the vast majority of your grand plan. Simply put, you've deliberately opened a sharp fork in the road, and you want to force us to make a definitive choice. The first path, Orario rises up, defeats your necessary evil, and the forces of Evolus, and its overall combat strength increases significantly. Through this bloody trial, the city becomes even stronger. The second path, Orario is utterly destroyed. You release the ancient monsters from the dungeon, permanently end the age of gods and familius, and forcibly returning the world to the brutal, chaotic state of ancient times." As Rayleigh laid Erebus's deepest, most guarded thoughts completely bare, a wide smile bloomed across the god's face. It wasn't his usual fake, mocking smirk, but a genuine, bright reaction born from pure delight. The promised time. This impending doom was a matter of the utmost importance. The current age of gods and familius sorely lacked heroes, or rather, it lacked true heroes capable of shouldering the weight of the world. Thousands of years ago, this land was mercilessly ravaged by foul monsters pouring from the dungeon. Because of this endless, brutal hardship, exceptionally unique individuals were forged among the various mortal races. They were the original heroes. They easily surpassed the gods' limited understanding of mortals. They achieved miraculous, great deeds that astonished even the divine deities with their immense, raw power and unyielding conviction. Even without the fauna bestowed by the gods, they possessed the sheer physical and mental strength to fight and defeat the darkest monsters. They had once successfully saved the entire world from ruin. But ever since the gods descended to the lower world, Auranas brought the system of fauna. This divine blessing, to some unfortunate extent, heavily stifled the natural possibility of those pure heroes being born. The core, unyielding qualities of a true ancient hero could not be artificially drawn out, even by a god's powerful fauna. That was a unique power only a true, tested hero could possess. And it was precisely this specific, world-breaking power that could truly save the world from the Black Dragon. Zeus and Hera had tried, and they had failed miserably. Their respective familius, despite being so overwhelmingly powerful, had still lost their lives. This catastrophic failure made Erebus wonder if the power of gods and familius could truly ever become strong enough before the promised time finally arrived. If not, then rather than foolishly relying on the stagnant power of the familia system, it might be far better to destroy it all. To burn it down and hope for the bleeding world to once again nurture untamed heroes, just like those born in the ancient era. This twisted plot was all done for the ultimate sake of the world's survival. How incredibly surprising. Did you manage to see through my divine will all by yourself? Erebus clapped his hands in slow, rhythmic applause. He had never imagined that a single mortal child could understand the true depths of his dark plan to this perfect extent. Then, what exactly do you mean when you call me arrogant? Arrogant. Yes, that was the perfect word for it. What do I mean? Rayleigh's brow furrowed in open disgust. It's the very fact that you gods place your expectations on us mortals, and then become disappointed when we don't meet your twisted standards. In any case, please watch the rest of what's to come from the comfort of Tenkai, Rayleigh said with a cold smile. He raised a single finger, aiming it squarely at Erebus's chest. Whoa there. Erebus hurriedly raised both his hands in the air, acting as if he were surrendering in genuine fear. But just before the deadly beam of Byakurai could pierce the god's heart, a graceful, cloaked figure appeared before him. She effortlessly raised her hand and nullified Rayleigh's incoming attack. Seeing that the dangerous woman had finally chosen to intervene and protect her god, Rayleigh lowered his hand and let out a heavy sigh. Althea. I forgot, has Lyra show her Shirkai yet? Chapter 83, Gokii. 2020 words. As expected, the chances of persuading Althea based on the fragile bond of just 2 brief meetings were practically zero. If there was one guaranteed method to make Althea choose to live, the key to unlocking her hardened heart could only be the lingering connection she shared with her late younger sister. It was the living proof that her sister had existed in this world. Her only son. Bel Cranel. For that child's sake, Althea would undoubtedly choose to live and raise the boy herself. In another timeline, Althea, stepping in as Bel's aunt, seamlessly filled the role of the mother he lacked, while Zald became his strict mentor. Under the rigorous tutelage of the 2 strongest people in the world, that version of Bel received the highest level of elite education. As a result, his inner resolve far surpassed that of the timid Bel raised in the countryside by Zeus. Rayleigh offered a bitter smile. Although he held the perfect solution to this crisis right in the palm of his hands, he couldn't actually use it as his answer. It was simply a fatal, unspoken boundary. Bel was Althea's only true soft spot, and at the exact same time, he was her absolute reverse scale, a vital weakness that could not be touched by an outsider. Due to her sister's tragic death, all of Althea's deep love and heavy guilt had been entirely transferred to the young boy. If a stranger like him were to casually mention Bel's name right here and now, his severed head would hit the ground before he could blink. Stand down, boy. With her eyes remaining perfectly closed, the woman's cold voice echoed ominously through the dark alley. Rayleigh frowned in deep helplessness. Yet, he refused to step back. Seeing his defiance, the woman spoke again. As long as I'm standing here, you will not take his life. Erebus watched the interaction with mild surprise. Through this simple exchange, he realized that Althea had actually made prior contact with this boy who kept interfering with his grand plans. However, judging by the hostility, this contact seemed quite limited. After a moment of careful thought, Erebus felt a wave of relief. Since this boy somehow knew the intricate details of his plan, he had likely also seen through the hidden trump cards resting in his hand. So the boy had taken the initiative to contact Althea. That was the most logical conclusion. But for a shallow bond of that level, Althea was actually speaking somewhat patiently with the boy instead of executing him on the spot. Did she not want to harm him? This gentle hesitation was incredibly different from the ruthless silence he knew. The myriad of surprises this mortal boy brought him were truly piling up high. Rayleigh took a deep, steadying breath. He extended an open palm toward the distant Babel Tower, closing his eyes to focus his spiritual energy. Both Erebus and Althea watched his strange actions with clear confusion, completely failing to understand what a stance aimed at empty air was supposed to accomplish. But a moment later, Althea tilted her head, her sharp senses picking up on an anomaly. Swoosh! A sharp, whistling sound caused the panicked crowds gathered in the central plaza to look up at the sky in unison. Among the sea of faces were Finn and the now awakened Ermid. The clear sky reflected brightly in their wide pupils. A solitary sword streaked like a comet across the horizon, tearing through the air as it flew rapidly into the distance. Finn watched the glowing Tensiga fly away, entirely lost in deep thought. Whoosh! The piercing sound of an object tearing through the atmosphere finally reached the alleyway. The commotion was so noticeable that even Erebus could now clearly track what was happening. A sword was flying across the city at breakneck speed. And it was heading straight toward Rayleigh. The hilt then slapped perfectly into the boy's waiting, open palm. Watching a sword fly several kilometers completely on its own volition just to land in a mortal's hand left Erebus with a look of pure amazement. As an immortal god, he was always most interested in the chaotic and the unexpected. This was the very first time he had ever witnessed such a bizarre, magical technique. Amused, he clapped his hands together, looking exactly as if he were applauding a talented street acrobat. This was the advanced technique known as blade chain. It utilized a tether of invisible ryatsu to forcefully pull a Zanpakuto's hilt directly into the wielder's hand. Normally, this skill could only be used on a weapon resting nearby. However, as its original creator, Rayleigh possessed the unique authority to summon it from across the entire city. He was going to take this healing blade and drive it straight into Althea's failing body. You can keep living, Althea. With my next move, I will prove everything to you, Rayleigh declared, his burning gaze locked intensely onto Althea's cloaked figure. Seeing that the boy actually intended to fight her, Althea could only let out a tired sigh. Reckless and ignorant. A fraction of a second later, she materialized right in front of Rayleigh, as if she had bypassed physical space altogether. Her pale palm formed a rigid knife hand as she struck downward in a fluid, sweeping motion. Seeing this seemingly simple, almost playful attack approach, Rayleigh felt his soul nearly flee his physical body in sheer terror. It was true, it looked like a basic martial arts chop. But this was Althea's knife hand. Years ago, a prime level 5 otter had been effortlessly defeated by this exact same blow. Let alone a newly ascended level 3 like himself. If that hand made physical contact with his body, his life would be snuffed out before he could even register the pain. Swish! Althea's knife hand fell like a guillotine. Boom! Even though her hand had only cleaved through empty air, the sheer physical force produced the devastating effect of a massive explosive charge. The terrifying blast of localized wind pressure caused the solid ground to violently collapse into a deep crater. The spreading kinetic shockwaves sent massive, jagged cracks running up the brick walls on both sides of the narrow alley. What made the display even more terrifying was the fact that she hadn't even bothered to open her eyes. That impossibly precise high-speed movement and the devastating strike were all flawlessly accomplished while completely blinding herself to the world. The woman was now holding a piece of torn fabric in her striking hand. It was Rayleigh's jacket. She looked toward the retreating boy standing a safe 5 meters away and commented, "Impressive speed." "No, wait. Is that some kind of special technique?" Fighting hard to suppress his racing heart, Rayleigh answered, "It's a ho-ho technique called Utsasimi." "I see. But will you be able to dodge it a second time?" Althea casually dropped the shredded jacket onto the dirt. With just one brief exchange, the monstrous genius had already seen right through the core secret of Utsasimi. It relied on leaving a piece of clothing behind as a momentary substitute to draw the enemy's focus, allowing the user to evade at blinding speeds while the attack was safely diverted. For a mere level 3 to successfully evade a lethal strike from a level 7 was already an incredibly remarkable feat. After all, the mighty Borman, currently hailed as the strongest warrior in the entire city, hadn't been able to last even a single moment against that exact same attack in his youth. Rayleigh mentally psyched himself up for the fight of his life. He pulled his arms free from his wide sleeves, raised them over his head, and forcefully pulled the top half of his black shahakusho down to his waist in one fluid motion. This left only a tight-fitting black tank top covering his upper body. The form-fitting fabric clearly highlighted the lean, dense shape of his pectoral and abdominal muscles, earned through endless hours at the forge. The compact, powerful muscles wrapping his arms were just as defined. Unfathomable ryatsu surged outward, taking the physical crackling form of white lightning. Rayleigh fully activated his shunko, channeling the volatile energy into his limbs before triggering his ultimate release. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. He released the Zanpakuto from his grip. The blade sank seamlessly into the solid earth as if dropping into a pool of deep water. A heartbeat later, two massive, endless rows of giant blades rose up from the ground on either side of him. The sheer size of the spectral swords completely obliterated the alley walls that had already been heavily damaged by Althea's earlier strike. Oh! Erebus watched this magnificent scene unfold with a highly delighted smile. It was yet another fascinating, rule-breaking phenomenon he had never witnessed before. And right at that moment, the distinct, resonant chime of a bell echoed through the air. The god was momentarily stunned by the sound. A limit off. Althea couldn't help but tilt her head up slightly. Despite her usual stoicism, she seemed just as surprised by the dense, suffocating aura radiating from the boy. Rayleigh paid their shock no mind. He exerted total control over his Bankai, and the giant blades shattered all at once, transforming into a breathtaking sky full of razor-sharp cherry blossoms. Go! Whoosh! The pink sea of glowing blossoms roared forward like a tidal wave, easily reaching a towering height of several dozen meters. Faced with this incredibly exaggerated, wide-area attack, even Erebus felt a primal twinge of fear creep up his spine. The sheer scale of the deadly swarm was simply too immense for a mortal to produce. Gospel, Althea chanted softly. Hum. A terrifying, highly concentrated bomb of sound magic plunged directly into the incoming sea of blossoms. The dense acoustic pressure blasted a massive, gaping hole right through the center of the floral tide. But a fraction of a second later, the fluid swarm of countless cherry blossom petals seamlessly rushed in to fill the gap, directly engulfing the two targets in a swirling dome of pink blades. The sea of blossoms violently converged into a swirling, inescapable pillar, continuously gathering mass and momentum. Rayleigh clenched his raised palm into a tight fist, commanding the millions of petals to frantically close in and shred the targets trapped inside. How beautiful, Erebus's calm and entirely nonchalant voice echoed from deep within Senbenzakura's deadly siege. Rayleigh's pupils shrank in alarm. Before he could react, a rapid, deafening series of sonic booms rang out from the center of the swarm. Boom. 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 The suffocating sky full of razor blossoms was blasted to absolute smithereens. The shockwaves violently scattered the petals in every direction. It was an advanced, highly lethal application of gospel. Instead of launching a single focused burst of sound, Althea had rapidly thrown a continuous chain of acoustic magic, triggering a devastating chain reaction of overlapping sonic booms. Bang! Rayleigh was launched violently backward by the immense pressure of the aftershock. His body shot across the ruined street, his boots heavily plowing two long, deep trenches right into the dirt. Bakudo 4, Hainawa. He threw out a glowing cord of yellow spiritual energy, wrapping it around a sturdy piece of nearby rubble to anchor himself. The makeshift buffer barely managed to halt his forced retreat. He couldn't afford to stop. He couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second against a monster of this caliber. He had to prepare his next move immediately. Goki-ai. Whoosh. The violently scattered swarm, now numbering in the hundreds of millions of microscopic blades, rapidly reconverged on the targets. Senbenzakura's Bankai possessed several distinct forms: Kagyoshi, Senkei, Goki-ai, and Shuki-ai. And Goki-ai was the ultimate trapping form, a technique designed to gather every single blade into an inescapable omnidirectional sphere, primed to close in and utterly shred the enemy from every possible angle. Limit off, Remido Ofu, a temporary state in which surrounding conditions combine with emotions to overload the fauna, exponentially increasing an attack's power. Chapter 84, Gamble. 1822 words. The massive sphere, formed from the dense condensation of hundreds of millions of Senbenzakura's blades, directly leveled absolutely everything within a 1-kilometer radius. The devastating winds generated by the rotating storm of blades alone left countless jagged scars torn deep into the stone ground. The entire street was completely shredded to pieces by this catastrophic attack. Pant. Unleashing such a massive, wide-area offensive through his Bankai rapidly consumed a tremendous amount of Ryatsu. Rayleigh, who had only just recently leveled up to level 3, still had his core magic stat hovering at I0, and his total Ryatsu capacity was still sorely lacking for a fight of this magnitude. Truly beautiful. A woman's cold voice rang out softly amidst the roaring devastation of the Gokiai. An invisible, rippling barrier securely surrounded her, effortlessly warding off the hundreds of millions of sharp blades while actively protecting Erebus as well. The expression frozen on the evil god's face was truly a sight to behold. To be perfectly honest, he was almost deeply flattered to be on the receiving end of such a grand apocalyptic attack. To be able to level an entire area several kilometers wide in a single, fluid move, that was a terrifying level of destructive power that not even a high-tier mage could reliably achieve. At the very least, it would be incredibly difficult for any level 3 mage. Judging solely by its destructive scale, this attack was easily capable of annihilating monsters with the potential of a level 5 on a massive scale. Seriously? Is this boy a monster? Unfortunately, if his assigned bodyguard wasn't Althea, this god might have truly been in danger just now. After taking a moment to silently admire the beautiful, deadly sea of glowing flowers, Althea finally made her move. She casually reached out, plucked a single high-speed petal from the swirling air, and then simply threw it back. Clang! The moment the tiny petal struck the surrounding sea of flowers, it didn't smoothly merge back with the swarm. Instead, it produced the sharp, distinct sound of a heavy physical collision. In the very next second, a terrifying sonic boom erupted outward, instantly triggering a dense chain of explosive collisions. Bzzzzzzz. The highly condensed noise bomb detonated in that exact instant. Tens of thousands of volatile aftersounds exploded all at once, and the resulting massive sonic boom created a towering mushroom cloud over Rio. Rayleigh watched this scene unfold in sheer horror, as his body was instantly engulfed by the terrifying aftershock of the blast. All of Rio was violently rocked by the sudden tremors. Even the two strongest battlefields raging across the city paused briefly as everyone, from adventurers to Evelus cultists, turned to look in the exact direction of the massive explosion. Zald was somewhat astonished by the display. What kind of formidable opponent could possibly force Althea to use firepower on this ridiculous scale? Even the mighty otter standing before him wasn't worthy of such an immense effort. Finn's usually calm expression changed drastically as he looked toward the rising smoke of the explosion. It was the exact direction Tensiga had flown earlier. Was Rayleigh in serious trouble? He immediately called for Raoul, quickly sent an urgent message to Gareth and Riveria, and then, fully armed, rushed to the scene himself. It seemed Otter's side could hold on for the time being. That meant they desperately needed to rush to the other location where another monster was clearly present. A level 7 enemy, and more than one at that. The quick-witted Finn immediately came to this grim conclusion. Back on the ruined battlefield that had just been violently cleansed by Gospel, Althea's single devastating strike had instantly destroyed a full quarter of the entire west side. The raw destruction far exceeded the damage originally caused by Rayleigh's Gokiai. In a smaller, lesser country, this one specific attack could have easily flattened the nation's entire capital city. The remaining cherry blossoms scattered into the air, slowly and gently drifting down like pink snow. How beautiful! Althea's eyes opened slightly, her somewhat lonely gaze fixed quietly on the falling cherry blossoms. Even Erebus couldn't help but sigh aloud in deep admiration. As expected of the monster of talent. If she weren't bound by her incurable rotting disease, she might have actually been able to defeat the one-eyed black dragon all by herself. Unfortunately, because of her illness, she couldn't level up to level 8, and her precious time was rapidly running out. Althea didn't actively dislike these flowers, but she didn't want to grow too fond of them either. She simply didn't want to have too many lingering attachments left in this world. Cough. You may not have heard this before, but the exact speed at which cherry blossoms fall is said to be 5 centimeters per second. What? Althea looked in genuine surprise at the young man, who had stubbornly crawled out from the smoking ground, and was currently standing back up on his feet. He can still stand. Erebus also wore a look of absolute shock. After enduring a direct attack of that magnitude, it would have been a genuine miracle if his fragile body was even left intact. And yet this boy. Incredible. Reciting the famous line from his past life, Rayleigh used the empty scabbard of his sword to heavily support his battered body as he forced himself to stand up. Erebus asked, his curiosity burning, the Borman's massive weapon, the weapons of those lovely girls from the Astrea Familia, and the ones currently in your hands, what exactly are they? It was simply impossible for him not to be interested. He just hadn't had the free time to pay proper attention before, as his mind had been fully preoccupied with advancing his grand plan. But now, the sheer significance of the young man standing before him was gradually overshadowing the meticulous plan in his mind. He was beginning to care much more about the boy in front of him. Rayleigh didn't answer the god immediately, instead murmuring his command. Senkei, Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. As he chanted, all the scattered, drifting petals seemed to violently reawaken, springing rapidly back into motion. The countless petals quickly formed into hundreds of individual, glowing Senbenzakura swords, seamlessly arranging themselves around the three of them in a massive, inescapable circular barrier. He raised his hand, and one of the glowing Senbenzakura floating nearby in midair automatically flew securely into his grasp. Only after holding the familiar sword did he slowly explain, they are called Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Erebus racked his divine brain, trying to recall the strange name, then said in surprise. I've never heard of them. Of course, Rayleigh said confidently, a small smirk on his face. Because their creator is me. Before he came to this world, Zanpakuto simply did not exist here. He was the one who had brought this incredible swords to this world. And because it was a skill officially discovered through a god's fauna, the Zanpakuto had integrated perfectly into this reality, officially becoming one of the things born of it. Amazing! Erebus exclaimed brightly. You will surely become a grand figure recorded in the humanity history. Rayleigh pursed his lips. I have absolutely no desire to become a character in a history book, he said with clear disdain. The only thing I want to do right now is right in front of me. He stared intensely at Althea, his tone completely resolute, while thinking quietly to himself, may the day come when I can officially call you mommy. So then, what should I do next? Keto is entirely useless against Althea. Her unique magic, Silentium Eden, can effortlessly nullify all incoming attacks. In fact, all offensive magic simply dissipates into nothingness as it approaches her body. This magic has an ultra-short chant, all she needs to say is Soul's Serenity, to successfully cast a defensive shield that is practically invincible. And the fundamental reason for the very existence of such a cheat-like magic is merely to forcefully suppress Althea's own overly powerful magic. Therefore his usual tactic of using Bakuto for crowd control, feinting, and then attacking was completely sealed from the start. I'll have to take a gamble. Rayleigh drew his second sword from his waist. Collapse Sakanade. Using a second sword's shurkai while simultaneously maintaining a bankai, this is incredibly tough. Rayleigh acutely felt the deep emptiness of his Ryatsu reserves and the immense strain on his mind as he fought to maintain the output and complex distribution of his spiritual power. Cold sweat beaded heavily on his forehead, and his lips began to turn a sickly pale. With Sakanade's shurkai fully released, both Althea and Erebus smelled a peculiar, sweet fragrance. Then, they both instinctively clutched their heads as a strong, nauseating sense of disorientation washed entirely over them. Sensing something was terribly wrong with her perception, Althea proactively used Silentium Eden. But Sakanade was a unique sword that directly controlled its target's nervous system, with 100% certainty through its scent alone, which had immediate nerve-controlling effects. Therefore, not even the invincible shield of Silentium Eden could successfully negate its optical effect. The next second, Rayleigh charged directly toward Althea at full speed. Against an Althea whose absolute sense of direction was completely in disarray, all he needed to do was to get Tensiga into her body, and pour all of his remaining healing power right into it. Gospel. Suddenly, Althea chanted her ultra-short aria once again, swiftly activating Satana's Virion. This time, She had once again masterfully altered the specific use of her magic. The dense sound waves spreading out from her actually left their lingering aftersound inside a person's body upon entry. Rayleigh's eyes widened in horror. He understood exactly what that meant in an instant. The next sonic boom would detonate directly inside his own body. His internal organs would be blasted completely to dust in a flash. His entire body would be blown to bloody smithereens, completely impossible to piece back together. Looking at the expressionless Althea standing before him, Rayleigh gritted his teeth, and directly infused his remaining spiritual power into his blood vessels, forcefully activating his defensive technique. Blood Venet. An imperfect blood Venet, and both times he'd been forced to use it were entirely because of this terrifying woman standing in front of him. Rayleigh gripped Tensiga's hilt tightly with both hands, and thrust the glowing blade directly toward Althea. Tensiga's smooth blade finally touched Althea's skin, sinking deep into her flesh. Fresh blood dripped heavily onto the glowing blade. It was Althea's blood. But how? Tensiga is the blade of mercy. What is this? Rayleigh suddenly realized the truth. He looked up at the woman's face. Althea's face had turned incredibly pale, and her stoic expression had melted into one of immense, agonizing pain. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 85, The Price. 1,708 words. The pain that could make the aloof Althea yield was not from a monster's vicious attack, nor an open wound from a sword. Even losing a part of her body in battle could not make this woman show a single trace of fear, could not make her beg for mercy either. Except for the terminal illness she suffered from. Jif blessing. The heavy damage this heaven-defying skill inflicted on her body was not just severe, it also actively accumulated and compounded over time. The pain Althea endured had already far surpassed the realm of mortal imagination. Due to her continuous heavy use of magic, her physical condition had rapidly begun to deteriorate, resulting in a sharp sudden decline. That said, just now, she could have easily used Satana's Virion to finish him off, yet she didn't. Cough. Althea coughed up a mouthful of blood. But more than that, she was entirely concerned with the young man standing before her, or rather, the strange sword in his hand that had just been plunged directly into her body. Why doesn't it hurt at all? Althea curiously raised her trembling hand, gently stroking the smooth blade that emanated a faint warm glow. The sharp edge didn't cut her fingers. Instead, it felt somewhat warm to her touch. This is... Of course it doesn't hurt, Rayleigh said, his voice laced with exhaustion. He fully released Senbenzakura's Bankai and quickly redirected his draining Ryatsu to supply Tensiga. This sword is a blade of mercy. Of course it won't hurt. As his voice fell, Rayleigh began to desperately pour his Ryatsu directly into Tensiga. And it wasn't a simple, brute force infusion. He channeled his Ryatsu into Tensiga in the precise form of Kaido, seamlessly combining the powers of Tensiga and Kaido to unleash an even stronger, compounded healing ability. Tensiga bloomed with a blinding, pure white light. Watching this intense process from the side, Erebus's eyes filled with genuine amazement. Ooh! What a truly brilliant radiance of the soul! Rayleigh gripped the sword tightly with both hands, accurately sensing Althea's failing physical condition through the Ryatsu connection. Then, he was shocked. This wasn't a simple matter of her condition just being bad, was it? How could a human still be alive in this deteriorating state? Even if a person's physical heart was hanging loosely outside their body, or their brain was dragging uselessly on the ground, he wouldn't have voiced such a doubt. And Althea's true internal condition was far more severe than that. Was I really fighting a terminally ill woman like her just now? All those dangerous, life-threatening moments during their clash. Were they all effortlessly created at the hands of a critically ill girl teetering right on the final brink of life and death? Rayleigh considered Althea to be, without a single doubt, the strongest adventurer alive. He had never underestimated her. But rather, he had infinitely overestimated this woman's physical strength. However, only now did he fully realize that her raw strength was far, far surpassed what he had ever imagined. Seriously, at her peak, she could probably destroy all of Orario entirely by herself, right? Just as the combined power of Kaido and Tenseiga began to take a visible effect, Rayleigh's expression suddenly changed drastically. He discovered that three violent clashing forces hidden deep within Althea's soul had violently begun to repel his soothing spiritual power. In an instant, Althea's condition worsened by 2 or 3 times. Is this the heavy price of her skill, right? Monster of calamitous talent. Talent equals calamity equals price. At first glance, this skill was absurdly overpowered, almost like a cheat. In reality, however, the skill was strictly composed of 2 intertwined parts. While providing unparalleled combat talent, it also exacted a corresponding, heavy price. It was a genuine life-draining skill, one that couldn't even be turned off voluntarily by the user. Therefore, Althea was constantly overdrawing her own life force just by existing. Now he, a total outsider, had intervened in this natural, decaying process with his own foreign power. He was actively attempting to break the original rules set by the fauna, and was thus met with fierce, unyielding resistance from the skill itself. What should I do? Rayleigh began to panic. At this close distance, Althea could clearly see every rapid change in Rayleigh's expression. She could even glimpse deep into Rayleigh's desperate heart through them. There it is again. That same expression again. Young man, I truly thank you for your kindness. But there are some things in this broken world that are simply beyond our mortal control. If you cannot let this failure go, it may leave a great weakness in your heart in the future. Althea could feel Rayleigh's pure intentions, and at the exact same time, she could feel her own worsening condition. Perhaps, her long painful journey would finally come to an end here. The entire purpose of this necessary evil was to create a strong, new hero. A hero strong enough to bear the future of Orario, and even the world itself. If that was truly the case, wasn't the young man standing before her a perfect candidate for it? Next, as long as her inevitable death made the young man truly understand the harshness of reality and successfully eliminated the weakness in his heart, then all her sins and evils would have been worthwhile. Sensing the subtle change in Althea's resolve, Erebus also closed his eyes in silent approval. So this is your final choice, Althea. Not bad. I also take a liking to this impressive young man. In that case, I permits it. Your choice. Things beyond our control. Rayleigh's grip on the sword tightened fiercely. Yeah, I can't let it go. I'll never let it go. I will save you, just like I promised you last time. That's right. He couldn't stop. He had to overwhelm the skill's resistance in one massive go. Make the healing speed completely surpass the side effects of the price of her monster talent. Recover the tissue faster than the damage is dealt. Rayleigh completely released the output limiter on his remaining Ryatsu. Crack. Tenseiga's blade let out a crisp, sharp crack, and a visible fissure quickly appeared on its mirror-bright body. Ugh! Althea felt a scalding, overwhelming energy swell within her frail body, and her muddled mind suddenly became clear. She could actually feel her ravaged body and failing soul being rapidly repaired by a certain power. If only I had the power of my cheat-level wife, Oraheim. I could just completely reject Althea's injuries and illness and heal her easily. Push harder, Tenseiga. Zing! The blade slowly transferred its own internal light directly into Althea, completely enveloping her in a warm, soothing glow, protecting her entirely like a fragile eggshell. After doing all this, the single crack on Tenseiga's surface suddenly spread at once, instantly covering the entire length of the blade. The Tenseiga of this moment looked exactly like shattered glass, looking as if it would break into a million pieces at the slightest touch. Well done, Tenseiga. You've worked incredibly hard, Rayleigh whispered softly. Following Rayleigh's sincere words of gratitude, in the very next second, Tenseiga shattered completely with a loud crash. The broken blade fragments turned into small wisps of glowing light and vanished into the air. Arg! Althea suddenly hugged herself, dropping to sit on the ruined ground with her legs tucked tightly under her. She looked incredibly fragile right now. Her shoulders trembled non-stop. From the intense phantom pain, cold sweat thoroughly drenched her beautiful white hair, causing strands to stick tightly to her skin. Erebus spoke in deep astonishment, "Child of Mun, are you seriously planning to that woman?" Seeing that even his effort was not enough to cure her, Rayleigh grew anxious. He was highly annoyed by Erebus's doubting question. "Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I plan to do." "It's completely impossible," Erebus stated with absolute certainty. Even Hera herself was helpless against her failing condition. Even a level 7 healer couldn't even alleviate her illness. "Give up. Althea is right. There are some tragic things in this world that are simply beyond our control. She will die. Right now, you are only torturing her further." As he spoke, Erebus no longer hid the pity residing in his heart, his expression showing genuine regret and compassion. This was the true complex nature of this god. His love for the struggling children of the mortal world was completely genuine, yet he was also ruthless, for he was the specific type who could easily sacrifice the few for the sake of the many without a moment's hesitation. Rayleigh was greedy. Even more greedy than a god. He wanted every single outcome to bend entirely to his will. Tensiga's power ultimately couldn't overwhelm the skill's price. This stalemate wouldn't last much longer. One more step. Just one final, desperate move. Rayleigh looked down at the suffering Althea, his mind racing, desperately thinking of any possible way to fundamentally change this grim situation. Then, an image flashed vividly through his mind. It was a legendary scene from the world of Bleach, where fate beautifully intertwined with a certain orange-haired young man. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a world-famous masterpiece. Can I really do it? I should be able to. Rayleigh still held Tensiga's broken hilt tightly in his hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, he poured his final remaining Ryatsu directly into this now-dead sword. Jif Blessing, a skill that was the manifestation of Althea's incurable disease. In exchange for making her status be in the limit-off state all the time, it made Althea suffer from multiple abnormalities, such as poison, paralysis, and dysfunction at the same time when she entered combat. Upon activation, it also caused Althea's stats, stamina, and mind to continuously decrease semi-permanently. The author described it as that it caused a 5% decrease in her health, mind, and all of her abilities every turn. As time passed, it weakened her at an accelerated rate. Although it couldn't be cured, eating a branch of a sacred tree from an elven forest, which possesses great magical power, improved her condition. Chapter 86, Shinigami. 1732 words. A new ethereal blade formed entirely of pure spiritual power sprouted from the broken hilt of Tensiga. The original blade had already shattered and dispersed into the air. The Ryatsu clinging to this newly forged blade felt completely different from ordinary spiritual power. It contained a living, burning fragment of Rayleigh's very soul. He approached the kneeling Althea and dropped to his knees before her. "Althea, please live," Rayleigh pleaded, his voice raspy but resolute. "I want you to live. Don't give up now. Give your soul to me." At this critical moment, Althea's vision was already blurring at the edges. She weakly lifted her head and looked directly at Rayleigh, but through her fading consciousness, the face she saw superimposed over his belonged to another. "Materia," she whispered. Swish. The blade plunged directly through her chest. Althea's eyes immediately regained their sharp clarity. She looked down at the glowing blade that had just run her completely through. Before she could utter a single word of protest, a massive torrent of intense emotions rushed from the spiritual blade and surged deep into her failing body. Is this the boy's actual thoughts? The spectral blade dissolved into a brilliant, blinding light and seamlessly merged into the woman's fragile body. A heartbeat later, both Rayleigh and Althea began to undergo a drastic, simultaneous transformation. Althea's entire body was tightly enveloped in a cocoon of swirling spiritual power. She could physically feel something completely new coalescing deep within her soul. Just like that, the chaotic spiritual power hovering in front of her materialized into a beautiful, tangible silver shortsword, or perhaps a long dagger. The weapon was pristine silver from end to end. Its scabbard, hilt, and guard were intricately covered in beautiful flowing patterns, and the pommel was inlaid with a single, sparkling red gemstone. Thump thump. The strong, steady sound of a heartbeat echoed in her ears. Such a powerful, vibrant heartbeat was something Althea had completely lacked while plagued by her crippling illness. But this was undeniably the sound of her own renewed heart. Althea reached out and grasped the silver shortsword floating before her. The moment her pale fingers wrapped around the hilt, a vast of new knowledge flooded her waking mind. She stared at the shortsword in her hand with absolute astonishment. This sword is my skill. By simply holding the weapon, she instinctively understood her current state. To put it simply, she had been fundamentally transformed into a special spiritual existence, completely different from a normal human. It was this boy who had forcefully turned her into this. At the exact same time, her skill, Jif Blessing, had been completely sealed within this exquisite silver shortsword. As long as she did not actively release the blade, the life-draining power of Jif Blessing would remain perfectly sealed away. Althea looked over her hands and body in utter disbelief. Although she didn't miraculously recover her lost health, without the constant agonizing torment of her terminal skill, she felt 10,000 times lighter. Not only had he changed her entire form of existence, but he had even managed to seal her skill inside a sword. How could such a thing exist in this world? Boy, what are you? Althea murmured, looking at the young man before her with wide heterochromatic eyes. But as she looked at him, she witnessed a strange transformation of his own. Rayleigh's all-black shahakusho was rapidly losing its color. The originally pitch-black garment was bleaching white at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but even his dark hair was turning completely snow-white. It was a success. Watching Althea's miraculous transformation, Rayleigh knew his desperate gamble had actually paid off. He had shared his unique Shinigami powers with a human being. Just as Rukia Kachiki had once done to Ichigo Kurosaki in the world of his memories, this was a highly forbidden act in the Soul Society, strictly classified as a third-degree crime. He had successfully turned Althea into a Shinigami. At the same time, he had utilized the remaining spiritual fragments of Tensiga to forge a brand new Zanpakuto specifically for her. Drawing inspiration from the Arankars, he had created a unique Zanpakuto that sealed the user's innate power directly within the blade itself. Therefore, if Althea were to ever release her Zanpakuto, it wouldn't be called a Shirkai. It would be a Resurrection. By releasing the silver dagger, she would unleash the sealed power, fully unlocking her peak strength. If the original Jif Blessing was a passive terminal skill that couldn't be turned off and caused continuous internal damage, now that it was sealed, it had become a highly controllable active skill, a massive, temporary buff. Erebus, standing quietly to the side, was left utterly shocked by the display. He studied Althea closely, and with his piercing divine eyes, he could see the fundamental change in her soul at a single glance. Although one couldn't exactly say she was permanently cured, the miraculous result of what the boy had just done meant that he had truly saved Althea's life. He had accomplished something even Hera couldn't do. A terminal situation that left even the gods completely helpless had been resolved by a human boy from the Genkai. Kohuka ha 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 ha. Erebus threw his head back and burst out laughing. How can this be possible? Rayleigh, just how much more are you going to surprise me? Erebus asked the empty air. Surpassing the careful predictions of the gods. Achieving a great deed that even the gods themselves would marvel at. What he do was far more than just that. I'm amazed from the very bottom of my heart. To think that in the Genkai, no, in this entire world, there exists someone as incredibly special as you. You clearly don't possess the standard disposition of a classical hero, yet you repeatedly surpass the grand expectations of the gods and achieve impossible feats. More than a hero, you delight and please me endlessly. Ah, it seems I'm truly going to become infatuated with you. From now on, I shall be your absolute #1 fan. Erebus rambled on excitedly, lost in his own euphoria. He didn't even notice that Rayleigh had already lost consciousness where he stood. The boy's exhausted body tilted backward, completely drained of energy. Althea's eyes flickered, and her newly enhanced body reacted with blinding speed. She appeared right behind him, safely caught his falling body, and let him lean softly into her embrace. She carefully placed the boy's white-haired head on her lap and gazed down at his peaceful sleeping face. Including this brief encounter, she and this boy had only ever had a simple passing acquaintance. But his stubborn persistence in saving her life was something even she had to deeply admire. The torrent of complex emotions transmitted directly through that spiritual blade were entirely genuine, direct, and incredibly fervent. To go this far for me. Was it worth it? No. Such a question is simply a grave insult to him. Rayleigh. I admit it. I am truly grateful that you saved me, that you allowed me to continue living. This warm, bubbling feeling inside her chest was undoubtedly joy. So this is how much I actually wanted to live. Thanks to you, I'm finally able to know my own heart's true wish. Althea, how is Rayleigh doing? Erebus asked, his voice laced with genuine concern. His dismissive attitude from earlier had done a complete 180. Faced with the god's question, Althea shook her head and spoke frankly. I'm not sure. Her eyelids drooped slightly, making her long eyelashes look exceptionally beautiful in the dim light. He seems to have just completely exhausted his energy, and he has some minor internal and external injuries, but what he did to me seems to have had a lasting impact on him. She was a little uncertain about the specifics. But she could clearly sense one undeniable thing. The boy's overall power had weakened significantly. It was an unbelievable thing. A literal level regression. Was this even possible under the Fauna system? At the very least, she had never heard of such a tragic thing happening in the entire history of Rio. Could it be because he willingly gave a literal piece of his soul to her? No matter how she looked at his fluctuating aura, Rayleigh had now dropped from a level 3 right back down to a level 2. Even a genius like her was at a complete loss in the face of this bizarre situation. Someone is coming, Althea announced quietly. She realized that her perceptive abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. She didn't yet know the full extent of her new abilities after becoming a Shinigami, but relying purely on instinct, she easily sensed the distinct Ryatsu signatures of several people rapidly approaching from a few kilometers away. Even without her GIF blessing skill active, Althea was still a genuine unparalleled genius. Who is it? Erebus asked, glancing down the ruined alley. This feeling. It's a high elf, a royal one at that. And a Paolum and a dwarf. Althea noted, keeping her eyes closed as she focused on the approaching auras. Erebus was stunned. What kind of sensory ability does she have now? Althea shouldn't have possessed this kind of long-range detection magic before. It wasn't just him who was surprised. Even Althea herself was deeply taken aback by the sheer clarity of this new sense. It's not magic, but it was an entirely new phenomenon achieved through the precise manipulation and sensing of spiritual power. From your description, it must be Loki's executives who are coming, Erebus deduced quickly. It's time to go, Althea. If we stay here, Rayleigh will be questioned by the leaders of Rio regarding our presence. Let's leave quickly before those 3 arrive, he proposed. The god was actually making careful considerations specifically to protect Rayleigh's standing in the city. The woman took one last, deep look at the white-haired boy pillowed on her lap. She gently helped him up, resting his back against a soft mound of displaced earth, making sure he was leaning as comfortably as possible. We will definitely meet again, boy. Althea's soft lips brushed lightly against Rayleigh's ear. After whispering her promise into the night, she vanished into the shadows with Erebus. MC is not getting nerfed but the opposite, it's a huge buff instead. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, It's Actually a Buff. 1,645 words. What exactly happened after that exchange, Rayleigh knew nothing about. Because he fell into a deep sleep, resting straight through until noon the very next day. He didn't wake up even once during that entire time. His head pounded, like a heavy hangover headache stabbed relentlessly at his brain. Rayleigh slowly opened his heavy eyes to see the familiar ceiling of his private room back at the Familia's base. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while, looking exactly like a complex machine that needed to load its internal systems after a hard reboot. Sitting up slowly, the soft blanket slipped off his chest. Then Rayleigh was immediately startled. Literally startled. Because his Familia's goddess, Hephaestus, was actually sleeping soundly right on top of him under his covers. She stretched lazily in her sleep. Hephaestus. Rayleigh panicked slightly. His rough movements successfully woke the sleeping goddess. Rubbing her tired eyes and yawning widely, she stretched her arms out. After doing all this, she suddenly froze in place. Then she whipped her head around to look at Rayleigh at light speed, and just stayed like that, completely frozen for a long awkward time. The two of them stared quietly at each other in silence. But suddenly Hephaestus, who had always given Rayleigh an overwhelming impression of unyielding strength, actually had tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She showed an expression of pure joy, a relief so great it brought her to tears. Before Rayleigh could even react to the shift, the goddess had already pulled him fiercely into her embrace, holding him tight. This. Rayleigh was now being squeezed tightly by her sweet fragrance and soft breast, somewhat losing himself in the unexpected hug. Who could possibly blame him when this sudden happiness was so intoxicating? "I'm so glad you're okay," Hephaestus whispered after a long while. She gripped Rayleigh's shoulders firmly and spoke with deep concern. Seeing her acting so unusually agitated, Rayleigh asked, feeling somewhat puzzled, "Did something bad happen to me?" At those words, Hephaestus instantly froze again. She stammered slightly, conflicted about how to answer him. "Rayleigh, please listen to me closely. We can't be entirely sure yet whether this development is a good thing or a bad thing." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "You've always been a child with extremely strong independence. But if you ever feel like you can't bear this new burden, I am your strongest support. Please don't ever forget that." After saying this so seriously, Hephaestus pulled a folded piece of paper out from her cleavage. He reached out and carefully took the paper, which still carried Hephaestus's warm body heat. He quickly realized this was actually his updated status sheet. Unfolding the printed paper, Rayleigh immediately understood exactly why Hephaestus had such a strange, cautious attitude. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV3 LV2. Abilities. Strength, S999. Endurance, SS 1008. Dexterity, S999. Agility, SS 1001. Magic, SSS 1225. Development abilities. Blacksmith Eye. Spirit Healing Eye. Magic. Dash Destruction Magic, Hado. Dash Binding Magic, Bakudo. Dash Healing Magic. Skills. Soul Blade, Zanpakudo. Can create Zanpakudo. Can name Zanpakudo. Can gain Excelia when Zanpakudo achieves great deeds. Jif Blessing Minor, new skill. What exactly was this supposed to be? Never mind Hephaestus's confusion, even Rayleigh himself was somewhat lost for words. His level had actually dropped from level 3 back to level 2. But his base ability values had somehow exceeded their absolute limits. Except for strength and dexterity remaining strictly at S rank, the other 3 core attributes had all reached impossible levels, meaning their raw values had successfully broken right through the fauna limit. His endurance and agility had both incredibly reached SS. Magic had even continuously broken through multiple limits to reach a staggering SSS. Normally, reaching 1100 was considered SSS rank, but his specific magic attribute had actually reached well over 1200. Not only that, he had actually gained a new skill. And this specific skill was actually Althea's GIF blessing. Oh no. Wait. It was GIF blessing minor. Compared to the terrifying original version, it had an additional, minor, character attached to it. Since the original birth of the fauna, he was probably the very first existence in history to actively achieve a level regression. As for the exact reason why, it wasn't particularly hard to imagine. Because he had willingly transferred a literal part of his soul directly to Althea, exactly like cutting off a small piece of his own existence. Probably because of this extreme act, a deep, unbreakable soul connection was permanently formed between him and Althea, ultimately causing him to share her unique skill. Though it was only a miniature version. But even with just 1/10 the devastating effect of the original, it could easily be said to be quite heaven-defying in its own right. Ability values breaking through their limits. Within his known range of lore, among all those who had ever received a divine blessing, only 2 specific people could physically do this. One was the hero of the story, Bel Cranel. Breaking through S-rank limitations was as easy and natural as eating and drinking for him. The other person was Althea. Whether it was due to her specific bloodline being highly special or some other unknown factor, when Althea's agility and dexterity perfectly reached the S-rank limits, her magic value easily broke through to SS, reaching 1001. Now, besides these 2 legendary figures, he had also successfully achieved the impossible feat of breaking through the ability value limits. No, wait. If he wasn't counting events that would happen in the future, he and Althea should be the only 2 currently alive that can break the limit. After all, Bel Cranel was still living far out in the countryside, happily listening to his grandfather's story about harem. He had a full 7 years remaining before he would eventually travel to Oro to become an adventurer. 7 years was more than enough time for far too many things to happen. He wondered exactly how Althea was doing right now. Although the Shinigami transformation had successfully sealed away that highly dangerous skill, the damage Althea had endured over the past years, and the terminal illness ravaging her body still actively existed. She was still in a very critical, unstable condition. If it was possible, he wanted to hide her safely away for long-term treatment. By the way, Hephaestus, what exactly was the final result of Otter's battle with Zald? Rayleigh asked, shifting the subject. Hearing him ask this specific question, Hephaestus showed a very strange expression. Seeing her stare at him with the exact same look one gives a terrifying monster, Rayleigh asked again, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Hephaestus answered slowly, it was a draw. A draw? Yes. The intense battle was forcefully stopped due to intervention by Orario's high-level adventurers. Zald seemed to have suffered some injuries from the clash, and so did Otter. But after receiving treatment, Otter has completely recovered. A draw? Rayleigh fell completely silent, processing the news. Hey, you're not actually still dissatisfied with that result, are you? Seeing that he wasn't overjoyed by the news of Otter's survival, Hephaestus continued, how strong Zald is, me and the other gods know very well. After all, he was an elite of the legendary Zeus familia. Honestly speaking, the current Otter had absolutely no real chance of winning against him in a fight, and we all knew this fact too. But this grim reality was successfully shattered by the very sword you forged. Do you know? Right now, the people outside are excitedly calling you the Sword Master. The existence of the Zanpakuto has officially entered the adventurer's sight, and instantly became a massive hot topic across the city. Oh? The speed of the rumors was much faster than he had expected. Thinking about it objectively, it was only natural. In this war, the overwhelming performance of the Zanpakuto had been witnessed firsthand by everyone present. Whether it was Artie, the owner of Nejrabana, or Elise, the owner of Enjetsu, then Ace Gonryamaru, Otter's Tenken, and Ermid's miraculous use of Tensiga. It would be incredibly strange if they weren't heavily noticed by the masses. There should also be Otter and Finn's behind-the-scenes promotion fueling the fire. Choosing the right, highly visible spokespersons for his weapons was indeed very important for his business. By the way, Rayleigh, there's one more important thing. Actually, you can level up to level 3 again right now. Really? Rayleigh asked, surprised. It couldn't be more real. After all, not only your ability values, but your required achievements have long since been fully completed, successfully satisfying all the conditions needed for leveling up, Hephaestus said matter-of-factly. Not only that. The goddess, looking somewhat tired yet overly excited by the prospect, said. Because you're officially leveling up again, you can actually choose a brand new development ability. Rayleigh was completely stunned by the revelation, then felt a wave of pure joy swell in his heart. A development ability. His current development abilities were blacksmith and spirit healing. Normally, he would only be able to add another development ability when leveling up to level 4. He never ever expected that this strange level drop would coincidentally allow him to actively exploit a system bug. A level 3 adventurer but fully able to possess 3 distinct development abilities, there's no one can do it like this in all of Rio. For a brief, tempting moment, Rayleigh even had the wild idea of aggressively exploiting these level bugs to completely max out his development abilities. But fortunately, he was calm enough to immediately dismiss the thought. Splitting off one's own soul was an extremely dangerous act. One minor misstep could easily lead to his eternal damnation. And without protagonist-level luck on his side, such risky manipulation of his soul could easily result in him being permanently crippled or outright killed. Chapter 88, Stronger Than Yesterday. 1077 words. After Hephaestus updated his status, Rayleigh officially returned to level 3. This time, he chose the swordsman development ability. Since he had just acquired it, his abilities rested at the initial I rank. He was stronger today than he was yesterday. The improvement went beyond a single skill. By breaking his status limits at level 2, the hidden points converted during his level up yielded a higher return. When an adventurer reaches a new level under the fauna, their visible status resets. However, the accumulated stats from the previous level do not vanish. They convert into hidden potential, fueling the body beneath the surface. Originally, Rayleigh's total level 2 stats sat under 5,000. Through the recent ordeal, that total pushed past 5,200. While a 200-point difference sounded minor, those excess points represented a breakthrough of more than 2 full ranks. In his current state, he felt ready to cast Bakudo 81, Danku, without suffering physical backlash. Reaching an SSS rank in magic provided a vast boost to his Ryatsu. Danku was a high-utility spell, a towering, directional defensive wall. In Bleach anime, Aizen Sosuke had utilized a chantless Danku to block Heido 88, Hiragekazoku Shinten Reiho, a devastating strike cast by the Grand Kido chief himself. Rayleigh initially estimated he would need to reach the upper tiers of level 3 to wield it safely. Now he felt confident he could execute the spell ahead of schedule. I am glad you are okay, Hephaestus said, her tone lined with worry. The life of an adventurer subjected the body and mind to grueling trials. History was littered with broken geniuses who fell into despair after a traumatic event and never recovered. A sudden level regression was a phenomenon she had never encountered. She debated bringing the anomaly to Arenas. As the god who introduced the fauna to the lower world, the ancient god might possess an explanation for it. Rayleigh shook his head, declining the offer. Thank you, Hephaestus, but I am fine. We don't need to involve Lord Arenas. If that's your decision, I will respect it. She sighed. Tsubaki is also worried about you. Go see her when you have the time. I understand, Rayleigh nodded. Seeing his obedient demeanor return, Hephaestus reached out and ruffled his white hair. Wait, Hephaestus. Don't treat me like a child. Oh? The red-haired goddess offered him a kind smile. I'm a goddess, Rayleigh. In my eyes, all the children of the lower world are just kids. Rayleigh found himself unable to formulate a proper counterargument. The gods were born alongside the heavens and the earth at the dawn of creation. Even the youngest gods had existed for over 100 million years, a span of time that merely represented adulthood to an immortal like her. "I'm talking about how it makes me feel," he grumbled. He walked alongside Hephaestus through the Familia's sprawling compound. Bustling activity filled the courtyards. The blacksmiths worked through a heavy sweat, their hammers swinging fast enough to strike sparks from the anvils. Clang! Clang! The rhythmic sounds of forging merged into a steady, metallic chorus. Because Evolus targeted the industrial district, the Hephaestus Familia had suspended all commercial storefront operations. Instead, the smiths worked without rest to supply the frontline adventurers with vital weapons and armor. Following the last battle, Evolus vanished without a trace, Hephaestus noted, briefing him on the situation. "They have not made a single move since. Both the guild and the Paolum commander of the Loki Familia suspect they are brewing a larger plan." Rayleigh was not surprised by the information. While his individual combat strength remained limited in the scope of the war, his forged blades had played a pivotal role. The power Evolus accumulated over the years was troublesome, but it alone lacked the strength to drag Rio down to hell. Erebus's direct involvement acted as the key opening Pandora's box. Both the guild and Evolus treated this as a straightforward, two-sided war. In reality, the conflict operated as a complex, three-way deadlock. The first stage of Erebus's necessary evil plan relied on helping Evolus attack the city to manufacture a crisis. This would incite brutal conflict between scared civilians and overwhelm the adventurers, destroying the guild's credibility. The second stage involved assassinating Orario's gods to send them back to Tenkai, slaughtering citizens as blood sacrifices, and whittling down the adventurers' fighting strength. This chaos would keep the city too preoccupied to notice the true objective. The third and final stage required Erebus to enter the dungeon. He would use his divine power to lure the deep-floor monsters to the surface and destroy Babel Tower. Once that lid shattered, Auranes's prayers could no longer suppress the dungeon spawns. An endless tide of monsters would wash the surface in blood, reverting the world to the brutal dark ages of ancient times. If Rio overcame all three manufactured trials, a true hero would be forged in the fire. If they failed, the resulting apocalyptic environment would forcefully squeeze the survival potential out of humanity, cultivating heroes reminiscent of the ancient myths. However, Erebus's grand design had fractured across multiple fronts. Rayleigh had exposed the assassination plot during the second stage. Instead of the targeted 10 gods being sent back to Tenkai, only 3 had fallen. The attempt to incite civil war had also stalled. It proceeded well at first. Civilians could endure poor sleep and mild hunger, but they could not ignore fatal injuries. With medical resources drained by the influx of wounded adventurers, untreated civilians were left to wait for death. Faced with that grim reality, they rioted, but the timely appearance of Tensiga changed the equation. Wielding a blade capable of saving 100 people with a single swing, Ermid healed the injured and replenished the frontline fighting force. The civilians received proper medical treatment, felt genuine gratitude toward the guild and began cooperating with the adventurers instead of rioting. Without crippling the adventurers' numbers, it would be difficult for Erebus to breach the dungeon. Orario's defensive forces were now concentrated around the central plaza. Then came the final, unexpected variables. Otter had halted Zald's advance. Furthermore, Althea looked ready to switch sides at a moment's notice. Fortunately for the Dark God, Althea still fulfilled her duties, and helped him continue the plan. Because of these delays, Erebus would likely resort to rougher, more direct methods to utilize his Evolus comrades. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 89, God's Death. 1,225 words. Tisk. Hey, how do you plan to take responsibility for this disaster, Erebus? This is nothing like what you promised us. The evil gods gathered together, launching a vicious verbal assault on the deity lounging in his chair. Erebus sat quietly, staring into space. He didn't seem to hear their shouts. He appeared entirely lost in his own thoughts, contemplating a fascinating puzzle. This dismissive attitude only served to further infuriate the surrounding gods. "Hey! Give us an answer, you bastard. After talking such a big game, this is all you have to show for it." The evil gods complained without pause. They had suffered heavy losses in this joint operation, many of their familias had been severely damaged, and some stood on the brink of annihilation. Even as patrons of Evolus, they still cared for their beloved children. Villains who could empathize with one another were rare, the vast majority merely exploited each other for personal gain. More importantly, Ora Rio showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, the city was regaining its footing and pushing their forces back. Erebus remained seated, surrounded by his angry peers. Vito looked annoyed by the noise. Meanwhile, Zald and Althea stood like statues behind Erebus's chair. They remained indifferent, looking as if none of this petty squabbling concerned them. What was all that bragging about the remnants of Zeus and Hera Familia? They aren't as great as the old rumors made them out to be. They couldn't even deal with that Borman from the Freya Familia. Clap. Erebus seemed to snap out of his daze. Catching the tail end of the complaints, he brought his hands together and offered a dangerous smile. "That is true. At this current rate, the plan will not proceed on schedule." He sighed, scratching the side of his head. "Oh dear, what a headache. What should I do? The blood sacrifices are simply not enough." Seeing him act like a clueless fool, the dark gods grew even angrier. "A headache? We are the ones dealing with a headache here. You guaranteed this plan would succeed. Take responsibility. Otherwise, we will take you out first." Facing the enraged gods, Erebus pretended to look troubled. But once their shouting died down, he laughed. "You want me to take responsibility? Perfect, I had the exact same idea. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. "Well then, everyone, as long as I can make the plan succeed, are you willing to cooperate with anything? Cut the crap. We have cooperated with you enough. Now it is your turn to show us some results." Hee hee hecka ha ha. Erebus let out a sinister laugh. He looked at the gods standing before him, as if evaluating pigs waiting for the slaughterhouse. "I've felt your strong resolve. In that case, please use yourselves as the foundation to complete the final piece of my puzzle." "Nanny?" Before the gods could process the threat, a massive shadow flashed through the crowd. Zald arrived right in front of the loudest god as his pitch-black greatsword whistled through the air. The god's head left its neck, flying several meters away before bouncing across the stone floor. Even in death, the severed head still wore a mask of pure shock. Goa. It took a few seconds for the decapitated god's vessel to react and let out a delayed, echoing scream. A heartbeat later, the dying god transformed into a brilliant pillar of light and ascended to the heavens, forcefully returning to Tenkai. Boom! The remaining gods jumped back, their faces twisted in abject terror. "What the fuck? Erebus, what's the meaning of this?" Erebus remained calm. He acted as if the execution had nothing to do with him, which, in a literal sense, was true. He had not lifted a finger. After sending one god back to Tenkai with a single swing, Zald locked onto his next target. His expression remained unreadable. He did not swing his blade. Instead, without turning his head, he asked a simple question. "How many do I need to kill?" Erebus tapped his chin, pretending to think. He hesitated for a brief moment. "Let's kill 5 more. Wait a goddamn minute. Erebus, you bastard." Swish! The greatsword flashed and the god who had just roared was split clean in half. Another brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. When 5 massive pillars of light pierced the clouds at the same time, the spectacle halted the battles across the city. It was not just the members of Evolus staring in shock, every adventurer in Ora Rio looked up at the sky. Pillars of light. Gods are being sent back to Tenkai, so many of them. Loki watched the pillars with wide eyes. Even a trickster like her had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle. Sending so many gods back to the Tenkai at once was an unprecedented event. How is that possible? All the gods should be secured at the guild right now. Riveria noted, her voice tight with alarm. Finn maintained his composure. After a brief moment of thought, he arrived at a grim possibility. What if the ones being sent back are the patron gods of Evolus? Ha! Loki asked, her tone dripping with disbelief. Are you saying Evolus is having an internal feud in the middle of a war? She paused. It was not impossible. Those evil gods were beyond redemption, betraying one another fit their nature. Backstabbing was standard practice among villains. It just made no sense to do it right now. Losing so many patron gods at once would cut Evolus's active combat power by more than half. Without their fauna, how could those cultists compete with Aurario's elite? They might be deranged, but they were not stupid. In truth, Evolus had always operated on a loose voting system. Every evil god had a say, and they acted based on a collective, chaotic will. But relying on the overwhelming combat power of Zald and Althea, Erebus had twisted Evolus into his own personal domain. Such a feat was extraordinary. Manipulating a room full of arrogant gods required an overwhelming charismatic presence. So it has started. Rayleigh watched the pillars of light pierce the sky. He felt no surprise at Erebus's ruthless play. The master plan had reached a critical bottleneck, but a true mastermind would never give up. He had suitable pawns resting right at his fingertips. By discarding them, he could sacrifice their souls to force the dungeon's doors open. For Erebus, there was nothing to hesitate about. He was a dedicated god to his cause. Tsubaki, is the item Finn requested finished? Hephaestus asked, leading Rayleigh through the workshop to find her captain. In the forging area, Rayleigh spotted an unexpected guest. The multi-talented, Asphi al-Andromeda. Goddess Hephaestus and Rayleigh? Asphi greeted them. Rayleigh blinked, offering her a polite nod. He noticed the two women working closely together over a specialized workbench. Oh, Rayleigh boy, you are awake. Tsubaki paused her hammering. Spotting Rayleigh standing behind their goddess, she flashed a bright, relieved smile. Rayleigh boy, you have a talent for getting injured. How many times have you collapsed on us now? Hearing her tease him, Rayleigh found himself speechless. Ever since joining the Hephaestus Familia, he had fallen into a coma on multiple occasions due to severe injuries. Chapter 90, huh? 1,233 words. Artie and Elise, bring your name up every time. My ears have grown calluses from hearing your name. Asphi crossed her arms, letting out a sigh of helpless resignation. Who could blame her? She had been subjected to a relentless stream of information about a man she had never met. Her knowledge of his habits and traits rivaled that of a romantic partner. Those girls were never like this in the past. Now they could not open their mouths without saying, Rayleigh this, or Rayleigh that, causing the blue-haired item maker no small amount of distress. If Rayleigh ever ascended to the status of a major historical figure, she possessed enough second-hand trivia to pen his official biography. She had spotted him from afar during the Grand War meetings, but this marked their first face-to-face interaction. Setting Artie and Elise aside, even her own captain showered the young blacksmith with praise. It was jarring for Lilith to offer genuine compliments. The mischievous, wicked-minded girl rarely handed out praise. It served as concrete proof of the boy's skill. Hello, Perseus, Rayleigh greeted. Ah. Asphi froze, struck by a strange wave of familiarity. He did not know her, yet her one-sided awareness of his life made his formal use of her alias feel jarringly distant. Just call me Asphi. Every word and action from the blue-haired beauty exuded a subtle nobility. Despite her best efforts to suppress her origins, the refined temperament of a royal princess remained ingrained in her bones. Rayleigh offered a faint smile. Asphi's casual mention of Lilith confirmed the girl was still alive. Did this real world simply possess more shifting variables, or was this the butterfly effect produced by the flapping of his own wings? Either way, the wicked-minded beauty had avoided her grim fate. The same applied to Artie. Sparing those originally destined to die was a good outcome. Beyond those two, countless civilians and adventurers had likely avoided their designated death routes. Rayleigh was no saint. At most, he harbored a fleeting spark of compassion for a beggar sifting through trash or a starving stray dog. If forced to choose between personal gain and the greater good, he would prioritize himself without hesitation. Yet, if a simple act of interference could pull someone from a desperate abyss, he was willing to show mercy. By Erebus's twisted standards, Rayleigh fit the definition of a hypocrite. He remained highly self-aware of this flaw and found no issue with it. Flexible morals allowed a man to navigate a cruel world with ease. As for the philosophical rest, he did not care. Even if a ruthless baron amassed wealth by bleeding laborers dry, funneling those gold into an orphanage remained a net positive. In the end, the world only cared about results. All right, Asfi, he agreed. With the pleasantries out of the way, Asfi voiced the burning question she had held back. Elise and the others claim you are the creator of the Zanpakuto. To forge something of that magnitude. My entire understanding of blacksmithing is being rewritten by that. Asfi's Familia, the Hermes Familia, specialized in information gathering. Their members operated as spies and undercover couriers, boasting a formidable grasp on the city's intelligence network. Throughout this bloody war, they played a vital role. Even the mighty Loki Familia relied heavily on their covert scouting. Zanpakuto? Tsubaki asked, tilting her head in confusion. Huh? Tsubaki, don't you know about the Zanpakuto? Asfi blinked, her tone laced with genuine shock. 2 days prior, Tsubaki's ignorance might have made sense. No, it still would have been absurd. She and Rayleigh shared the same familia. Tsubaki served as his captain. How could she remain blind to the Zanpakuto's existence? Furthermore, the magical weapons dominated the city's gossip. Even the dark cultists of Evolus had received the reports of it. A Zanpakuto, a weapon bound to the wielder's very soul. It possessed a living consciousness. Furthermore, every blade housed a unique ability, and its destructive output scaled with the owner's base strength. It was a weapon capable of evolution. Even a mediocre adventurer could join the ranks of the elite by obtaining one. Every known owner of a Zanpakuto fought like a monster, wielding power that far exceeded their levels. Rumors stated the weapons harbored 2 distinct stages of release, Shurkai and Bankai. The first stage unleashed the blade's special ability. The second stage multiplied the wielder's combat strength by 5 to 10 times. This is the first I'm hearing of it. What on earth is a Zanpakuto? Rayleigh and Hephaestus exchanged a glance, both of them taking a cautious step backward. Looking bewildered by their reaction, Asfi explained everything she knew about the soulbound weapons. Tsubaki's single visible eye widened as she absorbed the unbelievable details. No way. Is Rayleigh's forging skill that exaggerated? To forge something of that magnitude. He had only ever crafted ordinary Far Eastern blades in her presence. Katanas and tachis were uncommon but not rare in Ororio, so she had paid his projects no mind. In terms of pure hammering technique, Rayleigh possessed great skill, but he did not stand out as an unparalleled blacksmith within the city. But now they were claiming those curved blades were Zanpakuto, housing ridiculous, world-breaking power. The truth dawned on the half-dwarf. The reason she remained in the dark was due to Hephaestus. The goddess had helped Rayleigh keep his masterpiece a secret from her own captain. That is so mean. You're excluding me from the fun. Tsubaki dropped her heavy hammer. She rushed forward, pulling Rayleigh into a fierce, crushing embrace. The air left Rayleigh's lungs in a rush. I want to see it. Show it to me. What is a Zanpakuto? I demand to see it right now. We understand, Hephaestus sighed, massaging her temples. Just let him go first. Otherwise, you will not be seeing anything. Ha! Don't die on us, really. Cough, cough. His nose filled with the scent of smoke and sweat lingering on Tsubaki's skin. Rayleigh caught his breath and nodded in agreement. All right. I'll show you. He drew the blade from his waist, holding the steel horizontally for the three women to inspect. Presented with the rare chance to observe a Zanpakuto up close, Asfi leaned in with intense curiosity. In this sealed state, it takes the general form of a Zanpakuto. It acts as an ordinary asachi, Rayleigh explained. And then, there is the shurkai. He shifted his grip. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Following the release command, the solid steel disintegrated. The metal dissolved, transforming into a swirling cloud of pink cherry blossom petals like a stage magician's trick. Whoa! So this is Senbenzakura, Asfi murmured. She adjusted her glasses, unaware the subtle gesture carried a charming grace. Tsubaki reached an eager hand forward, wanting to feel the soft petals, but Asfi caught her wrist. Do not touch them. Why not? Asfi offered no verbal explanation. Instead, she pointed toward the drifting cloud of Senbenzakura. A heavy, abandoned anvil sat in the corner of the courtyard. After countless sessions of tempering and pounding, the iron block boasted a high density and extreme hardness. However, when the cherry-colored petals brushed against the metal, the hardened anvil gave way like soft tofu. The thick iron block was sliced apart, crumbling into jagged, ruined pieces across the stone floor. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a story.